Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, August 25th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, the board chair. Also here in the room with me is Vice Chair Patty Clapper, Deputy County Manager Phyllis Mattice, and Andrew Schumacher helping us on Zoom. Thank you so much today. And joining us from home are Commissioners Greg Poshman and Steve Child. Francie Jacober is on a Wolf Introduction Committee meeting, and she will be joining us later in the meeting to take up the land use public hearing on the Aspen Ski Co application regarding Pandoras. So we will see her a bit later. And let's see, so I understand we have one addition to today's agenda, which will be a single reading of a resolution of the BOCC to appoint citizen board members to the APSHA Housing Authority Board. Phyllis, are there any other additions that you know of?
I do not know of any others.
Okay.
So
All right. So
I'll make a motion to amend the agenda to include the APSHA board appointment resolution.
Thank you, Patty.
I'll second that. And which item would it be? Where would it appear in the agenda?
Oh, yeah, we'll put it under 1A and 1B under consent items, single read, underneath the minutes. Does that work?
Yes, this is a single reading item.
Perfect. Thanks, Greg.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor to amend the agenda, please say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. So now we will turn to public comments, and if any members of the public have called in, these are for items that are not listed for public comment on our agenda today. So any item of general topic for which you'd like to address the BOCC, please go ahead. You can raise your hand by pressing *9 if you've joined us remotely. Again, these are for items not on today's agenda for public hearing. Okay, seeing none, I will close the general public comment, and I will take a moment to inform board members and the public that the Channel 11 feed is still not working for Grassroots TV due to a fiber cut that is preventing service. However, this continues to be live streamed on our YouTube channel. And members of the public can join by the Zoom link at the top of the agenda as well. And with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner comments.
I made my comment yesterday at our work session, so I am good for today. Thanks, Kelly.
Okay, any other commissioner comments today? Greg.
Yeah, thank you. In addition to being a big day for us, this is the first day of school for Aspen school children. And I wanted to just call public attention to the op-eds that appear in both papers that were submitted by, written by a couple members of our Board of Health MDs on the board, and then signed by the rest of the MDs on the board and a few others. It's possible that we could have had a consensus completely from the Board of Health, but since we didn't have a meeting, they're all signing individually, and we didn't hear from some of the members. So just wanted to call people's attention to that op-ed talking about the importance of masking up in schools. As much as we might dislike it and hate the thought of it, the evidence and the science points toward safety through this protocol, and hopefully it will go away soon. That's all we can hope. But wanted to make sure people saw that in the papers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Any other commissioner comments? Steve? No? All right, I'll comment that I like Steve Child's shirt today. It's very cool. And also that, also just to wish best of luck as everyone who starts the new school year, and our teachers who work so hard for all of our kids, and daycare providers who help working families get back to and stay in work. And I hope that we can remain a healthy community. I will note that at this public meeting we are requiring masks, and we are requiring masks for members of the public who are visiting our building. The CDC recommendation is that in areas of substantial or high COVID transmission, that you wear masks indoors regardless of your vaccination status. And just looking at today's numbers, our 14-day incidence rate is 298, which is similar to where we were on November 8th, which also had an incidence rate of 298. And if you remember back then, we were having conversations about whether to shut things down in preparation for ski season and trying to bring our community's numbers down. And that was a really difficult conversation. I know nobody wants to get back to that, so we continue to encourage folks to wear masks indoors and to get vaccinated. And our county is happy to help facilitate any of those efforts. And with that, I will go ahead, and not seeing any further commissioner comments, we'll move along here to, we have one item on our consent agenda, which is the minutes of August 11th. So is there any discussion or a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Patty.
Second?
Thank you, Steve. Any further discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Thank you all. Okay, and we're moving on to item 1B. We amended the agenda to add this today, and board members, I know you don't have a copy of this in front of you, so I'll read the title and introduce the applicant that we're approving today. So this is a resolution of the BOCC of Pickens County appointing citizen board members to the Aspen-Pickens County Housing Authority Board. We are appointing Allison Bektash today. We did have interviews during our joint meeting with the city of Aspen earlier this month, and we had some really great candidates. So many thanks to those who applied and interviewed for that. And I will look to the board for any discussion or a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Patty. Steve.
I'll second it.
Thank
And
you.
comment.
Go ahead, Steve. Thank you.
We interviewed 3 people for the position, and they all had really pretty outstanding interviews. We probably couldn't have gone wrong appointing any of the 3 who were interviewed for the joint position. So I wish Allison well on the APSHA board. I think she's very well qualified and very knowledgeable about the activities of APSHA from her time as a news reporter. So thanks to all of the 3 who applied.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye? Aye.
Great, thank you. All right, so now we are moving on to our individual consideration items that are second readings and public hearings today. So I listed as item number 2 on our agenda, a resolution of the BOCC approving an IGA between the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County and Eagle County for snow removal in the Frying Pan Valley for 2021 through 2025. And I see Scott Mattice, our Road and Bridge Director here. Scott, do you wish to turn your video on and present today? Hi.
Hi, thanks guys. Good afternoon. I am Scott Mattice, Pickens County Road and Bridge Director. Thanks for having me. So just to clarify right off the bat, the actual new dates are 2022 through 2026. That was the main change we had to make. So those changes should be on the documents you have now. I watched the last presentation that Brian gave, and I think he did a great job answering your questions. And just to go a little further, Steve, we do actually do some side roads up there in the Frying Pan with the motor grader. North Fork, Norrie, and Power Plant Road there below the root eye. So we're doing more than just the Frying Pan up there in our neck of the woods as well. And like since 1997, when this agreement came forth, it just made sense. And I do think it still makes perfect sense for us to be up there. And we have the staff and equipment to do so. You'll notice there now in paragraph 2, we made those changes for dates. It's actually 1 year with additional 4s for a total of 5 years for the IGA, and then it's 22 through 2026. Did you guys have any other further questions on the IGA for moving forward?
Steve?
Scott, I have just one question with regards to the Eagle Thomasville Road. I'm wondering how far up that road that we do maintenance on. Is there any winter maintenance done, or is it more just summertime maintenance? Since that goes right towards the wildfire that's been burning in Eagle County, it kind of made me interested in kind of, where the dividing line is there.
Yeah, good question. We turn around both summer and winter, basically where the old fish hatchery used to be. There's a gate just above that. And actually the county line is just a little bit south of that. But if you've been up that road, there's not a lot of room to turn around. So our turnaround spot is the old fish hatchery there, both summer and winter.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? I know GR Fielding has just joined us in the room. You're not here to comment on this? Okay. All right, this is a public hearing, so I will go ahead and open the public hearing again for members of the public who are joining us. If you wish to comment on our resolution approving an IGA between Pitkin and Eagle counties for snow removal in the Frying Pan Valley for the years 2022 to 2026, please go ahead and call in now or press *9 to raise your hand. Give it a few seconds. Okay, I'm not seeing any public comment on this item. I will go ahead and close this public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion. Greg, you got a hand up?
I approve this. I think it's great that we have an amicable agreement with Eagle County, and it makes an awful lot of sense. I was just going to suggest that when they have the opportunity, Eagle County just push some of the snow from their side of the watershed over into our watershed, and we'd be grateful for that. But I'm in favor of this and eager to vote for it.
Okay, great. I'll just note on the resolution, this is like such a small editorial thing, but where we reference Eagle and Pitkin County, I think in the second recital, we put Pitkin in a parentheses, but then we don't put Eagle in a parentheses, and then we continue to refer to it. So we'll just could clean that up before it comes through for signature. Any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll look for a motion to approve, please. Steve?
Well, I'll make a motion to approve this resolution approving an IGA between our board and the Board of County Commissioners of Eagle County for snow removal of the Frying Pan Valley for a period of 5 years.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Great. All right, moving on to agenda item number 3. This is an ordinance of the BOCC accepting an emergency vehicle access easement agreement between the BOCC Commercial Owners Association and the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners for accesses to the Healthy Rivers Whitewater Park. And we have Lisa McDonald here from our Healthy Rivers program to present. Hi.
Great, thanks Kelly. It's so nice to see everybody in person today.
That's great.
As Kelly mentioned, it's the second reading of our of an ordinance of the board accepting an emergency vehicle access easement agreement between Basalt Commercial Park Owners Association and Pitkin County. The Basalt Commercial Park subdivision consists of Pitkin County's River Center building, I believe, which is the Stubby's Subway building. As you travel up on Emma Road, up Valley, there is the Real America Apartments. Basalt has open space along that parcel. The Harry Teague building, which is Basalt River Lofts. And the last lot, Lot J, on Emma Road, is owned by Forkfront Basalt LLC. There is an association, an owners association for the subdivision, and that association owns common area property at the end of Emma Road. A condition of approval from the town of Basalt for the development of the Whitewater Park was to have an emergency access to both sides of the river. The current emergency road access off of Emma Road is a straight shot from the cul-de-sac down to the river. The owners of the last lot in that subdivision are in the development phase of a 3-story complex, apartment complex, and the building envelope will now move into the center of the cul-de-sac, making it necessary for us to jog the emergency entrance to the river. There is approximately 600 square feet of common space that the road would need to cross, and we are seeking an easement across that 600 square feet. The Owners Association voted to approve the easement agreement, and now the commissioners need to accept it via ordinance today. Construction costs are approximately $24,000. We will also provide landscaping to buffer the gravel road view from the apartment complexes. The River Board did unanimously move to recommend the expenditure and seek authorization by the BOCC back in May. So if there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, any questions for Lisa? Patty?
Well, I don't have a question, I just want to make a comment. I think that, of course, we must have emergency access from both sides of the river to protect the safety of the public using our in-stream water rights and enjoying the new river park. So I'm very supportive of this, and I thank all of those involved for allowing us to move forward.
Great.
So thanks, Lisa.
Thanks, Patty.
Okay, any other questions for Lisa from board members? All right, I'm seeing none right now. This is a public hearing, so I will go ahead and ask any members of the public who wish to comment on this ordinance regarding an emergency vehicle access easement between the Basalt Commercial Owners Association and Pitkin County BOCC to access our Healthy Rivers Whitewater Park. Please go ahead and press *9 to raise your hand now to comment on this, or you can call in, and I will keep the public comment open for a bit. Okay, that's how long you should be washing your hands for. I'll go ahead and close the public comment and bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance authorizing the acceptance of an emergency vehicle access easement.
Thank you, Patty. I'll second.
Second?
I beat you to it, Steve. Any further discussion? Greg, did you have any comment? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, Lisa.
All
Great.
right.
Thanks, everybody.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see
Have a
you.
good rest of the day.
You
Yeah, you
too.
too.
Nice that you got to meet Francie too.
Yeah.
All right, we're moving on to item number 4, which is also a second reading, an ordinance of the BOCC granting an underground sewer line easement to Lanes and Holding LLC. John Ely, I see you here. Will you be presenting this, or will Rye Neely join us today?
I guess I will, Kelly.
Okay. We can see if Rye has joined us and is in attendee universe. I don't see him on here though. So go ahead, please.
I can tell the board that nothing has changed from first reading. The profile of the easement and the parameters of the easement have stayed the same. That this will facilitate the utilization, better utilization of the property by the homeowner. And we're still recommending that the board go forward with approving this easement. That's about it.
Okay, any questions on this item? Okay, I'm seeing none, and I will go ahead and open the public hearing on this. Again, if members of the public wish to comment on this underground sewer line easement for Lanes and Holdings, please go ahead and raise your hand or call in now. Okay, seeing no public comment on this item, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion. Steve?
So we've been taking a look at this for quite a long time. And the fact is that the sewer has already been installed, long since installed, and this is kind of like making a correction to the easement of where the sewer line should run. And it totally makes sense to approve this change of the easement so the two adjoining houses each will have their own individual sewer line going to the main sewer line. If we didn't approve this, we could require that they dig up the area around the Rio Grande Trail again and cause a lot of disruption, which doesn't make any sense at all. So I would like to make a motion to approve this ordinance granting an underground sewer line easement to Lanes and Holdings LLC.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion? All right, I'll say I learned more about sewer lines than I knew before this application.
Over a long period of time, we learned a lot.
Okay, with that, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay,
Thanks,
thank you
John.
all. Okay, well, we're moving on to the big item of the day. If you all will just give me a moment, I'm going to text our colleague Francie, who will come down and join us.
They were here for the sewer line.
Oh, okay.
We have no one here from the ski company.
I know. Where are our applicants?
You're missing a few players.
Hi. Come on in. We're just we're waiting for Francie to join. I haven't seen any of the
Francie will be there.
applicants.
I'm leaving here.
Hasn't appeared yet. I'm assuming they're next door.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break from our broadcast so we can get organized here for the Aspen Ski Co. application on Aspen Mountain for Pandora's expansion. So we'll give it 5 minutes or longer if we need. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone to the Picken County Board of County Commissioners regular session on August 25th, Wednesday. We have moved through the bulk of our agenda and are on to our main topic of the day, which is our land use public hearing. And it is an application by the Aspen Ski Company for Aspen Mountain Pandora's expansion. And this has two items of consideration for the board. One is the ordinance rezoning certain real property on Richmond Ridge owned by the United States and the Aspen Ski Company from agriculture residential 10 acre and rural remote zone districts to ski recreation zone district, and amending the zone map to reflect this change. And that is a 2-read item, so we would take up the first reading today. And the second item of consideration is a resolution amending the 2018 Aspen Mountain Ski Area amended and restated ski rec master plan. And I'm just going to do a bit of housekeeping before we start this important and I know well attended and with interest public hearing. So first off, anyone who's joining us here in the building today, thank you. It's nice to see you all in person. I will remind that we do have a mask requirement for our public meetings and for members of the public who are entering into our administration building. And just, you know, I mentioned this in my opening comments, but the CDC does recommend inside masks regardless of your vaccination status in communities where you have substantial or high disease transmission. Unfortunately, Picken County has high disease transmission right now, which is higher than substantial, so we are kind of at the highest rating. Our current case rates are incidence rate of 298 cases per 100,000 population. And to put that into context, that is about the same rate that we had the beginning of November last year, where we were having very difficult conversations about shutting down prior to the ski season. And so I just wish for everyone to stay healthy. Please continue to get tested, wear your masks indoors, and get vaccinated. And Picken County is here to help you do any of those. So thank you for that. And with that, I will look to board members for any recusals or disclosures that folks wish to make about this land use public hearing at this time. Patty Clapper.
Yes, I am sorry to say to everyone who's here and everyone who's watching and staff that I am in need of recusing due to a conflict of interest on this application, and I have run it by the county attorney more than once to see if there was any avenue for me to come back in on this section, and there was not. So I wish you all the best. I wish you all a good afternoon, and again, I'm sorry that I cannot stay and join on this very, very important discussion for the community. So my seat is yours for the ski company, and I will not be coming back because I think we did all of our open discussion yesterday, so enjoy.
If you have any burning items come up, you can text me.
I can text you. All right,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, any others? Greg, I saw your hand.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say that in the 2 years since we've really focused any attention on this hearing, of course, it's been a hot topic of conversation in the community. And I just want to share that I have been approached by many people through many different forms, and my policy, to the best of my ability, has been to say that we cannot have ex parte conversations, and that if they really have an issue, they should submit it to the entire Board of Commissioners through an email or a public comment today. And I think I've been mostly successful. I'm going to say I have not spoken to anybody on any topic that hasn't already been discussed publicly or expressed by myself at previous meetings on the topic. But I just wanted to share that because I'm going to guess and I'm going to assume that my fellow board members, even including Patty, have been approached by various people who really have opinions and want to share them. And so just a couple quick for instances, and then I'll move on. Up at North Star while stand-up paddleboarding, approached by somebody who really wanted to talk about their opinion on Pandora's, or in passing on the street or in a separate meeting. I completely understand the focus on this and the concern from the community, but I do want to say I've gotten used to telling people that I simply can't speak to them about it in private. I did have one communication this morning from somebody. I think he has reached out to all of you. In fact, he told me he'd spoken with all the other commissioners, and so I just thought I better share that with you. That John Doyle did reach out, and I told him the same, that I simply could not have a communication with him regarding Pandora's unless it was in a public comment. And so that I just wanted to open it by saying that. I'm also want to share that I'm grateful that Kelly has invited our P&Z members to participate in this conversation. Whether it happens today or in a future meeting isn't so important to me as that I think that their understanding how they reached the conclusions they reached previously are important. And I do know that some of the P&Z members have already expressed their private opinions through letters, and perhaps we'll see some in public comment today. So I think that's all I have for now, and there's really nothing else to share. I don't think anything has been said by me or to me that hasn't been expressed publicly in previous meetings or at the last go around with this. And I think that's enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Any other commissioners have opening comments or disclosures? All right. I'll just echo Greg. I don't think I've been approached as much as Greg has, but I've always cut people off as they've tried to talk to me. So we look forward to having the full, open, and transparent debate starting today. So with that, I'm just going to summarize the flow of this meeting, which will continue on to other days, I imagine, but just to sort of give an overview of the flow of the process moving forward. So we'll go ahead, and I will just start by saying, first we will invite staff to present and give us their presentation of the application, and then I'll invite Board of County Commissioners to ask questions of staff. We'll move on to a presentation by the applicant. We'll go ahead and invite the Board of County Commissioners to ask questions of the applicant. I will request that questions of code and legalities be directed to staff in the attorney's office, and questions about the application be directed to the applicant. And we know they're going to give us a thorough deep dive into the application. I look forward to it. I also want to confirm at home with Steve and Greg that you received Suzanne's email with land use code text amendment. We were given a paper copy here in the room, and so I want to make sure you got the email of it at home. I see a thumbs up from Greg. Steve, I'll let you check.
Two-pager?
Yes, it is.
I will have to check. I'll look on my email right now.
Okay. I'll go ahead and give you a moment. All right, after we kind of go through hearing from staff and applicant and our opportunity to ask questions, we'll go ahead and open the public comment period. Again, I will ask all public comment be limited to 3 minutes. We will invite any Planning and Zoning Commission members to address the board first, whether they've attended in person or virtually. And I think that's the time, if you have questions, to raise those with the P&Z, or we can note them for future discussion. Then we will move on and invite members who are attending in person. I'll bring in 4 people at a time, and we have staff outside and in the overflow room next door who can bring over folks who've come in person for public comment, and then we'll go online, and I will do 4 members of the public who've joined virtually, and we'll just alternate back and forth until we've exhausted all of the opportunity for public comment for people who have wished to address the board today. I'll go back to the BOCC to request additional questions or discussion. And Greg, I see you have a question.
Just briefly, just wanted to share my own sentiment. I'm not reflecting this for the board, but that if people are making public comment, we really have no idea how many people will intend to come and comment. Just want to suggest that if your points have already been heard, I'm not certain that I need to hear them again. You can say, you know, what so-and-so said, something like that, just to keep it brief, only in the interest of getting through it quickly and getting us closer to decisions on these topics. But I don't want to discourage anybody from having a comment, but if it's not an original one, perhaps it can be truncated a bit. Just that's my editorial comment. With that said, I'm welcome and here to hear everybody who wants to speak.
Okay, thank you. So we will alternate between in-person comment and virtual comment until we exhaust all of the public comment. We'll come back to the board for the board to ask for any additional information, clarifications, and we can begin discussion. And then as we either identify future needs for information or you know, as we exhaust our discussion, that's when a motion will occur. We'll have further discussion, and again, the ordinance today is a 2-read item, so if we take up the motion on the first reading, it will still come back to this board for further discussion at a second reading, which will also be a public hearing. And I anticipate we will likely continue the resolution, which is a 1-reading item, to whenever we continue our discussion on the ordinance, either for continued first reading or second reading. And that is how we will proceed. And I do want to check in, you know, throughout the day we'll take some breaks, usually between sort of sections of the meeting as I've laid out. And I will look to the board, you know, for your endurance today to get a sense of how much and how long you think we will discuss this. I'll note, I think at prior meetings we ended kind of around 7 p.m. was when everyone got loopy enough to cut it off. I'm happy to go that long, perhaps not much longer. And so I just want to check in with fellow board members on what you anticipate so we can just manage expectations for everyone before we start the hearing.
I'm okay with 7.
Steve or Greg, do you guys have any commitments? You need a hard stop today?
7's okay. 6:30 would be better, but we'll see how far we get.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm good for the duration until I get brain dead, and I don't know when that will happen.
Okay.
I would say that if we are really close to the end, I would be willing to go a little bit further rather than reconvene at another time. So with that caveat, I'd go for 7.
All
I agree
right.
with Francia. Thanks for saying that.
All right. Okay. So I think we've set the expectation of how we're going to handle this important and big topic. And with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to staff. So we have Suzanne Wolf and Cindy Hubin here in the room with us today. Hi.
Thanks, Kelly. I will jump in and then tee off Cindy at this point to join in as well. But as you already said, there's an ordinance and a resolution in front of you. The ordinance for the rezoning, the resolution amending the ski area master plan. This is related to the request for expansion of the Aspen Mountain ski area in the Pandora's area, located near the top of Aspen Mountain. And this is a rezoning of 35.2 acres zoned AR10 to ski rec, and 131.83 acres zoned rural remote to ski rec as well. An amendment to the 2018 Aspen Mountain Ski Area Ski Rec Master Plan to expand the ski area boundary, create new ski terrain in the Pandora's area, and add facilities, which includes the lift, the patrol building, and a new road. And then there's activity envelope and site plan review for the specific development that is proposed in association with that. The rezoning and Pandora's expansion were included with the original application for the amended and restated master plan for Aspen Mountain Ski Area that was submitted to the county in July of 2018. The rezoning request and amendments associated with Pandora's were bifurcated from that application by the BOCC on September 11th, 2019, to allow the ski rec master plan for the existing ski area to proceed. So again, I think just this has been in front of you before, and back again. I will walk through a little bit of that background from 2018-19, as well as the more recent actions that have been taken. So as I said, the application was originally submitted in July of 2018. That was for the existing ski area and the Pandora's expansion. The Pandora expansion had been reviewed by the Forest Service, which had accepted the 2018 Aspen Mountain Master Development Plan in January of 2018. And then the more specific Pandora's development project went through the federal review. The district ranger issued a decision notice in March of 2019. So it had also gone through that Forest Service process. In 2018-19, the application did go to the Planning Commission. It was reviewed at 4 different meetings and resulted in a recommendation of approval to the BOCC by Resolution PZ 03-2019. Then on to the BOCC. Those of you who were here remember we had 8 public hearings through April through September of 2019 to discuss the matter. Again, that resulted in eventually bifurcating the application. The improvements on the existing ski area, the master plan for that was approved in Resolution 070-2019. And the Pandora's rezoning was separated out from that. The BOCC did approve a rezoning ordinance on first reading on June 26, 2019. That ordinance, there were concerns about potential intensive uses allowed in ski rec. So the ordinance did contemplate a conditional zoning that would strictly limit the uses that could occur in that rezoned area. Again, there's more detail on that, but that was the ordinance that was in front of the BOCC. After several meetings on that, a motion was made to deny the ordinance on August 28, 2019, finding that the rezoning was inconsistent with the East Aspen Master Plan, specifically the goal objective that stated maintain RR rural remote zoning on the privately held parcels, i.e. mining claims along Richmond Hill Ridge and to the east of the AF ski zoned ski area boundary. And also that the changed conditions presented by the applicant did not merit a rezoning. The BOCC did not vote on that motion. The applicant requested and the BOCC agreed to continue that ordinance. So that ordinance was continued over time until now. We're now back in front of you with a new ordinance and consideration of the application. So then back to 2020, the applicant submitted some additional materials regarding changes in use in Pandora's in conformance with the county's comprehensive plan for consideration by the Planning Commission. The applicant at the time had stated that the BOCC referred or remanded these issues to the Planning Commission for further review and recommendation. Staff disagreed that there'd been a specific referral or remanding. Essentially, just the application had been continued by the BOCC. And our position was that the only issue to be considered by the Planning Commission was whether it was appropriate to consider an interim or partial amendment to the East Aspen Master Plan, absent a more complete update to that master plan. And I guess just a sideline here in terms of that discussion of a caucus area master plan or a neighborhood area master plan, such as the East Aspen. Under state statute, it's the Planning Commission that has the authority to adopt master plans or comprehensive plans. So again, that was why the issue was appropriate for the P&Z consideration. The difference being normally we adopt master plans in their entirety and update them, and not in a sort of a partial manner. So that was a discussion that was had at the P&Z about initially whether it was appropriate to consider an interim or partial amendment to the East Aspen Master Plan, absent a more complete update. Staff did not support that request. We felt that it was inappropriate to do a partial amendment, and that there should be a more comprehensive planning effort related to the master plan in order to proceed before we would proceed with an action. The P&Z disagreed with that recommendation, did agree to consider the proposal for a partial amendment, held a public hearing on that as required under state statute, and did adopt amendments to the East Aspen Independence Pass Master Plan that were specific to the Aspen Mountain ski area and expansion of the ski area in the Pandora's area. So that was resolution number PZ 004-2021, which is attachment I in your packet. And just to be clear in terms of what were the changes to the language in the East Aspen Master Plan, the substantive changes that supported the application, was a change to the language. Originally, I read the language that the master plan had said about maintaining rural remote zoning on privately held parcels. Language was added that said, except lands directly adjacent to the ski area may be rezoned to ski rec to expand the Aspen Mountain ski area boundary with necessary U.S. Forest Service and county approvals. So that was one of the pieces of additional language added to the East Aspen Master Plan. And then there was also an action item that was specific to, this one's a little more complicated in terms of how the language changed, but originally it said rezone AFR 10 parcels on the face of Aspen Mountain to low density, low intensity, open space recreational or rural and remote based on location and consistent with the criteria for a rural remote zoning. What was changed was to say rezone parcels on the face of Aspen Mountain to low density, low intensity, open space, recreational, rural remote, and or ski rec zone district based on location and use, subject to compliance with the rezoning criteria in the land use code, including consistency with the applicable Pitkin County Master Plan. So those, again, were just the substantive changes to the East Aspen Master Plan that were adopted by the Planning Commission this year. So after that action was taken, the P&Z then took up the discussion of the ski areas, or the applicant's request to rezone that area. The P&Z had previously made a recommendation of approval to the BOCC. So they basically adopted another resolution also recommending approval, but including new findings that tied into their changes to the East Aspen Master Plan. So there were findings specific to the rezoning request, addressing consistency with the East Aspen Master Plan, background on ski use in the area, and then limitations and restrictions for Pandora's committed to by the applicant, and then consistency with the code. This new resolution added new findings, but other than the changes related to new findings related to the East Aspen Master Plan and some of that background on ski use, basically was similar to the resolution previously adopted. The P&Z did not take up a whole new review of the application, as the application, that had not been remanded to them for their consideration. Essentially, Resolution 07-2021 was furthering their recommendation, adding additional findings based on the changes to the East Aspen Master Plan. So I think that was that in terms of the P&Z process that now brings us back to you. Public comment, obviously there was a lot of public comment in 2019 attached to all of those packets that you were referenced in my memo. Also in the P&Z packets that went out earlier this year, which were attached. Additional public comment included in your packet, and then I know you've also received a lot of letters that were received up until, I think, the end of the day yesterday. So I think at this point you're current on all of the public comment that has been received to date. So moving forward in terms of our discussion now, I know that SKICO is going to give you a presentation of additional materials they submitted last October, so I kind of won't go into that, but they'll touch on that. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about our review process, the criteria in the land use code, and touch on a few of those issues and to continue forward. So obviously the first request in front of you is the rezoning. And why I wanted you all to have these criteria in front of you, I think it's important I should have probably included that in my staff memo. These are all criteria that were addressed through previous packets, but I think it's helpful to, go back to what those criteria are in the land use code for you to consider as part of a rezoning. And those are whether there have been changed conditions affecting the subject parcel or the surrounding neighborhood that support the proposed amendment, the effect of the proposed rezoning and development on traffic generation and road safety. A proposed rezoning shall not be approved and should not be recommended for approval unless the decision-making body finds the proposed rezoning will result in development or activities that are consistent with the applicable Pitkin County Master Plan, are consistent with all applicable sections of this land use code, are compatible with surrounding zone districts and land uses, considering existing land use and neighborhood characteristics, do not exceed the capacity of such public facilities, including but not limited to transportation facilities, sewage facilities, water supply, parks, drainage, schools, and emergency medical facilities, do not result in significant adverse impacts on the natural environment, are consistent and compatible with the community character, and do not conflict with the public interest. So again, that was just what I sent out and provided to you all, so you can have that in front of you. I also think it's important to note that, when we're talking about the use of an alpine ski area and support facilities, when we look at our use table in the code, which is Table 4-1 in Chapter 4, the ski rec zone district is the only zone district that provides for an alpine ski area and support facilities. And in our language in the code, it has an M in the box, which means it's a master plan use, which basically says that the only place you can have an alpine ski area is in the ski rec zone district. And then that goes through a master planning process to address the use. Alpine ski areas have prohibited use in all other zone districts. So that's why it's important. This area has to be rezoned to ski rec in order to be added to the ski area and expanded and included within that master plan. So I just think it's important to understand how that fits into our uses in the code. For the rezoning, and again, I guess just to point out, obviously, in this case, that's a threshold issue. The rezoning, if there is no rezoning, then the whole discussion about the details on how the lift is aligned and all of those impacts, is secondary to, I think, the rezoning discussion. So related to the rezoning, the Planning Commission did recommend approval in their resolution. I don't know if you think it's helpful, I can read the findings they made. that are carried forward in the BOCC resolution, but again, specific findings based on the East Aspen Master Plan and other criteria. I think it is important to note that the finding that was included in the Planning Commission resolution and carried forward into your ordinance does limit, has limitations and use restrictions for what can happen within this rezoned area. And those include only the following uses, as referenced in the permitted use table of the Pitkin County Land Use Code, and development may be established and conducted on the subject property. Alpine ski area and support, Nordic ski area and that should be support facilities. Nordic ski area and support facilities, public utilities, major, public utilities minor, and logging. These uses and development activities include construction, maintenance and operation of a ski lift, a ski patrol facility, water service facilities, and electric service facilities, limited grading and earth moving associated with the establishment and construction of lift towers and terminals, establishment and use of ski trails, limited timbering and tree removal, construction of limited access roads and access ways to facilitate lift construction, and the establishment of a ski patrol facility. So those are the use restrictions that are presented to you today as committed to by the applicant and including in that Planning Commission resolution of recommending approval. In addition, for your consideration, the BOCC has provided additional information related to changed conditions and increased recreational use in Pandora's. I know they will present that detailed information to you, but I just think there they had concluded 20 years ago, public recreational use and activity pressure on Pandora's was very light. Today, skier counts, camera data, visual evidence of use, increased presence of private snowmobiles, and observations of our ski patrol all serve to confirm that the recreational land use and conditions have significantly and materially changed in the past 2 decades, justifying the rezoning of Pandora's to ski rec. I think it's important there, and this is where I'm going to have Cindy jump in a second, is to note that we're pretty specific here that the resolution and ordinance in front of you are based on the Planning Commission's recommendation, and that staff has had concerns, through that consideration about the interim amendment to the master plan and the greater concern about the need to look more broadly at this area and all of the impacts and uses that are going on. And that the changed conditions presented by the applicant are specific to winter use up there, and not the broader use of that area. So in the end, staff has recommended that you deny the request because we feel that this master planning work needs to occur before you take an action. But at this point, I would have Cindy jump in with a broader discussion about our concerns about the need for that master planning effort. So I'm going to slide that over. Even though it says Suzanne Wolf, it's Cindy there.
Yes, thank you. I think I'm going to start though with just stepping back a minute and reminding the board, but I'm not sure the board has really ever been through something where you have had to take a master plan consideration in your considerations for such a large project. So, and also for the public who may not understand our process and what we do with master plans, but master plans are meant to be more of the visionary look by the community, by their surrounding areas, to take a look at what's going on in the area, to take a look at what we do as existing conditions, everywhere from physical conditions of natural resources, all the way to the built environment with how many homes are there, what are the densities, what are the issues surrounding access, is there capacity, would there need to be additional capacity at the end of the day. A lot of the things that are in the criteria for rezoning are consistent with the things that we ask in a master plan. Just, is this area appropriate for what type of use and for what kinds of densities? And so with that, we traditionally have tried, and it's not always the case, but I think you find this in planning across the country, but we try to have master plans precede development. That's ideal, you know, to precede development. We do have a master plan for the east of Aspen area, which is a broad area. It takes into account not only the ski area and the Richmond Ridge area that we're talking about today, but it goes to the top of the pass, it goes over the Smuggler area, and encompasses a great deal of land. Within that, we have sub-areas, if you will, that address more of what we try to do geographically, what relates to each other. So geographically, the ridge and how that relates to the ski area and vice versa, in this case when we're talking about it. But if you look at all of our other master plans in the county, we have taken an approach to have great citizen participation. We typically have caucuses that take into account, you know, what their specifics are within their neighborhoods, and those come to play in the master plan and ultimately recommend action items. As Suzanne mentioned, by state statute, the Planning and Zoning Commission is the authority on adoption of a master plan. The Planning Commission are your citizen advisory group. They're your appointed planners, if you will, to help with those master plans as the state requires. But at that point, it turns into a situation. Do you need to stop?
Andrew, can you just pin Cindy? Because I'm not sure the other folks who are on Zoom can actually
Oh, I'm
see
sorry,
who's
I'm
talking.
not Suzanne. Yes.
Sorry,
So
go ahead.
at that point, when a master plan is adopted, it goes to the board for consideration of implementation. So there may be an action item like, please rezone this area to a different zoning, or take into consideration development of a new access to this area, that type of thing. Maybe changes to the existing regulations to be more specific to a zone district. All those things are taken into consideration, but not by the P&Z as much as by the Board of County Commissioners. That's where your authority comes in, and where you implement implement the master plan through your actions in the land use code and adoption of those, of new criteria that may have been presented in a master plan. So with that kind of a background, I just wanted to give you a little bit of the process how a master plan plays into what we do and why you'll come to the we came to the conclusion that we had to recommend that we proceed any development with a master plan in this area. And as Suzanne mentioned, when the ski company brought about new information in terms of changed conditions, which is part of the rezoning criteria, you know, what's changed, what have changed circumstances, they specifically landed on you know, what it means to the ski area, the number of people in the area, using the area, snowmobiles, all winter type uses. And that began to show us the magnitude of change in the area for the Richmond Hill Ridge area adjacent to the existing ski area. And we also said, whoa, there are a lot of changes in terms of magnitude for not only this winter seasonal use, but also the summer use. And so with that, we started thinking about all the other magnitude of issues that have changed relative to short-term rental accommodations. The things that have changed over those last 20 years, if you will, for that area, even though the last master plan in 2003 discussed recreational uses, it discussed that, but it did not have the data or the same existing conditions that we have today. So with that, staff found it even more of a need for a broader discussion and master plan. And having planning lead the approach in front of individual development, whatever that might be, and in this case, the rezoning. So with that, we felt that we could address on a broader basis those uses, those changes in uses, and allow for a broader community discussion for the Ridge and for the East of Aspen Master Plan. As you know, the P&Z did not support the staff's recommendation where we did not want to see a partial amendment to the master plan. We wanted to see the full scope of the master plan discussed and amended. With that, those are our primary reasons that we disagreed, with the P&Z, and we believe that the rural and remote zone district, for one, we need to take a look. We need to take a look back. We need to say, what are the pros and cons of that zone district under today's scenario? What is the traffic situation and our travel management planning for that area? As you know, in '93, there was a Richmond Ridge management plan that primarily focused on recreation and transportation issues in that area, and that sorely needs to be updated. We wanted to take that more holistic view, if you will, relative to what's current for the Ridge and the adjacent areas. We wanted to look at the status of the recreational uses, commercial and private. As we all know, things have changed in that area significantly, not only with private use of the area, but more and more commercial uses with everything from e-biking to snowmobiling to use of off-road vehicles, the razors, and all those types of vehicles have really changed the use in the area in the summer. Also, we wanted to take a look at, as I said, the Richmond Hill Ridge management plan that had a more comprehensive look for private ownership as well as public use of the rights-of-way in the area. So with that, we acknowledge that the timing is not favorable for the ski area's proposal for the rezoning, and that in fact we have and had started with the existing conditions report, which has now been published on our website, and we're seeking feedback, as well as a red line version of the master plan, the East of Aspen master plan, and are looking for feedback on that. We held our first meeting recently, and as our initial look at some of the issues in the area, and hope to get feedback on those documents that we've put on the web. But we understand that the timing isn't great, that the board has had many other priorities over these last several years for staff, and we feel that it's important to acknowledge that as we move into the next portion of our discussion.
Okay. Is that it?
Do you have any questions for me about master planning or anything that I can help you with?
Thank you. All right, I'll look to the BOCC for questions of staff. Greg, and then Steve.
Thank you. Thanks, Cindy, and thanks, Suzanne. It's getting clearer with each review of this, and I really do appreciate it. So what I've heard from you is that this is how we normally do master plans, and we're possibly putting the cart before the horse. What I'd love to ask you or to ask John Ely is, are there other ways of doing it? And the reason I ask is it seems as if this proposal has been in front of us for a pretty long time now. And it seems like it's fairly well laid out. And so I'm just wondering if, is this the only way to do it? Could we potentially approve the rezoning of this particular use, which is a very specific use, and then commit to taking up this master plan, which quite frankly has not happened in the entire time I've been on the board. Although I think everyone knows how passionate I am about preserving open space and land and public access to Richmond Hill and places like that. I just don't know how fast it'll happen or if it'll happen, because I haven't seen a lot of evidence yet. So I want to know if there are other ways of going about this where we can still attack the zoning and the important master planning issues the way you've described. And I guess I'll address that to John Ely.
Happy to chime in, Greg, but I'll bounce it over to Cindy. This is definitely in her department purview.
Well, thank you,
And
John.
Cindy, if I can, I don't intend to be, I do have a little frustration, but I'm certainly respectful of all the work that's been done and the workload has been on everyone's plate. But I'm just concerned that, it seems as if we can be so close to actually having something here. Is there any other way this could be done where we still have the safeguards to protect the natural environment and the backcountry the way we all intend to?
Is it back to me? Okay. Well, I'm sure there are creative ways for us to look at anything. I think, Greg, you hit the nail on the head when you said, for your staff, you've had other priorities. And that's what we've been following up with. You may remember we've been working on a number of things, and we have a limited staff. We have basically 1.5 people to work on everything, from growth management to code amendments and master plans and beyond. So while we have been working on master plans and we have other resources where we've done some contracting with consultants, unfortunately this has been in the pace. We wish it had been done 2 years ago as well, or before that.
Greg, other questions, or I'll go to Steve if you don't have any?
The other question is, are there other ways to approach this, to move this conversation forward rather than denying it today, that could include all of the safeguards and restrictions that we want to place? For instance, I guess the blunt question is, could we approve this rezoning and still go through the master planning process for that vast east of Aspen area you mentioned, including public comment and the rest of it, after this specific site has been rezoned for this specific purpose?
Yeah, of course you could. I mean, of course that could be the board's decision to approve development before the master plan is adopted. That's just not the process that staff recommends. When it comes to other ideas, we've read a lot in the paper, people's ideas and other people's ideas about somehow safeguarding an approval such as this with conditions that may be put upon the ski company so that we don't have, if you will, the bleed into the rural and remote impacts. But I think that's where I'm going to kick it back to John Ely and say, could you help us out there by explaining why that's not as easily done as one might think?
The restrictions that the board can associate with this approval would be relating to the property involved or the action that the board is taking. So, in other words, it would not have as far a reaching aspect as a master plan, which would concern an entire geographic or a community area. So the ability, I guess, to go down a different path is there. It simply highlights the fact, I guess, that what is incumbent upon upon the public for its participation, and upon the county for its action, is a refocus of effort or priorities directed by the BOCC to examine this particular master plan, knowing that that the restrictions and so forth that the board may entertain to appropriately mitigate impacts or to appropriately condition or otherwise allow the development that's requested for the application to proceed, you know, it's limited to this physical affected property. I think to Cindy's point earlier that generally speaking, the development doesn't drive the plan. The plan drives should drive the board, is to allow the government, the planning agency, to stay ahead of development pressure and to provide for an orderly development of an area. When development precedes the plan, then you simply got the development that might or might not necessarily comply with a future adduced plan. You know, that does happen. That happens all the time. I mean, frequently master plans are not generated or they are not revised until there is a new or unexpected or renewed development of pressure in an area, and then the master plan effort and subsequent zoning changes or code changes is in response to that. But I think that from Cindy's perspective, from a planning perspective, it's better to do the plan before the development.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Steve?
Thank you, Kelly. I have three different specific questions. First one is regarding the East of Aspen Master Plan. There have been concerns raised by some citizens about the impact of the Pandora ski expansion on the wildlife in the North Star Preserve. And I could envision like avalanche control going on there with the explosions could disrupt the whole pattern of the elk herd grazing down in North Star during the winter time. Is that, these wildlife concerns, are they addressed in the East of Aspen Master Plan? Or if there is a major revision or major look at the East of Aspen Master Plan, would the wildlife concerns be part of that review?
Yes, wildlife is a consideration in the master plan, but in a very generalized, broad way. I think that specifically with regard to the application, wildlife was reviewed, and that is included in Suzanne's memo, and I would ask her to remind me of the specifics of that because I don't remember, but I know that that was a specific topic area that was reviewed as part of the application. So, but it is generally discussed in the master plan, yes.
You're muted, Steve.
Next question, having to do with the timing of specifically around the 2006 land use codes is when the special review part of ski area, where ski areas were allowed in rural and remote zone prior to 2006 with special review, and then that was dropped in 2006. Was 2006 when the ski rec zone district was created? Is that why the special review part was dropped in 2006 from the rural and remote zone?
Steve, no, 2006 was when we adopted a new land use code. The ski rec zone district, or what was AF ski before that, gosh, goes back to the 80s. maybe late 80s, early 90s, when up until then, ski areas had always been reviewed under special review, is my understanding, and at some point, every single change had to come back through a special review, and it was determined that it would be appropriate to create a zoning that was applied to the ski areas. In terms of the specific change in the code in 2006, you know, I'm not sure I have any, you know, specific response to that, you know, whether, you know, if there was some intentional change to that or how that was approached. My position would be that even prior to that, I guess if it had, again, my understanding has always been if it's going to be part of the ski area, it should be under the ski area zoning. So I think even back to 98, when the 98 Aspen Mountain Master Plan was approved and said Pandora's, you know, we recognize that there's looking for an expansion, but that's going to have to come back through further review. I think at the time it said special review, and I would say even then maybe that was somewhat you know, maybe incorrect, because it should have specified that it would have to be rezoned in order to accommodate that expansion even back then.
Because ski area is only allowed in the ski area zoning, ski reg zoning.
Right.
That's the reasoning.
Okay, and then one final question. When you said that the ski area activities are only allowed in the ski rec zoning, and yet on Richmond Ridge there's the commercial powder tours that use a snowcat and operate in rural and remote zone. It's commercial skiing, it just doesn't use a lift, ski lift. It's using mechanized equipment though to take people on skiing. Does that not qualify as a ski area operation, and then why is that allowed in the rural and remote zone?
I mean, I think one thing is that commercial use predates rural remote. The commercial, the ski cat operation back there, you know, goes back to, I think, 60s, 70s. I mean, it definitely predates the rural remote rezoning of that area. If it was to be requested new today, that would be a new use, but essentially it's grandfathered prior to rural remote.
Okay, and I know that at one point in time the commissioners approved the Little Annie ski area application, which I think encompasses most of where those powder tours are operating today. And I don't know if that comes into play at all in this discussion. It could perhaps.
Well, I think that is the broader discussion that people are, you know, curious about in terms of how much of this backside or rural and remote could become more of a commercial operation versus the way that it's used today, or you know, additional leases or any of that kind of thing. I think are part of a larger question that would be answered more of in a master planning look. Yeah, there have been leases forever back there, but I am not familiar with that original approval back way back with the Little Annie ski area. I'm just not familiar with that. Steve, I'm sure you were aware of it.
It was happening in my house, a lot of phone calls and hemming and hawing by my father at that time.
All right, other questions, Steve? You're good right now? Okay. Greg, well, let me check in. Francie, do you have questions?
I don't right now, thank you.
Greg, go ahead, and then I'll ask mine.
Yeah, thank you. That brings up a good question. It's been my perception that we're seeing more increased commercial use, people doing short-term rentals, development of much fancier cabins and houses up on the top Richmond Ridge and Little Annie. This is already happening. how do you think it would be any different from what is already occurring if we create a special ski rec zone for Pandora? I don't understand that. It seems like they're two separate issues. One horse is already out of the barn, and so I'm trying to understand how what a rezoning is going to change those uses that are already happening and that we are seeing. And I think you've told me in the past that we zoned it like we meant it, rural and remote, limited the number of cabins for development. It's down to very few now back there. So I don't understand how this would encourage more of that, because it sounds like we were down to very few and it was under control, and perhaps that's why we haven't focused on it. Thanks.
Did you want
Okay,
to?
who do you, is that for Cindy or Suzanne to answer, or is that rhetorical?
Well, I guess the question is, what's different from what's already occurring back there?
Is that rhetorical? Is that
Who do you-
rhetorical?
Yeah, I'm a little
It
unclear.
actually isn't rhetorical. I apologize. This is an emotional topic for me, as it is for so many people. And I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it so that it can be answered in a rational, thoughtful way. I'm just trying to understand how, I think you've mentioned that, this is like the camel's nose under the tent. If we do this, are we expecting a domino effect of new development and growth back there in what would still be rural and remote? I'm trying to understand what the fear is so that we can address that in our next master planning process, whether it's before the approval of this or if the approval never happens. I thought we were pretty well locked up with rural and remote, and so I'm having trouble understanding how this could lead to more development up in those precious areas that we all hold so dear. Thank you. So that is a question. Thank you.
Yes, and I think that hopefully you directed that to me, Greg. I think you hit the nail on the head again when you ask those questions, because those are the kinds of things that, while we did zone it like we meant it, as far as density and size and character from the physical perspective, the uses and the types of uses have been so unanticipated with that area. We had no idea it would be so popular. Who would have known that, back when we started rural and remote and people were asking, oh gosh, do you think I could get $40,000 for a TDR, that the TDRs would be selling for $1 million plus now, or that people would choose to have those backcountry sites be as precious as, like you've said, and as valued even monetarily as they are, or the amounts of recreation and that have occurred in the area. Because for better or for worse, I think it's a draw because it is such a spectacular area that has been preserved to a large extent. So I think people are drawn there, and there is public access on those roads. I think the other thing that's really unanticipated is just how the world changes over 20 years. Who would have thought that people would have been doing short-term rentals in the backcountry? And is that part of just individualized plans or commercialized plans? There's companies all over the country buying up short-term rentals. Who knows that there's, and I've gotten online where you can certainly rent or VRBO unique properties all over the world that may be similar to this area. So I think there's just so many related and unrelated to this application questions that need to be addressed in a broader planning effort, and that's why we've made that recommendation, Greg. And I think that to have any type of specific development go before the planning could be an enticement to, broaden those uses.
Nancy, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Greg in that right now, it's rural, remote, and it's public lands, but if we then pass this and change the master plan, it becomes all ski-co operations. So that is quite different, probably from what some of the people who use that were expecting.
So I'm gonna jump in with just some specific questions, I think, because I could use some clarity. And for example, so Suzanne, you listed off the use limitations in your presentation. Do those get codified in the ordinance or in the master plan? Because I'm not seeing it in the like now therefore BOCC does blah blah blah.
It's in both, actually. It's in both the ordinance and the resolution. I'd have
So
to
in the
look
ordinance,
at-
it's in the recitals, and then in the resolution.
Yes,
it's
in the ordinance, it's in the recitals.
Uh-huh.
In the resolution, it shows up as a condition of approval. I think
Okay.
it's referenced in the findings as well as a condition of approval, which ties it to the master plan.
Okay, so then what, if it's, what are the two sections of them called? You have the recitals and then the conditions?
Conditions. Right.
Okay. So if it's not, and this might be for Johnny Lee too, if it's not in the conditions of the ordinance related to rezoning, does that become subject to change in a changed future master plan?
I don't know if you want John to speak to that. I mean, there are no conditions on the rezoning as proposed today. Right, that, the finding is made, so it is the representation is captured as part of a finding to approve the rezoning, but the rezoning itself does not have a condition attached to it, and I think then I would toss that one to John to speak to that.
Kelly, I think you're referring to what we've termed a conditional rezoning, which is to say that the county has the ability to, under a proper set of conditions, which would be identified in the board's findings of fact, in other words, the recitals of the rezoning ordinance, to rezone property either to a specific zone district or to a specific zone district with restrictions. So, for example, the board can rezone to ski rec, but specifically prohibit or limit the property from engaging in activities that otherwise are allowable under ski rec. So it's a restricted form of ski rec zone district that would be applied. That restriction would then be picked up in the ski area mountain master plan and reflected there as well. So I think that's what you're getting.
Okay, I'm just noting its absence in the conditions of the ordinance. So we're, I don't read it as a conditional rezoning ordinance because we haven't laid any of those out in the, in the, now
That's
therefore
correct.
the BOCC adopts this. That's all.
Right, and that's the last time around, I guess, back in 2019.
Okay, and then, I guess I'm wondering, there was some distinction between, I don't know, how, the process by which P and Z took up the amendment to the master plan. And, I just would like to understand that a little better because, for example, like what's the difference between when the Maroon Key Caucus came to us and said, we want you to adopt this overlay to limit house size. That didn't take up the whole plan. That was like a limited thing that we did relevant to their master plan, right? And to their rezoning.
That
And
was
so-
an implementation of of an item from the master plan. So the master
Uh-huh.
plan recommended that they limit their house size. So then that had to be taken, codified, brought to you the form of it was the overlay, but that was implementing basically an action item from
Okay.
the master plan.
Okay, thanks for that clarity, because then I'm just wondering, what is, you know, do we open ourselves up here for private entities to come and request master plan updates for very limited, you know, changes? Like, have we seen that before? Have we done that? Have I done that before? And I'm just not remembering. I don't know.
Well, yes, I mean, staff would always recommend that we, quote the big we, county we, P&Z, is in charge of the master plans, and they can entertain any amendments they like. Staff, we, always looks at the magnitude of those changes and how they might affect the broader reach of the plan. So, in this case, staff felt that, in fact, the implications here were broad enough that there should be a larger discussion with the full master plan review. I could foresee smaller changes that may or may not affect a master plan as greatly in terms of the broader scope of the plan and intent of the plan. But as far as private entities coming and requesting changes to plans, I'm sure that could happen. I'll ask John if there's anything prohibiting that in the law, but the P&Z can always entertain any amendments.
There's no prohibition in the law concerning a limited amendment to a master plan, but the law does require that, many different facets concerning an area's current condition, potential for future development or growth, the manner in which growth or development would be regulated, and those things in a broad context are examined or considered in doing an amendment or language change to a master plan. In other words, just don't change language to suit one particular property owner, but do it to consider an entire, an area or a community that the plan affects. And so you can do it, you just simply have to consider how that affects the overall plan.
And then, is there anything in the code that triggers an update to a plan? No?
The plan,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Denise,
Yeah, I
Suzanne, you
would
want to
say
jump in? Or?
oftentimes the plan itself has a time frame built into the plan. And typically we don't like to see plans go beyond 10 years, but it happens.
Okay. I think that is all I have for right now. So are there any further questions from commissioners for staff or attorneys? All right, I'm seeing none, so we'll turn it over to applicants from Stika. Hi, nice to see you, thanks for
Good afternoon.
participating. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Greg here.
Sorry.
Sorry, I do this every time, and I apologize. It's just a slow synapse.
I need
It's
like a
not the
Greg
internet.
timer, yeah.
Yeah, just count to 5 before you expect me to answer. Francie said something to my previous comment, and I just want to get some clarification on that before we move on. It sounded as if, and Francie, you can correct this if I'm wrong, it sounded as if you were saying that by rezoning this specific area precisely around the borders of the ski area, we're affecting the zoning or what's possible in the rest of the rural and remote zone. And that's what I heard you say, but I'm not sure that's accurate, and I could have misheard you. Could we have some clarification on what does this specific rezoning actually do to the areas 1 foot across the border from the new ski rec zone back to rural and remote? How does this affect the surrounding rural and remote areas? Some clarification, please.
Let me clarify first of all what it was that I said. I did not say that. What I said was that if it's ski rec and it becomes under the jurisdiction, for lack of a better word, of the ski co, then it's very different than what it's been up until now, which is just public lands that people use and maybe some other people make money from and allows snowmobile access, and it's not under the purview of the ski co. So I was addressing that because you were like, well, what is going to be different? Why is it different? We already have people skiing there, so what's so different about it? But if it's okay with you, Kelly, I would like to address his second part of that question about what would happen to the next foot out past the ski foot. So, Greg, wouldn't that then become what is there now? Wouldn't people just go further to be out of the ski area, to be in the side country or the back country? I mean, that's what happens when we have ski area boundaries. Those boundaries then create the side country and the back country, and it's pushing, it's like bike trails, you know, we put in bike trails and we say, stay on these bike trails, don't go into the wilderness. Well, yeah, right. That's not what happens when we put in bike trails. We get side trails from day one. So I see that as what would happen as my unprofessional answer to the clarifying what I meant, is that just beyond the ski area will now be side country.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Skiko, thank you. I know, yeah, you got it, all right.
Count to five, Greg.
Jump back in.
Dave Corbin, Mike Kaplan, Matt Keeling, appearing on behalf of Aspen Skiing Company today as speakers, with a few others in attendance as well to answer questions or provide and make comment as subjects may arise. Heather Henry of Connect One also appearing on behalf of the applicant Aspen Skiing Company, as well as Tom Todd of Holland and Hart. Today you will actually hear mostly from Heather and Tom, and Scott Fitzwilliams from the White River Forest, our supervisor, is also here and will be speaking on behalf of the applicant today. If I might, I'd like just briefly, and it's a little off cue for our preparation, but before looking and really kind of driving through the points on this first slide, I'd just like to respond a little bit to the comments I heard earlier. And we see and appreciate staff's concerns that Cindy articulates and that she describes as the reasons for the staff's recommendation to deny the rezoning. But I'd just like to point out a couple of things here with respect to those comments. Development is not preceding plan here by any means. I mean, there's been a mountain master plan in place since 97, 98. There's an area plan, if you will, the East of Aspen Independence Pass master plan, which has been appropriated up into the comp plan. That's in place. We are proposing a new master plan amendment to a master plan for the mountain that was updated just in 2019. The East of Aspen plan we referred to was done in 2003. It hasn't been amended. Yes, there's a new draft that's being worked on now, but there is a comp plan in place. There's a mountain master plan in place. They've been in place for decades. So to presume that development is proceeding prior to plan flies in the face of those facts. The other thing I'd like to just comment on, much of the concern and comment that the commissioners made in the prior discussion really concerned uses on Richmond Ridge, on properties that are beyond our property, beyond our operating boundary, beyond our federal special use permit, and there are uses that are disassociated from ours. We do commercial skiing, lift-operated commercial skiing. What I heard before were concerns about members of the public using private snow machines going to and from private residential cabins on areas beyond our boundaries. We're not proposing any of those things. In fact, our application would it would sterilize the residential development that's on our properties. So the concerns I heard before, we're not a contributor to. We may be an attractor to uses by other people, but we are not proposing the uses that are of concern that we heard expressed before. So I'd like to make that pretty clear. We really distinguish our application from those sorts of issues. The other thing that I think was interesting is this fear of creep. Well, what creep? Again, our ski operations are constrained by federal and local regulatory processes. Whether it's, again, the White River National Forest Plan, our special use permit, or our federally approved mountain master plan, or ultimately the fact that anything we do in commercial skiing has to be in ski rec, has to have a mountain master plan associated with it, and the Board of County Commissioners reviews and approves all of those uses, with the exception of, puzzlingly enough, a bus stop, which is the only use by right in the use table for ski rec. Every other use requires master plan approval. You decide. There are no rights to do anything else. So anything we do, we have to bring through you. There isn't a creep that our activities can even do. The other thing about that is, interestingly enough, in the existing conditions report that Cindy referred to for the East of Aspen Independence Pass plan that's now being rewritten 18 years now since it was last passed, that particular plan in the existing conditions identifies 66 dwelling units in the entirety of the East of Aspen Independence Pass plan area. And the projected development in rural and remote, 11 units. I have to ask you, what creep? And that we're not proposing, that, but there's very little proposed or contemplated or projected residential development. It's mostly been done. And again, it's not associated with our application. So I'd really like to make sure that the board looks very closely at both the land and the uses that are in our application and before you, rather than the fear, threat, or anxiety about other uses on other people's property that we have no control over. So, that said, why are we back here? Well, you last saw us in 2019, and Heather will speak to this in greater detail, but you last saw us in 2019 in the fall, where indeed we bifurcated our application, and the Mountain Master Plan, with the exception of Pandora's, was approved by the board, and I take a little bit of different approach than staff with respect to whether we were indeed referred or remanded back to P&Z. We believe we were, and in particular, we were going back to P&Z to do some homework. In specifics, to respond to questions that the commissioners raised about the suitability of rezoning, whether that was quantifying the additional use or increased uses in the Pandora's area, or the suitability of rezoning rural and remote in this particular case. So we were going back to P&Z to do additional research, which we did, both into the increased or change of use and in the history of rural and remote and all of these associated plans. So that's what we're going to speak to today in large part. You'll find that information more than once, even in the 600 pages that are in your package today, because they've been submitted now in multiple settings in front of P&Z and in front of this board. But the supplemental information that we've provided, I would direct you to as being very important in terms of the information and data regarding change in use or increased use, and also the research and reporting that Holland and Hart did on the legislative history on all of those plans and laws, if you will. The record, I know, is voluminous. We're probably all told 1,500 pages or more at this point. Again, a lot of it repetitive, but it's all in there, and we stand on it and our prior presentations. With that, I turn to Heather.
Thanks, David. We can't change the slides. So I think that you are probably going to hear a few themes throughout our presentation, and they're going to sound a little bit similar, but I think they're going to be spoken about from our team from different perspectives in a way. And I think you're maybe similar to Greg, you're going to hear us struggling to contain some emotion, some of it being maybe a little bit of frustration, sometimes bafflement, just kind of with mixed messages and things like that, and how we've gone forward and backwards in a few steps. So bear with us, I guess, from that perspective, certainly. So first of all, and I especially, for one, can respect the kind of issues that we just spent this whole first part discussing, that the county faces, right? We're facing them throughout the valley. I think the challenge at this point is that as an applicant, we can only control a certain amount of this process and what we're bringing forward and what our application explains, and the mechanisms that we have in place via the comprehensive plan and the code to be able to proceed with anything. So there's a few things we control and there's a few things we don't. So to clarify what David was saying, we have a master plan. And so I went through and, there's some of these I'm not going to go through because I think for Kelly and Greg and a few of you guys, Steve, to be like PTSD to go through this, right, ad nauseum. So
I'll just interrupt and say, we'll take the time it takes.
No, understood.
Yeah.
But there are just a few I want to highlight, right? So first we kind of added to this to make sure that we are all clear, that to kind of say, again, to reiterate what David said, that planning and analysis is somehow preceding development. Certainly not. We have an Aspen Mountain Master Plan that began really in 1993, probably I think Mike was there, with the public outreach for that master plan, and then adopted in 97 and 98. Fast forwarding to this moment in time, and Pandora's, by the way, was referenced in that master plan, and kind of punted in a way at that time, because more planning and analysis was required for Pandora's to be able to move forward on that. And there were some other issues around ownership of the land, etc. But fast forwarding, let's say now, to our current moment in time, the application you have before you for rezoning, and then including in the master plan, the Aspen Mountain Master Plan, the Pandora's land, that really started in 2002. And then the planning and analysis through the U.S. Forest Service in 2017. So we didn't see you all until we were through that vast amount of planning and analysis, much of which, when you talk about forest health and elk habitat, things like that, goes into far greater depth than an East of Aspen master plan, that level would. So you can see where that's kind of building even greater detail than to move forward a process through the East of Aspen. So then a couple of other things we wanted to highlight. The next, honestly, out of appreciation, to be able to bifurcate in 2019 the plan and move forward the existing Aspen Mountain Master Plan, we were able to move forward with the snowmaking on the top of the mountain, which frankly, already in a challenging pandemic year, actually made skiing early in 2020 possible, right? So we were able to make snow at the top of the mountain. And I think that would have been one heck of a year if that wasn't possible. So we kind of wanted to voice some appreciation for that. I had highlighted that. Number 26, kind of skipping ahead. So as I think we would really love to clarify language and very specific words that we're using in a way. What we went back to planning and zoning for was an interpretation of the existing East of Aspen master plan. So as we looked to the language and some of the challenges, Kelly, especially that you made in what seemed like kind of a tension in our conformance with the East of Aspen as it related to rezoning rural and remote lands, significant research that we put in basically said, well, I think we really need to interpret what this means. Because at the time of the 2003 East of Aspen master plan, and Tom's going to go into this in much greater detail, it was understood that commercial skiing was actually allowed at that time. And so he's going to kind of walk through that legacy of rural and remote and how it related to that master plan for us. And then you know what? I'm going to conjecture a number 27, which is in direct response to what Greg was asking. So number 27 is, in our minds, absolutely approve the rezoning and use our Aspen Mountain Master Plan to safeguard issues within the Pandora's lands that concern you. Those are the mechanisms here. The ordinance to rezone and the master plan to safeguard these lands in our application. How do you safeguard beyond that? You start over with a number 1 that then says, move forward the priorities of this commission with staff to consider these other issues that we spent a lot of time talking about. And that is where you proceed with the East of Aspen Master Plan, the Castle Creek Caucus, the Richmond Ridge management plan, et cetera, right? Move those up in the priorities, make sure those are there. And we fully support that. The challenge is that, so much of this discussion early on that, was where we're kind of itching to speak, is that these are not an either or. We support that process to move forward. The problem is to take our lands and now, frankly, the data that we gathered around change conditions and somehow use that against us on lands that are not in this application. Frankly, many of them not in the East of Aspen master plan, right? The creep or the greater recreation pressure down Richmond Ridge, that's the management plan. So I think to kind of be asked to look at the change conditions and then have that kind of thrown back at us, that now that creates these issues on lands that are not in this application. We've found a little bit frustrating and baffling, which in many respects brings us to, I had a couple of little asterisks on that previous slide. Thinking about our process with staff and some of the staff recommendations and where we ended up landing from our perspective as of last Friday. So kind of went back through where this process started in February of 2019. We submitted our application in 2018, goes for completeness, goes out for referral. So we were in front of P&Z by February of 2019. In kind of running through this legacy in a way of this process, we said, wait a minute, where has the kind of dialogue with staff been throughout this process? And so we just wanted to make sure we documented that there's been a lot of support throughout this for the rezoning, for the master plan, et cetera, really until we got, to August 25th, 2021. And our next slides are going to go into the criteria for approval, which I really appreciate Suzanne, also pulled out very specifically, sent to you guys, printed out for those of you in the room. if we look pretty closely at the staff recommends denying the rezoning, as of today, those 5 points are very salient, and your discussion was salient. The challenge that we're having is none of them reference the criteria for approval. And there may be kind of a professional, disagreement from that perspective. But I think as we go through the slides, really looking at the interpretation of these criteria for approval, and then how they may or may not relate to the recommendation for denial from staff, from our perspective. So David went through this a little bit, and again, we're going to reiterate a few things just from different perspectives. So when we left in 2019, we can call it a remand, we can call it, from our perspective, it was that we needed clarification. We needed clarification on data related to change conditions. It felt to some anecdotal, the information that we had at the time in terms of skier visits in the Pandora's area. So what did that really look like? And we were asked, by the way, I think there were some rhetorical questions as you guys were continuing our application, what had taken time, and really 3 things. 1, a pandemic. 2, time to gather some of that data. And then 3, we really were, as you look back at, the previous, we were back in front of, with an application essentially at the end of 2020 and early 2021. So with this additional information and clarification, there was a big piece of it that was about change conditions in the skier data. And then really the second was this language out of the east of Aspen. So one of the things we are not necessarily going to do today, as you look at the criteria for approval through rezoning, we did go through in your original application materials, again, that are kind of part of this record as we move forward. When you think about things like traffic generation, the impacts on public capacities, we are not necessarily bringing all of that into this presentation. However, can certainly answer any of those questions as we move forward. What we wanted to make sure that we highlighted as we came back before the BOCC were those 2 pieces that we left with, right? So change conditions. What is the actual data? And what are we seeing as influences on this piece of land that really affect the change conditions? And then secondly, the east of Aspen. And so clarification on what were perceived conflicts in some of that language. Okay. So again, these are the criteria that we, when we presented previously to both the Planning Commission in 2019 and the BOCC. This is kind of that quick summary. So within the capacity of public facilities, so these are some highlights. Not increasing our employees. It really is, Pandora's expansion has very much been seen as a qualitative and not necessarily a quantitative increase to Aspen Mountain. So thinking about, as you look at our original application materials, recreational demands within the industry for varied terrain, additional intermediate skiing, all of those things that Pandora's really brings in are all about this kind of quantitative increase. So when you think about the increase to the carrying capacity of the mountain, it was very limited. Compatibility, so this is a good one because I have additional slides on thinking about what some people have used as the word spot zoning. So the rezoned lands share about 1/3 of its boundary with an existing ski rec zoning district. And that's very critical when you think about the definition of spot zoning. So it's immediately adjacent to the existing ski rec, and again, within the special use permit boundary of the U.S. Forest Service. Skier use from this expansion would, as David had said, have limited impact, right? So when you think of what we're trying to do, limiting the uses, limited impact, particular lands that we're looking at. I think we could find a common denominator that it supports the recreational land uses. And we're gonna go into a little bit of the details of the project. Francie, maybe as you mentioned, how much of this is actually on private land as well as public land, and how these existing uses are occurring on both private land and public land. And then the continued success of the ski area to the benefit of the community. Certainly we saw what that looked like when the mountain closed, and Mike, at the end of our presentation, will go into that a little bit more. So Tom will go into the east of Aspen and the master plan, and Independence Pass master plan conformance. A couple that I'd like to focus on when you think about the criteria for rezoning. Again, we don't get to make these up. We use this exact list to say how are we conforming? How do these criteria, how are they actually, is our project reviewed through those criteria? So conformance to the existing comprehensive plan, there were two that we highlighted early on in our original presentations, thinking about the rural character of the land, the scenery, the landmarks, etc. We do a lot of residential work. The view that everyone loves is both the natural terrain and being able to see the ski area. We have to wrestle with clients as to how much we're gonna trim the vegetation, because they want to be able to see right to the bottom of the gondola, and none of the town beyond, right? So, and I want to see as far to the top of the mountain as I can, and maybe all the way down to Buttermilk and Highlands. And we have this wrestling match all the time. So to think about clearly 60 years of skiing being part of the rural character of Picken County is important. And then a very clear line in the sand drawn in the comprehensive plan about ski areas, and that expansion be within the existing ski area and the Forest Service boundaries of those ski areas, right? And not looking at new ski areas. So clearly in compliance with that. There were two more, I think, that we wanted to pull and make sure we were highlighting because they had come up somewhat from the board and somewhat from public comment in our previous presentations and process in 2019. So thinking about upzoning, and it felt like I used the word accused because it kind of felt like that, right? When you've done the exact opposite from the data that you can show, you've done the opposite, and then someone comes and says you're upzoning. So from our perspective, what we see this rezoning and some of those effects is inherently a down zoning. So one, from a development perspective, and essentially this rezoning both through the ordinance, and then again because it is dictated by the Aspen Mountain Master Plan, any of the uses we may do, anything that we characterize within the exhibits for that master plan, that is only what we can do on these lands. So we are extinguishing the development rights from both the AR-10 and the rural and remote on these lands that we are proposing to rezone. So from our perspective, and really, I certainly got a lesson on rural and remote, what its original intention was, what it was trying to do, and thinking about how much it was addressing development, buildings, cabins, any of that kind of building development. From our perspective, knowing that in the original intention of rural and remote, we are extinguishing those development rights. And so from our perspective, between that and again, verifying the uses that we would be allowed with just those few that Suzanne mentioned, to actually operate this expansion of the ski area, we very clearly see it as a down zoning. So spot zoning, just reading that, there is no common definition except the one that APA can put out as part of the planning industry, and really thinking about spot zoning. So let's talk about this definition. Commonly understood that it is for a specific parcel of land and the proposed use of which would then conflict with the applicable comprehensive plan and the current zoning, normally meaning what is the adjacent zoning, right? And does it conflict with the adjacent zoning around it to the benefit of a single property owner and to the detriment of public goals, okay? So, is it a specific parcel of land? Yes. Is it a single property owner? No. 2 property owners that are part of this rezoning, both SKICO and the Forest Service. Is it in conflict with the applicable comprehensive plan? We are now showing no, not with the existing comprehensive plan, and then now concurrence with the East of Aspen master plan, and to the detriment of public goals. Certainly the success and the benefits provided from the ski area are not to the detriment of the public goals and or the general public. Often, and then just thinking about the contiguous nature of the property boundary between the rezoned lands and the existing ski area. Most often, spot zoning tends to, skip over, right? And you're pulling something, you're dropping that zoning, and it has nothing to do with the zoning around it. So, wanted to reiterate those. Again, some of you have been through this. I think maybe 50% of this is kind of catching Francie up to especially these really hot button issues. And so those were a couple for us that we heard previously. So ultimately, in the criteria for rezoning, what are the effects of this rezoning? Conserving lands for recreation and not building development. Very clearly what is in the East of Aspen master plan, the comprehensive plan, and ultimately we would hope stays in any new version of the East of Aspen master plan, certainly. De facto downzoning by extinguishing those development rights. No use is allowed by right in the ski rec, and will all be dictated by the Aspen Mountain master plan. And what does that really mean? We can make different cases for how much you'd be extinguishing in terms of those development rights, but if you did it just by the acreage and the math, this might be the impact in terms of how much you could remove from development to rezone.
Heather's described now at some length the criteria for rezoning and what the board should be considering in the course of that proposal. What is it again we're talking about rezoning? I know the record is replete with descriptions and at least 3/4 of the sitting members have heard it all before, so I'll be brief. Hopefully, Francie, in the record, it's been reasonably clear from the paper and documents what we're talking about. But basically, this is terrain at the, if you will, very top of Aspen Mountain on its eastern flank. Beautiful terrain, northeast aspect, so from a ski planner's point of view, that's really attractive in terms of holding and retaining snow and having very high quality snow. It's 150 acres of new terrain. Aspen Mountain now is 699 acres. So this is, in the context of Aspen Mountain, a pretty substantial and meaningful change. For us, in terms of skiing terrain, it's a big deal. When you look at it against the whole of the county or even rural and remote, it starts to shrink to a very small footprint. But for us, this is very attractive and important ski terrain. It would be serviced by a high-speed quad, approximately 4 to 5 minute ride time in that configuration, and it's got about 1,200 feet of vertical, which is a very nice length for a ski pod. We can kind of dive into the tenths of acres of details here, but skipping over that, if you were to look at those 153 acres kind of broadly, roughly a half of it is going to be in developed and cut trails, and half of it's going to be in glades. And among those cut and developed trails, about half of those are gonna be expert trails and about half are gonna be intermediate. So when you look at it very simply, it really is an offering for a broad range of skiers and provides terrain for intermediates in particular that's new to them on Aspen Mountain. Both that aspect, the quality of snow, the fact that they're intermediate level glades here, that's all new. It's going to be a really different and exciting and we think fulfilling experience for our guests and for the public. So in that sense, the terrain is within itself, within its own borders and boundaries, really attractive because it is truly something new experientially for the mountain of high quality. And we think people will enjoy it immensely. The other benefits for it are it can really change the user's experience during the day and really change ski circulation on the mountain beyond just the immediate terrain. You can ski, for example, down North Star or even Lazy Boy, and there's a reverse that's located that would allow you to ski back and into this area where the bottom terminal is. So for a variety of reasons, people can now ski the spine of the mountain, come back down to this particular new lift, and in a 4 to 5 minute ride, get back to the top. And then repeat ski in that pod or move across the mountain as they may wish. They don't have to, in this scenario, go down and go to the couch, the Gents Ridge lift, and have a very long ride returning back to top of mountain. Nor would they be necessarily more inclined to go all the way down to bottom. Now with this arrangement for ski circulation across the top of mountain, you can repeat ski, multiple levels of skiers can repeat ski in this area without having to go all the way to the bottom or ride what's sort of regarded as now a slow and perhaps not very popular lift. So the experience changes quite a bit. We think it will reduce congestion on the mountain and really result in a better ski experience all the way around. Looking more closely at what this means, the figure on the left, and again, we've presented these slides before and they're in your packet in multiple instances, but just to point you to them, the illustration on the left, that map shows in blue essentially all of our current operating boundaries. So as Heather's outlining it there, that's our current operating boundary. And then at the very top, you'll see an extension, if you will, with a little orangish line that is the Pandora's terrain. Blown up into that illustration on the right, you see it more closely. And I would remind everybody, we have adjusted the boundary of our special permit area in this case to extend slightly to the south and have pulled it up on the east side. That actually works in better conformance with Forest Service planning to actually reduce other uses that previously in their language was described as intermix, which could even involve mineral extraction, I believe. So we're taking intermix terrain in the federal lexicon, if you will, reducing its use to skiing and recreation. Again, sterilizing some of the other uses in terms of our federal use, and then pulling our permit boundary up, which also serves wildlife management downhill of us in the federal sense. So on all of those respects, the reconfiguration of our boundary serves federal needs in a couple of different ways, as well as our skiing need. One of the things that then is required us, of course, is the rezoning and adjustment of ski rec. So ski rec then is being proposed to change and align with this terrain boundary. If you will go forward, Heather. Now in the next slide, there we go. You see a closer view of what that means in terms of what would be changed in the zoning for purposes of Pitkin County. In the illustration on the left, you see sort of in the lower left quadrant, if you will, in green, the areas that would be rezoned from AR10 to ski rec, that small area being kind of walked through with that hand right now. And then beyond, the areas in acreage that is rural and remote that would be rezoned to ski rec. And underlying it, you see the various property boundaries with these yellow lines. And when you look at those areas, the ownership for the areas to be rezoned include Aspen Skiing Company and the U.S. Forest Service. And then you can see surrounding us both public and private lands that are owned by individuals and in some cases by the federal government and even Pitkin County. Pitkin County's got a couple of parcels in there which you can see in the map. But those are the areas to be rezoned. Again, the AR10 comprises about 35 acres, and the rural and remote that's proposed to be rezoned is just about 132. So that's the terrain in kind of close-up that we propose to rezone. And I'd let Tom speak to that history.
So I'm gonna jump in and just request if there's a stopping point, maybe between 3:30, if that's kind of mid-presentation for you guys, that works. I think our board could use 5 or 10 minute break.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, and, yeah, this segment I think won't take much more than 8 or 10 minutes.
Maybe after that we'll take
Okay.
a quick short break.
Okay.
I'm getting a little fidgety. And we've been sitting here for 3 hours.
Well, I'll do
so
my
thank
best
you.
to hold your attention.
Yes, yes.
Um,
Thank you.
My segment on this, my name's Tom Todd. I'm a lawyer with Howland & Hart. Our firm has been representing the Aspen Skiing Company for decades and decades. I've been here in Aspen for 35 years. One of the very first things I worked on as a young lawyer at Howland & Hart was acquiring title to the North Star mining claim, which was over near present-day Welsh's. And little did I know at the time that 35 years later I'd be still working on that real estate, but here I am. But it kind of bespeaks to this, the thing that's really important to me, and I think and I think it should be to everyone in the room, is the way we understand the past shapes how we understand the present. And let me just repeat that. The way we understand the past shapes how we understand the present. And I think this is so important in terms of how we look at the rural and remote zone district and the layering of master plans and how they were reactions over the years to uses and activities in this very special area. And what you see on this slide here in the yellow boundaries are a series of rectangles that are mining claims that go back to the early silver era mining days. Aspen Mountain is a historically unique site. It's a unique and iconic ski area, as we all know. It's deep in mining history on both the front side and the back side. This is where hundreds of these mining claims were filed under federal mining claim entry and patent laws back in the 1880s, 1890s, and early 1900s. These mining claims remain to this day. They're a crazy quilt patchwork of ownership, as shown on this slide. Whenever mining claims overlap, first claim to be patented controls. So any later mining claim is just a portion of a 10-acre rectangle. So more on that in just a bit. Next slide, please, Heather. This is one of my favorite all-time trail maps. It's a slide showing the 1948 Aspen Mountain Ski Area trail map. It shows lift 1, and it shows the longest lift in the world at the time, and the lift at the very top traversing the ridge that was lift 2. As I say, 1948, skiing on Aspen Mountain predates zoning. Pitkin County's first zoning laws were adopted in 1955, but organized skiing began in the 1930s with the Aspen Ski Club's cutting of Roque Run, followed by Walter Pepke's bold, pioneering construction of the world's longest chairlift, Lift 1, in 1947, as shown on this slide. With Lift 1 and its connector Lift 2 to the sun deck, Aspen Mountain featured top-to-bottom skiing, including access to and use of Pandoras. Next slide, please, Heather. So here's a later photo showing the subsequent lift construction. This is probably taken in the late 50s, early 60s. Next slide, please. So mining claims. People were drawn to skiing, obviously, and as David alluded to, that's what draws people to Aspen Mountain and the backside of Aspen Mountain to this day. From those early days to the present, some of these hardy souls discovered the lure of owning and developing these backside mining claims for cabins and home sites. Now, these mining claims are not in any county-approved subdivisions. They never were. Instead, the 10-acre rectangles I showed you on the first slide, as well as bits and pieces of leftover overlapping mining claims that are under separate ownership, are considered legal, non-conforming size parcels, so they are eligible for residential development. So in the early 1990s, there were countywide concerns over the development of these backside mining claims, these bits and pieces of mining claims. And in 1993, ComDev staff studied the Little Annie Richmond Hill Ridge area, a 2,275-acre planning area. And ComDev reported that as many as 227 dwelling units with full-size homes could be built in there. Now, to put this in perspective, compare that to Red Mountain here in Aspen. Almost the same acreage with 235 developed home sites. So the issue of the day back then was, how do we avoid another Red Mountain with snowmobiles? And it wasn't just the 227 potential residential building sites themselves, it was the infrastructure impacts and impacts on the environment that the all-season activities of the occupants of these residences would generate. So, next slide, please.
Excuse me, Tom, if you could you tell us what that photograph was of that cabin? Where was that? Can you describe that cabin?
Oh, I'm sorry, Greg, that's a cabin on the backside of Aspen Mountain. I would defer to maybe Matt Keeling would know exactly where that is.
I do not. I didn't take that picture.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, my God. I think it's Miller's. Is that Miller's cabin? Is it John Miller's?
Yeah, it's one of the houses up there.
It's one of the rural and remote cabins that exists.
Right, it is one of the rural and remote cabins that exists on the backside, but I couldn't tell you exactly which one. So, implementation of rural and remote zoning. So the county's adoption of rural and remote zoning was a reaction to these residential development pressures. And as you can see, the purple here on this slide shows the current rural and remote zoning in Pitkin County. And Pitkin County is 600,000 acres in total size. Rural and remote zoning occupies about 350,000 of those acres. So again, back to 1993, the BOCC, your predecessors, directed the Planning and Zoning Commission to come up with a plan to control these residential development pressures, but emphasized that development of ski uses should not be precluded. I'll repeat that again. This language is straight out of the P&Z resolutions and the BOCC ordinances from that period. Development of ski uses should not be precluded. So over many months, P&Z developed a new zone district in the original 2,275 Little Annie Basin Richmond Hill Ridge planning area. And the result was the new rural and remote zone district. It reduced maximum allowable home sizes to these small off-grid cabins like were shown in that earlier slide. It introduced the concept of allowing landowners to harvest and sell off their development rights, or TDRs, and to encourage the voluntary sterilization of any parcel with residential development potential. So included in the new zone district specifically, it was provided that commercial recreational uses, such as skiing, would be the subject of special review. So today, size-wise, as shown here, rural and remote zoning through various amendments to the land use code over the years has grown to be 350,000 acres, a 150-fold increase from the original Little Annie's Richmond Ridge planning area. But one size does not fit all. Note the small red area on this slide. We're going to zoom in on it. That's Pandora's. Next slide, please. So here's a zoomed in slide of the area. Note the AR10 zoning adjoining all the other ski areas in the vicinity. Our other ski areas don't have rural and remote zoning issues. They are surrounded by federal lands, not private inholdings like the backside of Aspen Mountain. And now fast forward to the past few years of public meetings and discourse, which we've already addressed. The 1997 master plan. If you'll go to the next slide, please, Heather. The Aspen Mountain ski area has been operating under a master plan since 1985, when the predecessor of ski rec zoning was adopted. The 1997 version of the Aspen Mountain Master Plan specifically contemplated expansion of the ski area into Pandora's, but made this expansion subject to further special review. That's understandable, given the many layers of planning and review that the ski company would need to go through with the Forest Service and other federal agencies to open this area. In 2000, the Richmond Hill Pearl Pass Recreation Management Plan, which was mentioned earlier, was adopted by the Planning and Zoning Commission. It's not a land use master plan for this area. It deals mostly with recreational access issues. Nevertheless, the ski company has been in full compliance with this plan since the day it was adopted. In 2003, as we've mentioned earlier, the East of Aspen Independence Pass Master Plan was adopted. The Pandora's areas within the coverage of this master plan, even though Aspen Mountain is not within the East of Aspen caucus area. The East of Aspen Independence Master Plan specifically allowed for commercial recreational uses, subject to operators holding permits from the county or the Forest Service for these uses. This makes sense since just a few years earlier, in the update to the 1997 Aspen Mountain Master Plan, the future Pandora's expansion was specifically addressed, as I just mentioned. Now we come to the great nonconformity. Lift-serve commercial skiing into Pandora's was subject to further and special review processes, but the 2006 Pickens County changes dropped the special review uses from the rural and remote zone district under the permitted use table in section 4.1 of the land use code, with no discussion or explanation. I don't think mentioning Pandora's as an area for future expansion in the 1997 master plan was a mistake or inadvertent. So what we have with the 2006 code changes was 60 years of skiing got canceled. We don't think this was intentional, and P&Z agreed with us. So next slide, please, Heather. Today's task at hand, we would like you to consider and support today the P&Z's recommendation for rezoning Pandora's to ski rec and including it within the Aspen Mountain Ski Area Master Plan. Reviewing the two P&Z resolutions adopted earlier this year, you will see how P&Z tailored its recommendations. It considered the fabric of multiple layers of zone districts, master plans, and management plans, while respecting the historic ski uses and also embracing and recognizing the current ski patterns. So, in closing on this piece of our presentation, I'd like to ask you to keep in mind the original philosophy of the BOCC back in 1993 and 1994 during its collaborations with the P&Z on the creation of rural and remote zoning. Development of ski uses should not be precluded. Rezoning Pandora's will respect that legacy. It will also enhance the controls on residential development in this area by eliminating several residential building rights on these lands. That's consistent with the original intent of rural and remote zoning. Development of ski uses should not be precluded. There's a lot of wisdom in that simple sentence. Put another way, it informs us to weigh the evidence and apply our collective experiences when considering evolution and development of ski uses, and to allow them to exist in appropriate ways and in appropriate places, which we have here. Thank you.
So I'm gonna do the next two slides just because they flow together very directly, and then we go into the changed conditions. And so I think that would be a great stopping point. And Tom, I think, kept to his word, which is awesome. So
Very interesting, thank you.
So while considering this interpretation of the language that was in the East of Aspen master plan, and that the Board of County Commissioners was struggling with in 2019, lies with the planning and zoning, and they made these changes. We, again, to kind of understand this history, we really wanted to make sure you guys saw, that entire story and the history around rural and remote, and how that story really influenced the very specific interpretations that we asked P&Z to consider, right? And that the influence of this language does not have these far-reaching implications, right, throughout the county. They were very specific to, as you see here, some was cleaning up language, right? The master plan is old enough that it's still referenced AF ski, and so some was cleaning up language, and then very specifically these two pieces that were brought up at the time. And so this goes through what was the previous language and what changed specifically. So again, this conflict initially in maintain specifically rural and remote zoning on the privately held parcels along Richmond Hill Ridge to the east of the AF ski zoned ski area boundary. So the changes: maintain rural and remote zoning on the privately held parcels and public lands along Richmond Hill Ridge to the east of the ski rec zoned area, except lands directly adjacent to the ski area may be rezoned to ski rec to expand the Aspen Mountain ski area boundary with necessary U.S. Forest Service and county approvals. The last portion very distinctly speaking to this issue of planning and analysis prior to development. The planning and analysis going into both the county approvals that we're underway with you all right now, and the U.S. Forest Service process that started in 2017. Rezoning the AFR 10 parcels on the face of Aspen Mountain to low density, low intensity, open space, recreation, and or rural and remote, based on location as it is related to the criteria for rural and remote zoning. So initially that looks as though it's in conflict with commercial skiing. But again, understanding that the original intent and what did it mean when you talked about recreation or rural and remote, did that at that time, throw away commercial skiing? Well, no, right? At the time this was written, as Tom has gone through, commercial skiing was allowed in the rural and remote zone district with special review. So interpreting that language to still be able to encompass skiing, but using, again, the ski rec rezone as a way to safeguard, was the word that you guys were using, any uses that would be rezoned. So rezoning the parcels on the face of Aspen Mountain to low density, low intensity, open space, rec, rural and remote, and or ski rec zone districts based on location and use, and subject to compliance with the rezoning criteria in the land use code, including consistency with the applicable Picken County master plans, which at this point would mean our Aspen Mountain master plan as well as the East of Aspen master plan, that this is sort of self-referencing. Okay, that kind of brings full circle. And the next, we'll talk a little bit about existing conditions and the changed conditions in skier use in the Pandora's area. Stay tuned.
Thank you. We're looking forward to it. So I'm going to recommend that we take a 15-minute break for board members, and we'll come back at 3:20, and we'll resume with SKICO's application, and then take up questions from BOCC members to SKICO. All right. See you in 15. Thank you. welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, August 25th. We are resuming our review of the Aspen Ski Company's application on the Pandora's rezoning after taking a bit of a lunch break. And so with that, I will turn it back over to David Corbin, and you can lead us through the rest of your presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Again, the same group of participants for Aspen Skiing Company, the applicant, and the slide that you see before you, I think, is particularly interesting. We've had quite a bit of discussion, and there's been much comment made about the intent and purpose of rural and remote. What's also interesting, and what can't be lost in the code and rezoning discussion, is something about ski rec, the district, if you will, or the zoning type that we're proposing to rezone to. And in the Pitkin County Code, the intent for the ski rec zone district is really to ensure that lands that are used for downhill and cross-country skiing and other uses permitted by the federal or other public agencies, basically recreational uses, are intended to be in ski rec zoning, which in the code is indeed a rural zone district. When we were before the board in 2019, and the question arose as to whether or not there had been a change in use or increased use in this area. At the time, in that hearing cycle, Scott Sharon and Victor Gurdon of Aspen Skiing Company spoke and testified to their personal observations of the increased use that they had each seen over 20 plus years of operations on Aspen Mountain and in the Pandora's area. But we didn't have that quantified, and indeed the question was specifically posed to us, could we, and what was the baseline, and was there information that in some way, shape, or form would give greater certainty to that change in use? And in the course of our, if you will, remand or referral back to P&Z for more work and consideration, we did that research, and we frankly came across the baseline numbers literally by accident. Mac was doing an enormous amount of research into the Richmond Ridge management plan, while Tom was doing the legal research on the history of rural and remote zoning and the various master plans. And Mac unearthed data from the Forest Service studies that were undertaken in 98 to 2000, and this study was specifically done in 97, 98, as to how many skiers and other recreational users were on Richmond Ridge. So we suddenly discovered we had some baseline data we could look at. And then so in that ski season of 2019-2020, we said, well, we're going to count and quantify what the uses are today. We've got to look at baseline from 98, 97, 98 era. Let's look at today's numbers. And there are a variety of users that come through that area. We have a lot of skiers who access that area. Essentially lift access skiers. You know, they come up the existing lifts on the upper portion of the mountain, drop into Pandora's, come out Lead's Lane, repeat. So it's used by skiers today. The area from Richmond Ridge and our boundary to the south, looking at this illustration and the map, you can see in the yellow where essentially our existing boundary is today. And you see Richmond Ridge to the left in this photo. So there are a lot of people that likewise come up and use the county roads to have snowmobile access to Richmond Ridge. And as we'll show you later, those that access is unimpeded, it's preserved. But skiers or people on snow machines, if they're just riding, go out Richmond Ridge and can pass through this area. Powder Tours likewise picks up its guests near the gondola building and transports them out and along Richmond Ridge. And we have some hikers and a few cross-country skiers that go up there. So there are a number of users there. In looking at it, if we can go to the next slide.
And one thing, just so as David presents camera data, this slide shows that location. So where that camera was located. So it's just something to note on this one.
Yeah, good point, Heather. So what we did in 2019, 2020, as Heather noted, we placed a camera to basically count how many people are going through Pandoras today. And this whole data and the research is described in some significant detail in the supplemental materials that we provided. But essentially, what we learned and discovered was that in Pandoras during the winter of 2019-2020, about 650 to 1,000 skiers a month skied through this 125 or so acres of Pandoras. That acreage reads a little smaller than what's proposed because they typically don't go below Ludd's Lane, for example. So it's a slightly more compacted area that they're moving into. But in any event, you see about 650 to 1,000 skiers a month that come through there. Here it's broken down into a daily count. And then, interestingly enough, you see a skier density. Because one of the things we were trying to compare when the study was done in 97, 98 for the Richmond Ridge Management Plan, you were really looking at how many people were seen or observed in the 1,600 acres that's basically south of our operating border. And in this case, we were looking at how many people are coming through a much smaller acreage, these 125-ish acres that were skied in Pandoras 2 seasons ago and since. So we looked at the skier density, how many people per acre, and how might we compare that historic use against current use that we see in Pandoras. And as you see here in this particular slide, that calcs out to be a skier density of 0.025 skiers per acre per day. And we can get tied up in a lot of math, and I'm happy to talk about it, but perhaps more telling are the visuals here, and that's why you see the photos of Pandoras in the next couple of slides that were taken in February of 2020, and you see lots of ski tracks. Pandoras was skied heavily in the record that's shown here visually. It's being skied like the rest of our mountain. Next slide. Now, going back and again, diving just a little bit deeper into that historical count, in that period in 97, 98, as part of the Richmond Ridge study and the count that the Forest Service conducted, and the data is from Forest Service records, we looked at, or they all looked at, the 33-day period, so about a month was counted in 97, 98. And during that month, a total of 498 people were counted in those 1,600 acres. We took a look at it and we assumed, okay, what if what if virtually all of those people were in fact on snowmobiles and skiing? And how many might we presume maybe even just half of them were on snowmobiles and skiing? A cluster of them, they counted 16 were cross-country skiers out of that 498 over a month. Everybody else was on a snow machine. So what we did was we said, well, we don't know exactly how many people were skiing or just riding snow machines. So we took a look at it a couple of different ways, and in one case assumed, well, let's say all of them in a snow machine were skiing, or perhaps maybe only half of them were. What we then came down with, though, and said, well, let's assume that some of them are just on snow machines and not skiing. And in that particular case, the skier density, if we were to make an assumption about those users, we would assume conservatively that 0.01 of those 498 people, skiers per acre per day, were using the terrain. So in terms of skier density, again, the conclusion that we came to was that easily Pandora's was encountering skier use, skier densities, easily 2 times what was historically experienced in 97, 98. So the volume of activity in Pandora's, the skier density in Pandora's in 2019, 2020 was at least twice what we were seeing in the prior decades in the study in 97, 98. And if you assumed that even more of those people in 97, 98 were skiing, then that differences get even greater. So for us, it was quite clear, and I think actually Cindy, in essence, said the same in the conversations before, there is quite a bit more activity that has been occurring on the ridge. There's no question, no doubt. From our perspective, what we want to do is acknowledge that activity, look at these photos, and just recognize it's being skied like a ski area now. It should be a lift-served, controlled, managed, safer ski terrain now that offers a better experience. So Heather, if you'd forward another slide. For us, it's quite clear that given the fact that the terrain is skied regularly, even heavily, this area of Pandora's is no longer, call it backcountry or even side country skiing. This is lift access skiing without the benefit of a lift or proper controls or avalanche protection or emergency services by our ski patrol or other tools of terrain management. So in our view, there's been very substantial increase of use, a change in activity in the Pandora's area that needs to be recognized and acknowledged. And again, if you go back to the intent of the ski rec zone district that we saw a few slides back, the ski zone district is intended for lands that are used for downhill and cross-country skiing. You look at those photos, this terrain is used for downhill skiing. It should be ski rec. That's the proper designation. And again, remind you, ski rec itself is of rural character. It is a rural district. So we think in that sense, the terrain fits. It's got every reason to be ski rec. That would be the proper zoning district for that terrain given its current use, and that use indeed has increased very substantially over time. Another indicator, sorry, I'm going to ask you to go forward again, Heather, to the snowmobile slide. Another indicator of that use, if you will, is the number of snow machines that are showing up at what's called the marina, a private property parking area for the public's snow machines, which we have provided as riders come up Midnight Mine and Little Annie's Road. There is this parking lot for snow machines, and we have been accommodating that use on our private property, but that use itself has also substantially increased. In the 97-98 study, The highest number of snowmobiles counted in the marina at one time was 24. And in February 2020, we had 56. This last year, we've had not only just snowmobiles, but a couple of private snow cats show up. So that use indeed is changing. To my comments earlier, though, that use is really coming from the public roads on the backside of Aspen Mountain, outside of our operating boundary, outside of our owned lands, outside of our federal permit area, beyond our proposed terrain for Pandoras. That problem exists today. That problem is indeed something that requires management. The management plan, the Richmond Ridge Management Plan of 2000 had 3 different phases, only one of which was pursued, which was really, if you will, a monitor, count, and try to manage vehicular access. But that has not been extended into phases 2 or 3, which dealt with permits and fees. But that management plan is in place. As Tom noted before, we are in conformance with that management plan, and we are prepared to participate in further discussions about how access and vehicles and other recreational activities on the land south of us happen. In conjunction with the Forest Service and the county, we're perfectly happy to further those conversations, but they are outside of our application. But at the same time, there's a certain irony that we've been asked to make sure public access up the county roads is maintained, which we have done. With that, I turn it to Mac to speak to the issues about winter and summer access, because those questions about public roads, the county roads, and whether there is accessibility being maintained have been raised by both the county previously and more recently again in public comment. So we want to assure both the county and the public that there's accessible access in winter and summer, and Mac's going to describe that.
All right, thanks, David. Mac Keeling, Aspen Skiing Company. Good afternoon. As David described, I am here to tell you today about the existing access up to the top of what is the existing ski area today and into the top of what will be, hopefully, the Pandora's expansion. This drawing or view that you see here is 100% all on Aspen Skiing Company property. And it has a couple of county access roads that go through it. So this is a existing conditions summer map that we're looking here. So you can see that there is access up the hill, up Midnight Mine Road. There is access up the county road that goes up the front side of Aspen Mountain. And then there is the county public access again that continues on up the Richmond Hill Road. There currently is an existing parking lot, and there currently are hiking trails that are accessed from the Silver Queen Gondola and Sundeck area that go up the ridge, that go down the Ute Trail, that go over to the East Rim Trail, etc. All public, as long as operational hours are open, public is, whether they drive, hike, take the gondola, etc. Anybody's welcome into the Sundeck to use the restrooms, grab some food, get some Wi-Fi, whatever. And we also on here, just for reference, this obviously does not exist at this point in time, but we do show the approximate proposed location for the bull wheel for the proposed lift, and as well as the lift alignment going down the hill. And then the last thing to note on this existing conditions drawing is that boundary between ski rec and rural and remote as it exists today, which is this dashed line that cuts east-west across this view plane. Okay, so this is the proposed conditions summer map. All of the existing uses and access users, I should say, are still given access to this area. There is still an access road up Midnight Mine Road, but instead of coming to this T spot right here, the road is being proposed to take a right-hand turn a few feet earlier and then come to a new intersection that will then intersect with Richmond Hill Road, as well as a new proposed alignment for the front side Summer Road. So there is still access up the front, access up the back, and access down the ridge. That will continue to be public right-of-way, and has been reviewed with county engineer. It is something, obviously we'll need to do further engineering drawings, but conceptually this is something that checks the boxes. There will still be access to all of the aforementioned hiking trails. There will still be public parking, as is shown here. And there will still be open access to services provided by Sundeck, as well as downloading of the gondola for anybody that's hiking up, as is done today. And the thing of note in the proposed situation here, because this was a question last time, what height car will be able to clear underneath the proposed lift rope? And the rope is going to be roughly 30 feet above the earth at that point. So higher than pretty much every bridge. Shouldn't have an issue. We'll manage the chairs accordingly. So basically no change in how people would use the top of the hill, which again is all on Aspen Skiing Company property. Okay, so this gets us to the existing winter use slide. And you just saw a bunch of pictures that David described that showed where the existing marina is located. This is roughly a 400-foot walk from the Silver Queen gondola today. And you can see all those little dots there that I'm trying to highlight, but those are snowmobiles. So this was a photo taken in the winter. And so you can see the extent of what that looks like in today's purview. Again, we have our ski rec line. You can see that marina currently lies within the ski rec border, or the zone district, I should say. And you also see Richmond Hill Road, which is accessed by both snowmobiles and uphillers, and snowshoers and ACES trail users, etc. So you have your skiing component, you have your hiking component, you have your snow machine component. All of those uses exist today and are separated from the uses of the downhill ski area, which operational boundary is limited to the northern side or the left-hand side of this drawing, or of this photo. Again, we're showing a future proposed lift as well as a relocated marina location. And the marina, as proposed to be relocated, is roughly the same size as the existing marina today. And it's also on a fairly flat spot, so it's not like we're putting it on 30-degree slopes or anything like that. It's a fairly flat area that could be used in a similar fashion as to the existing marina today, and it's roughly 700 feet from the gondola versus the 400 to 450, depending on where you're at. So another 250 to 300 feet walk up the hill, if you will. And now what we show is the proposed winter conditions map. We have a couple new lines on here that I'll try to describe. First of all, this orange line is the new proposed rezoning line. So everything on the eastern side of that line in this drawing would be proposed to be ski rec. Everything to the western side, or the downhill towards Castle Creek side, would be rural, would remain rural and remote. We show the Midnight Mine Road here, and we show the right-hand turn. Again, this is something that would be happening a little earlier than what currently exists out there. And it would then go, this would be a snow road only. It would not require, this upper portion I should say, would not require any additional summertime grading. This would be done via snowcat and snow to level out a wide enough path for the snow machines to work. And it would also be the access that the current snow powder or powder tours is using or would use. So that would go outside of our newly created operational boundary and extend up the hill and tie back into Richmond Hill Road as it exists. So there would be a separation for safety's sake between snow machines and uphillers and or general public who are using the ski area. If you take a kind of highlight of the Silver Queen gondola, everything that is to the north of this blue line and to the east of this blue line as you continue up would be the operational boundary for the ski area. It would also, on the inside of that operational boundary, we would create space, intentional space for anyone in the uphilling community, and or ACEs and or snowshoers. That way access through that does not conflict with motorized use can continue. So similar to what we have at other ski areas, we would have a designated uphill route that would be off to the side of major traffic associated with downhill skiing and snowboarding. Again, we show our lift here, high-speed quad, 1,220 vertical feet, roughly 4-minute ride. We show how our guests would access both the trails as well as the glades. The operational boundary, as you see, continues a little up the ridge, but this is all, everything you see from this upper point actually is something that would still remain as hike to terrain. So there still is part of the glades, part of the system that would be a very short hike that would be consistent with the experience that the side country users use today. This arrow here would get you towards, you could get to with gravity, and you could ski down and you could traverse your way across to the glades in a new fashion, as well as go lower to access, it not only is brand new runs associated with the Pandora's area, but it's also extensions of popular runs that exist today, such as Walsh's, High Ropes, and Christie's. So you wouldn't have to do that hike out via Ludd's Lane. You ski right down to the lift, and you then head on up to the top. That would be a combination of traditional trails as well as glades. And David described the kind of the functionality of how you can go from North Star. You can go from Lazy Boy all the way back into this pod. And frankly, from the intersection of Lazy Boy Road or Lazy Boy Trail and North Star, you can get to the Pandora's Lift faster than you can get to the current couch or Gents Ridge chair. So not only is it a faster ski, but it's also a faster lift ride up by about 8 minutes. So we show the proposed marina here, we show the skiing, we show our existing maintenance facilities, as well as some additional material storage, back of house maintenance structures that will be needing to relocate, because you can get access from the lift down to 1 and 2 Leaf, down to Silver Bell, as well as by relocating the road up to the sun deck, back up to the gondola if you need to download, et cetera. It accommodates all the prior uses, all the prior needs, all the prior access points, and continues on the tradition.
Thanks. Okay, hope if you have any questions on the access, jotted those down, can get to those at the end. Wrapping back around to, the second slide, right? It was step 26, which was the Planning and Zoning 2021 approval. This is essentially a little bit of a precursor, right, to step 27. So in the BOCC approving this rezoning, what are you really saying yes to? What did the P&Z, what were their findings that really summarize where this would head for you all to approve it? Because I think at the end of the day, what we've been trying to reiterate, and again, I think a little bit in disagreement with the staff's recommendation on this, nothing that is happening related to these lands says you can say yes or no to anything beyond these lands, right? Literally all you are doing is controlling at this moment in time what would happen to these lands and saying yes to skiing on these lands. So a couple of things that we wanted to pull out of that 2021 Planning and Zoning resolution. Their findings, it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the East of Aspen Independence Pass master plan, that the original crafting and rural and remote zone district included a statement that development of ski uses should not be precluded. I do think that may be the 6th time we've said that, but it bears repeating. It is appropriate to rezone the subject property to ski rec with the following uses. So again, what are we saying yes to on this 150 approximately acres? Alpine ski area and support, Nordic ski area and support, public utilities, and you'll see some details, essentially being able to run electric, and logging, meaning timbering for the ski runs and lift alignment. The rezoning will in fact preclude residential development, in addition extinguishing any of the transfer development rights. So it's been a wonderful process to be able to use that on the rural lands, but at the end of the day, it's still allowing that development, just more in places where we may want to see it. And the activity envelopes comply with the code. We did not put those specifically into this presentation, but they are in your packet. They surround the lift terminals and the road construction. Rezoning is consistent with the criteria for rezoning. Again, remembering we don't get to make up the criteria for rezoning. It is in the code. We're assessing these lands against those criteria for rezoning. It is adjacent to an existing ski area. The expansion of an existing ski area is preferred to the establishment of new ones. The land will remain rural in character, although the intensity of use will change due to the introduction of developed recreation with new ski runs. The area currently experiences this consistent human activity with the backcountry use, snowmobile, and snowcats for powder tours. This is what I mentioned, other than electricity, there's no expansion of municipal services in water and sewer. The rezoning of Pandora is compatible with the adjacent ski area and the surrounding U.S. Forest Service land. Top terminal of the lift would be located approximately 950 feet south, slightly east of the gondola building on Richmond Ridge. Skier use will occur on the east side of the ridge and have limited impact on surrounding privately owned properties. The rezoning will not result in significant adverse impacts on the natural environment. Again, the planning and analysis to back that up is extensive, some may say exhaustive. The rezoning is not anticipated to generate additional traffic. So with that, what we've been referencing planning that goes in prior to us even approaching the county. So we would love to invite Scott Fitzwilliams to join us here to talk a little bit about that process.
We can
Thank
have
you.
questions.
Yeah, when we get done with their application. Open it up, I'm sure there's tons. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kelly and Francie, nice to meet you. I haven't met you as commissioners, so my pleasure. I want to talk a little bit about our environmental review process, and I'm going to step back from just this project-specific plan and step back all the way to our forest plan. We approved, the last time we approved the forest plan on the White River was 2002, and it's basically our zoning plan. We zone the forest for different emphasis for different uses. And in this case, the area, everything we're talking about in the Pandora area was zoned, if you will. Our management emphasis was 8.25, which is ski areas and developed ski areas. And so that hasn't changed in a long time. And in fact, really across the whole forest where we have a dozen large ski areas, none of the ski permit boundaries have changed other than minor adjustments that were really mapping corrections or to facilitate just more logical or more specific things for managing that specific ski area. So we have our forest plan, and that gives us the overall direction on how to manage our forest. And then as has been talked about, we work with the ski areas on master plans. And so and they vary in there's no set date or set time that we request a master plan revision, but they're updated every so often. And in this case, the Aspen Mountain Master Plan was 2018, I think so, yeah. We started then. And again, Pandora and this project was obviously we approved the master plan with that in mind. Then we get down to project specific. So we have our forest plan and then the master plan, and then pretty much every project, and certainly any one of this size, we would do further environmental review. And so we've done that for this project. And I want to talk a little bit about that process and what we discovered, what we learned, what were some of the key issues. We go through what we call the NEPA process, and that involves full public engagement. And we have to do three things in NEPA. We have to involve the public, disclose the effects, and consider alternatives to what we propose. So we did that. Key issues, I think, what we heard from the public and our own specialists was, we wanted to make sure that we weren't going to impact species like elk and deer and other key indicator species. We wanted to look at opportunities and effects to forest health and how it relates to fire and either fire, minimizing the effects of or potential effects of fire or potentially even creating more hazards related to fire. I'll be honest, this was a pretty straightforward project in respect to our analysis and what our specialists had to deal with. We were able to avoid wetlands. We didn't have any special concerns with threatened or endangered species or sensitive plants to speak of. So it wasn't a really extensive it was comprehensive, but we didn't have to get into a lot of complex analysis. It was pretty straightforward seeing we've done a lot of these. When it comes to forest health, and you can see a couple pictures on there, some of the areas of the forest that will be gladed or and trailed, if you will. This is a piece of forest that's not in great health. Actually, there's some areas that are, but it's a spruce fir with some pine component that is it's a little decadent, a little old, and when we look at forests like that, we get worried about fires for sure, and the amount of fuels on the ground and ladder fuels are significant. So we actually think that this project can result in improving forest health. We will create some space and some fire breaks, obviously with ski runs, but we didn't do the project for forest health. We did it to enhance skiing and provide opportunities. But it certainly is an opportunity when we do projects like this to take out dead or decadent material and hopefully enhance growth of more vigorous, younger material or vegetation. In the end, we completed this project, and I signed a decision that is a finding of no significant impact, the FONSI. The word significance in the NEPA world it means something. It's got a little different meaning, and it has to do with context and intensity. And so I have to look at a project and say, in order to find a FONSI that there's no real significant impact, what's the context? And the context in NEPA means what's the scale of potential impacts? Is it relatively localized? Is it regionalized? Is it going to have effects on the human environment way beyond this project? And then the second thing I look at is intensity, and that's really the severity of the impacts. There are impacts to this. There's ground disturbance, there's vegetation removal, there's obviously more people are going to be, using the area at times. So there are impacts. But when it comes to significance, we look at the intensity of that. And again, in this case, the severity of the impacts did not reach the point where I couldn't sign a FONSI, so I did. The last thing I'll say is, we, in addition to forest plan and the master plan and then project-specific NEPA, we do annual operating plans, both for winter operations and summer operations for every ski area. And that's the time where if we find things that either operationally from a safety perspective or from a resource perspective or from a customer service perspective that we need to change, we work with the resorts every year and say, okay, here's some requirements, or here's some mitigation requirements you have to do. And so the level of, regulatory review and monitoring and control over what will go on in here is pretty extensive. And more than it is certainly now with the backcountry or side country skiing, that's pretty extensive, and none of us really manage it. So certainly from a public safety perspective, I think, we deal with all those things in the operating plan and have, if you look across the state and across the whole country with managed ski areas, the track record is pretty amazing. So with that, I'm going to pause. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, if we have questions after too, we can call you back up, please. Scott, I hope you stick around for a little bit.
I can for a little bit,
Okay,
depending on what
thank
time it is.
You'd probably rather we ask now then. Is it okay?
I got time. I've
Okay.
got time. At least 50 minutes, if that's enough.
Okay.
We're on
I
our
think we've reached
conclusion,
the end,
so,
right?
yes, this is our concluding slide,
Okay.
which I'd love to invite Mike.
We'll wrap it up and then
Kaplan.
we'll go to questions. Thank you.
All right, hello everybody. I promise this is the last slide. And I'm pretty disappointed we didn't change the slide. I specifically asked we get a different skier. Really disappointed in this pole plant here, but we'll let that slide for now. Thank you, Scott, for being here today. We really appreciate your perspective, and I've been reflecting on our partnership with the Forest Service, and their mission is pretty simple: caring for the land and serving people. And I think that bears repeating, right? Caring for the land and serving people. I think that's ultimately what all of us try to do around this table. In my closing comments, I'm not going to talk about caring for the land. I feel like Scott covered that. I can attest that their environmental review is extensive. Their biology review is extensive. Their wildlife review is extensive, and we are better stewards of the land for this partnership. So thanks for covering that. You know, I think that's sort of the mission statement is sort of a perfect segue for us, because ultimately that's what we think. We think Pandora's is the right thing for the forest, and we think it's the right thing for our community. And so I'm just going to recap those quickly. Interestingly, this is our 75th year in business. So apropos that we're talking about this, Tom ran through some of the old photos, pretty cool. But we are reaching 75 years old 3 years before the Aspen Institute or the Aspen Music Festival and School. And I think that's an important milestone to point out, because we are all in this community really united around this concept of our modern day vision, the Aspen idea, a place where people come to renew the mind, the body, and the spirit. And the foundation for that very much is skiing, and I think that continues today. This community went into that vision and embraced that vision in no small way, right? If you think about the 1947 when the chairlift went in, it was the world's longest chairlift, as we saw on the map. In 1949, the Goethe Festival, you know, this community brought Albert Schweitzer here. I think he was in Africa at the time, and he'd never even been to the States and never returned to the States. Hopefully that had nothing to do with Aspen. 1950, the FAS World Championships, the first World Ski Championships held outside of Europe. And then, of course, the construction of the music tent, and no ordinary music tent, you know, designed by Eero Saarinen. So from day one, we've been groundbreakers, trailblazers, and leaders. And I think we all agree that this community retains that spirit of leadership, that pursuit of excellence in really everything we do today. And for sure, speaking for the ski company, we try to do that. And I think we all share that DNA. A few examples, you know, early embrace of snowmaking, early embrace of grooming, the world's longest single-stage gondola when Silver Queen went in at the time. The first open boundary policy, you know, one of Tom's predecessors worked hard on that with the Forest Service. You know, we've got a mid-mountain beginner area in Snowmass. I mean, that's really powerful and represents a big investment in people's introduction to this area and the sport. We've embraced uphilling before it was a thing. Yes, we're managing it now more, and we're much talking about that, but again, we're going to continue to embrace it and try to manage it even better going forward. World-renowned events, the mountain biking that's been going on, it's a long history. Obviously, all of this is in the interest of generating economic vitality, and it's in generating economic vitality for this entire town. These enhancements enhance the quality of life for permanent residents, for guests and visitors, and it really builds on this early position of being the world's greatest ski town, being the world's greatest mind, body, and spirit town. And I truly believe in that, and I think, again, we all do. And we view Pandora as a continuation of that aspiration. However, let's be honest, right? This has been going on for a long time, and it's this process is exposing for sure an increasing tension, and we all know what it's about. It's about this intense development pressure this community is facing, and it obviously didn't let up during COVID. I think it's really critical to point out this is residential development pressure. That's what's going on here, particularly as we talked about in Richmond Ridge. That is residential development pressure with some unmanaged activity going on up there, right? And that's what we're about, is managing that activity. Don't get me wrong, obviously residential is a critical part of our ecosystem. We're residents, but I think it's also important for us to be aware and have some self-awareness as a community, as a society, that we're all NIMBYs, right? We move into our house and that's it. We don't want to see our view changed. We don't want to see our backyard changed. We don't want to see more traffic on our road. It's a natural tendency. That's what happens. And that can be a real problem for a community unless managed, checked, and balanced by a group like you, right? By our elected officials to try to balance the individual interest and need with the greater good. And that's, again, what we think we're doing here with Pandora, and we're here to plead with you to not let it fall victim to a bit of an imbalance in that perspective. So, as you've already seen, this area's long been within the ski area's permit, soon to be part of our futures plans for as long as I've been here, which is 1993, and well before there was any real residential activity up there, well before rural and remote zoning existed. Despite all that, we've always been really good neighbors up there. We try to do that in everything we do, but to manage it responsibly. So tons of examples of that. The snowmobile parking that Mac talked about, that happens on our private land. Not to our benefit, I can say. It's a big annoyance for us, but we're trying to be good neighbors. We work with the sheriff closely on emergency response so that those people that go outside the boundary and get in trouble, we can be helpful and deal with that as safely as possible, minimize the impact on community resources. We support a wide variety of residential needs, as you can imagine, being a neighbor to many people up there who occasionally need some help and support. We're serious about enforcing our obligations. We can't have mountain biking on the gondola. We'd like to, but we don't allow that. We enforce that. Yes, it's getting harder with e-bikes, but again, we live by that responsibility and that commitment. Minimizing trips on Little Annie Road, we've talked about that a lot. I think if you talk to the neighbors, they would say yes, they've done it and really stepped it up, particularly since this last master plan. And then we do our best to manage snowmobile traffic on Forest Service land, again, in partnership with Scott and his team. And all along, we've maintained an open boundary policy, really giving skier and residents access to that terrain that is 2/3 of which is our private land, right? 2/3 is our private land. Again, trying to be good neighbors, try to be good stewards of the land, trying to manage as you guys would like us to, as the community would like us to. So it's, it is a struggle for us. It's hard for us to sort of see that we're sort of being held hostage to our history of being a good neighbor, of opening our doors and allowing people to use the land and do those things that they want to do. Honestly, I think it's a combination of us being a good neighbor, a good partner, and some NIMBYism that's causing us to really be stuck here. And so I'm proposing to unstick us, and I hope you will support that idea. All those things happen because we can do all that stuff because we're successful as a ski area. Aspen Mountain is, the crown jewel of the 4 mountains. Damn, I wasn't going to say that. Don't tell Snowmaster, Highlands, or Buttermilk. Just joking. But we've got to stay competitive at that place, and it hasn't changed in a long time. Aspen has changed, Richmond Ridge has changed, skiing has changed, backcountry usage has changed, customer expectations have changed. Aspen Mountain has to be able to change and evolve to stay relevant. So going back, when I see the staff recommendation, I'm honestly, I'm shocked. This is the only way I can say it. Because I read that recommendation as saying skiing's got to take a back seat to residential development. It's got to take a back seat to summer master planning process, a back seat to residential uses in our neighboring areas. We're not included in any of the caucuses. We don't have a seat at a table or a vote there. And that's okay because we have a prescribed ski area master planning process. And again, we've been following that for 3 years and, as I think you're hearing us say, probably 3 decades, and been punted to further study, further planning, and that sort of circular logic is crippling for us, and it's going to create unintended consequences, and that's what I fear the most. We've been pretty clear. Our proposal here isn't a rezoning. It's not a spot zoning. It's definitely not an upzoning. It's a downzoning. We are relinquishing our residential rights up there, up to 7 units. We are saying this place is about skiing. We want to keep it about skiing. You're saying no if you deny this application. You'll be sending this really strong message saying skiing is secondary to residential use. Guess what? We have some rights up there that I guess we'll go, we're a business. We have a fiduciary duty to maintain our assets and the value of our assets. I guess they're telling us they want us to develop that. Maybe we should develop it in a way that, would cater to a different clientele that's more exclusive, more private, more restricted. I shudder at the idea of that. It goes against my grain, but that's what I got to think about. And the irony here is it's exactly what the conspiracy theorists are saying. The Pandora's is just a foot in the door for some out-of-control residential development that Aspen Skiing Company wants to pursue. Not at all what we want to do. Not at all the case. We want to maintain our position as the world's greatest ski town. And that means we've got to keep investing in that mountain the way we have in the others. We have a long history of that. And I think they've benefited broader community, guests, locals, and I don't think anybody would ever consider undoing any of them, right? Nobody longs for Aspen Mountain without the Silver Queen Gondola or Walsh's. Nobody wants to close Hanging Valley Wall at Snowmass. The idea of Highland Bowl not being open to the summit and be able to ski to the bottom to Deep Temerity, unfathomable. As Heather already said, we're already taking for granted the Aspen Mountain snowmaking that saved our season during COVID. And again, thank you for that. So, look, change is hard. But I do believe, you look at those improvements, we'll be looking back on these changes, these improvements to Pandora's in 10 years or maybe less, and saying, man, I'm glad we did that. It's hard to breathe in these things, huh? Supposed to wear that mask? Sorry, old logo. We're not going to talk about that, though. So look, if you're like me, you get passionate about Aspen Mountain. It's a special, special place, as well as the other three. It's got more character, more nuance than any mountain I've ever skied, right? It's the big little mountain. But I honestly feel a sincere personal sort of duty and obligation to make sure the history and legacy of Ajax lives on, and that it doesn't become a relic, that it moves forward and keeps pace with, these modern operational techniques we have, modern terrain, modern customer desires and ski technique and all that stuff. And yes, definitely climate change. We need terrain that's higher, more north-facing, allows people to circulate on top of the mountain. We've got to keep up with these evolutions. So, to be clear, this isn't about real estate. This isn't about industrialized tourism. It's about skiing and snowboarding. And it's about making sure the original Aspen ski area remains true to our founders' vision and their passion for this sport. I'll just reiterate in closing that Pandora's is consistent with the long-term community vision for this part of the mountain. It's consistent with our commitment to the community, and it's critical to ensuring that Aspen Mountain maintains its position as the pinnacle of skiing in North America. It's why Planning and Zoning Commission has recommended approval on 2 separate occasions, and I wouldn't be asking for your support if I didn't truly, in my heart of heart, believe that doing Pandora's will ensure Aspen Mountain and this community in particular is an even better place to ski, to live, and to work. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to suggest we direct questions for Scott Fitzwilliams while we have him here, if he has to leave. And then we will go to Ski Corps more broadly. Does that work for everyone?
Yeah, and would you like me to continue to share in case we want to reference slides or maximize the screen?
I imagine particularly with the roads, we'll have to go back and look at some things.
Okay, and I'll keep it up.
Would be my guess. All right, so would you mind joining us here at the table? We need to capture everybody on microphone, and I think there should be plenty of microphones to capture you. So questions for Scott? Greg, and then Francie, I know you had your hand up too.
Yeah. Thank you. I want to thank everybody who's presented. This has been informative, and your graphics are a little small in places. They're easy to understand. I did want to point out to Mike that he shouldn't really be wearing that yellow jacket anymore when he skis powder, and his full plant really does require some. My question for Scott are, there've been, we've heard the concerns about habitat. There's a lot of people that really think that we're destroying critical wildlife habitat. But I think that issue isn't. I'm fairly confident, following your studies and all the studies that have been done, that that's not the case. but it does border on important elk habitat. I know we've seen moose in that area migrating through. So my question really is, I think there's some information coming out and you know, some data that might say that this is a migration corridor, that we're seeing elk and moose migrating up over Richmond Hill and then down to North Star and across a very busy Highway 82 and up Smuggler and across some bandit bike trails to get, you know, it's the north-south migration having trouble getting through. And so I'd love to ask you about that and what you know about it and if that merits further study, and just how will this project ensure, because it's also, in addition to being on the boundary of a ski area, it's on the boundary of an elk calving habitat, 1,000 feet down the hill. And just what does that mean? Yeah. And what will ski company do to ensure that skiers and elk don't mix, or anybody else up there and elk don't mix? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, good question, Greg. And, you know, that was a big part of the analysis, was looking at, you know, we all know that we're having, you know, we're struggling with elk populations, well, from here all the way to Vail Pass, for that matter. And you know, we know development, we know, you know, increased recreation is contributing to some of that. In this case, we looked really closely at the elk calving area to make sure we were going to be in there. It's important to note we have really strict, that we never bend on, timing restrictions on when they can operate and construct in these areas. So the elk have time to, we'd like to have those calves get old enough to be able to scoot on their own and avoid disturbance. So I feel pretty good about that, Greg. The migration part, the good thing is I don't think we have any migration in the winter when this is going to be used. And what, you know, if we do learn more, and certainly we've done this in the past, where we learn about, you know, whether it's elk or other species, we can adjust their operating plan to make sure that in the summer or these key periods that elk may be moving through there, which I would guess would be fall and spring, and then, you know, a little bit of residential summer use, but primarily fall and spring. We could make, you know, as we learn more, we can adjust their operating plan to make sure that those, you know, we give consideration and to what effects to elk there might be.
Thanks for that. If I could follow up, Kelly. Regarding habitat, are we losing habitat for elk or other large ungulates or other animals by thinning this forest and creating these glades?
No,
what actually happens?
Yeah, I don't think so. That particular type of habitat we're not short of. And in fact, you could argue that you're, when you create more edges and more diversity, you know, elk are, we have to remind ourselves, elk are plains species. They like open spaces. We push them here. When Lewis and Clark arrived in the mountains, they starved because the elk weren't here. They were in North Dakota and, you know, eastern Colorado. So, you know, creating openings and edge effects like that creates a little more diversity. It's the disturbance we've got to manage, Greg. I really believe that. If you take a look at some of the, especially the timbered areas, you know, that's some hiding cover, which I think they have plenty of in that area, that there'll be some loss of that, a little bit of loss of, some of the habitat that they would use for cover, but in the big scale of things, it's not a huge effect. Where we struggle across all of the West Slope is loss of winter range. That's the real, crucial factor when it comes to big game habitat, is the loss of winter range. Summer range is not as much of an issue. And, Colorado Parks and Wildlife has looked closely at this, and we always work closely with them on every one of these analysis, and I feel pretty comfortable where we're at.
Thank you. One more, and then I'll move on if you don't mind, Kelly, and that is just about water. I know there's a concern that by putting a ski area in there, somehow we're going to affect the watershed, which will directly affect North Star Nature Preserve and the aquifers which feed it. So I'd love to hear what studies have been done and what evidence, and then also what can be done to measure and mitigate if we do find out that there's an effect that which needs attention?
Yeah, great question. And these guys here know that when it comes to soil stability and watershed management, I'm a bulldog to all the ski areas, because that's, you know, we can have effects to, you know, vegetation and certain types of habitat, but when you start changing the soil and the watersheds, you're affecting, you know, the basis, the foundation of our mountains. And the one thing that I can tell you, Greg, is we've learned a lot about building ski areas in the last 40 years, and we design of our we make the ski resorts do water management plans. Because if they're changing or adding snow to an area that maybe didn't have as much snow because of snowmaking, it changes the hydrology a little bit. So that's all part of our best management practices, and I feel real good about it. This wasn't real complicated as far as water management and watershed management. This project wasn't. But we, you know, they have standards to meet, and we'll hold them to them. And if they don't, whether it's during construction or operation, we'll make them change. So, again, we've come a long way in 40 years. The days of cutting the trees and then taking a cat down to build a ski run are gone, and we know so much more about drainage management and how to make sure we're not, you know, overtaxing a small drainage that didn't, you know, for millennial hadn't had that much water. So again, I think our analysis was good, and I think our follow-up and monitoring will be equally as solid.
Great. Thank you, Scott. I'm finished, Kelly. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Francie, and then Steve.
Thank you, Greg, for those questions. They're great, and your answers, Scott. I appreciate that. That was quite a presentation, guys. I can see why you're one of the most successful ski areas. I want to tell you a little aside. I've been perseverating about this issue for so long that the other night, in the middle of the night, I had this prolonged semi-awake dream where I started at campground, went to the wall in the Cirque, then I went to the power line at Buttermilk and Racer's Edge, then I went to Ole Bowl and all the way across to the G-Zones, and I ended up at Aspen Mountain and Silver Queen and all the runs all the way over to Walsh's. And it was quite an experience. And it was about an hour. And, anyway, so that's what I got out of all my perseveration. But Mike, I have to say, hi, I'm Francie, we've never met before, that I think you threatened us with, if we don't pass this and allow you to have Pandora, that you're going to develop a whole bunch of big houses and stuff up there. I think I heard a threat there, and it bothered me quite a bit. Was it a threat?
No, I was trying to reflect back to you and the staff what we are being sort of told, which is we don't want you to do a ski area there. We want you to treat it like a residential area that it is.
Yeah,
right?
Just speak up a little bit. I couldn't quite hear your last sentence.
I just said you don't want skiing there. You want residential activity as it's currently zoned. So we have the responsibility to look at that and say, okay, what can we do now? And we'll consider all options for sure. I was saying I don't want to do that. I wasn't saying, we haven't made any decisions, but we have to act responsibly and abide by your will.
I think you can be assured that if we don't rezone this, it's not because we want to have residential development on Richmond Ridge. I think that, anyway, I do have a couple of questions. So the Powder Tours up there, that's owned by Aspen Ski Co., right? Powder Tours?
Correct.
So you're using that area already and you're getting money from it, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And then,
if I may add to
Yeah.
that response, the Powder Tours boundary is beyond the lands we're talking here today. It extends south of the proposed terrain that constitutes Pandora's.
but it does also access Pandora, doesn't it?
It goes past it and they would pick up their customers near the gondola building, go past this extension of Pandora's terrain, and then the skiing for powder tours is beyond to the
okay,
south.
great, thank you. I think it was you, David, who said, oh yeah, it was you, that said that by having a lift there and having an under ski code control, it would create a better experience, skiing experience for people. And do you think that would be everybody who skis there? I mean, I'm kind of thinking that some of the people who ski there because it's not within the boundaries and that it's a little bit wilder, and so not sure, what were you thinking of when you said that?
There are certainly a few people who quite proudly and as recently as last week's newspapers described that they like that area being hard to access because they can then kind of use it privately for themselves without having more of the public in it. So yes, there are a few people that like the way it is so that they might use our private and the public's lands as they choose without having more members of the public. What we're suggesting is more and more people are skiing it now, and we would like to do that and allow more members of the public in with fully improved ski terrain, the convenience and really accessibility of the lift, because now they may go up on our lifts, cross the ridge, drop down, hike out, and repeat. So we're saying it's being skied now. Let's go ahead, recognize that, complete those improvements, and invite more of the public in. That's part of our business goal, of course. It's also part of the Forest Service goal for the public to expand public recreation and make it available to all of us who may be skiers and snowboarders. So I think what we're seeing is, yes, there are some who privately want to use that as their own little stash, so to speak, but we're trying to serve a broader and greater good, if you will. I mean, that sounds very high-minded, but that's really how we see our purpose here, is to serve more skiers, more members of the public, better.
Great, thank you so much.
Sure.
And just one question about the ownership of the property. I guess I thought I understood it better than I obviously do, because apparently Skico owns a lot of the land up there. And by the way, I appreciated your historical perspective, Mike. That was really interesting to listen to. But so is there somebody who could explain how it's not all Forest Service land? Some of it is privately owned by Aspen Skico?
Yes. It was a slide I referred to before, Francie.
Right.
This slide on the left. You can see the property ownership lines there. Again, hopefully it's easier to see on your laptop.
Yeah, this is what
you see in this kind of lavender color the area where we would extend the ski terrain and convert it from rural and remote to ski rec. You see underneath that line, if you will, these little yellow lines.
Yes.
And they're really demarcating the property boundaries. Heather's going around one now that is Aspen Skiing Company's private land. And then just immediately there, you see a little sliver of Forest Service land, USFS. And then there's more USFS above towards the top here. So you're seeing there the property ownership in the area that we're considering for the additional ski terrain to be partially the Forest Service, the public lands, and partially ours. And it's on the order of 1/3, 2/3 public to private in this area.
And do you have other land on Aspen Mountain that you own as well, or is that it?
Oh yeah, we if you look at the slide on the right, for example, you see in that area that's blue, you also see some little shards of property, if you will, in yellow. Those are the federal lands on the main portion of Aspen Mountain in those little yellow marked spots. And the other is private and comprised of the old mining claims that Tom was referring to before, and his map in yellow of all those little parcels. That's the private land, is the blue without the little yellow on that right
private
side.
land owned by Aspen Ski Company.
We own it, some others we have
Yes and no.
licenses or lease
Lots of
for.
ownership.
There's quite a bit of record on ownership of all those various mining claims. But we either have ownership, easements, licenses to go on. But there are other private owners who have some shares of mining claims, for example, across that main portion of the mountain.
Okay, great, thank you so much. No more.
Steve?
Thank you. My first question has to do with the logging operation. In the photograph with lots of dead trees lying on the ground and also dead standing trees, would a logging operation remove all the dead trees lying on the ground? I don't know, some of that might be salvageable timber, but some of it might be partly rotten already. Could you describe what you do with the deadfall that's lying on the ground? Describe what you do with the dead standing ones that you would be removing. And how much then of the green living trees would you take out in a photograph such as this?
Go ahead, Mac, and I'll jump in.
All right, sounds great. Hi, Steve. Great questions. So number one, yes, we would be removing all of the standing dead trees as well as the dead trees that have already fallen out of the ground. Those trees would be treated in with a couple of different treatment plans depending on their size. We are going to be mulching some of the trees on site and then tilling it into the soils to improve soil quality in some areas. Depending on the length of time that the tree has been dead is also part of the equation. If a tree has been dead for too long, it's not merchantable any longer and either needs to be mulched or it needs to be burnt, but it can't be cut and then hauled off and sold to the United States Forest Service, which is part of the deal on all public lands. As far as the last question, Steve, that you gave was in the photos here, roughly how many trees, living trees, would be removed. That's kind of a part A and a part B answer. Number one, if it's a ski run, our ski runs that we'll be doing are intentionally going to have pockets of trees to increase the sense of adventure, if you will, that as you're going through them. We're not clear cutting your 150-foot wide trail. We'll be working with the Forest Service and identifying different stands that are healthy, that have age variation, and that are different species. So those pockets of trees we'll be identifying, taping around, and we won't be cutting on the trails themselves. When it comes to the gladed areas, we have, depending on the difficulty of the run, will depend on, and the farther to the south, up the hill, like the further away you get from the lift, the less or the more dense the forest will be. The closer you get to the lift, the less dense the forest will be. So the intention is to have is to look at it, and it's not a be all end all. We must cut every third tree in order to accomplish our goal. No, the goal is to provide a world-class skiing experience through here while maintaining the best forest health possible. So in all of these situations, it's a case-by-case description or a case-by-case treatment plan, and we essentially would be trying to keep the healthiest trees that are out there. We're going to be very conscious of every single live tree that we are removing from the forest, and really it's on a rough order of magnitude. You're talking about in an area that is nothing but healthy trees, you're talking about 1 out of every 3 to 1 out of every 2 trees. But if you're talking in an area like this, a lot of our work's already done for us. And frankly, there's not much that you need to do in the photo on the left or the photo on the right. So that, the level of care that and kind of passion and just desire to do the best thing for the environment through this area and make the healthiest forest possible when we're complete with the glading operations is truly our key, one of our key metrics of success. So I hope that
I
helps.
would add, Steve, that the glading now and the way we work with vegetation with the resorts is a mix between art and science. The science being we want to, protect forest health. We want to, there may be a certain tree that our ecologists or biologists recognize as an important wildlife tree, and they want to leave it behind. So you have that combined with the art part of it is trying to make this, the flow through a gladed area special and unique and really a great experience. So again, an area that over the years we've improved. We've gotten much better about it, and it's done side by side. We work, they'll work directly with our foresters and ecologists and biologists to make sure they get it right.
And the last thing to add to the process is that we're proposing to do a multi-stage process and multi-year process, if you will, for the forest work that we'll be undertaking. And the intention of that is that we go conservatively in year one, and then we ski it. If there are sections that absolutely you can't get through, it's too tight, etc., then we mark a couple more trees, and then we basically reiterate the process. It not only will end up with more healthy trees in the forest at the end of the day, but it will also alleviate some of the truck trips that would be needing to go down the backside. So.
And Steve, we've been working Mac has been working diligently on that, honestly. So it's different even than what you saw.
Everybody off the Zoom.
No, they froze up.
Sorry, hang on tight.
Yeah, I was wondering what. Froze up.
So then you brought up the hauling the logs down the backside, which there are concerns of people who live on the backside. The impacts on Little Annie Road hauling the logs down that way.
Hey, Steve, I'm going to ask you to hold up. We're just having a little technical difficulty, so I want to make sure everyone stays on the same page. If you could just give us a moment, because we can hear you, but we can't see anybody on Zoom, and I'm not sure what happened.
Just before public comment, of course.
I hope I didn't kick all those 25 people off.
Are there still 25 people?
I still.
Is there a problem next door? Yeah.
And online.
Okay. Well, on the YouTube feed too? Yeah.
I'm still on, and I still see 28 participants, and I see
You're
Greg.
still on?
Yeah, I still see Greg and Steve's video. Steve and Greg, I think, can still hear us. So they're not kicked off.
I'm kicked off. I don't know
I'm
about
off.
everybody else.
Mine's spinning.
I could try to get back on again. Let's see.
I'm going to wait for Andrew here, the guru, to tell us what to do. Thank you
Pitkin
for your
County guest.
patience
Will
here.
still be working.
I'm with you though, what I don't wanna do is end the meeting.
Yeah.
See if I can join here.
Jay, is everything working okay on your end? Okay. Why don't we just why don't you just put us up for a 2-minute or 3-minute or 4-minute break, so people aren't watching this.
Do you want me to try to rejoin, Andrew? Do you want me to start joining all over again?
Man, it's been a year and a half, I'll tell you.
It says unable to join.
Yeah, mine too. So I'm going to click.
And I can't chat them.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Our apologies. We had a technical network difficulty with half the room that I think we've resolved, and so we will return to Steve Child's questions for Scott Fitzwilliams. Hi, Steve. Thanks.
Okay. My next question had to do with the logging. I mean, the hauling the logs out, the ones that are going to a sawmill. And I presume that would be going down Little Annie Road. There are concerns of the neighbors there about having lots of logging trucks going down Little Annie Road. Is there any possibility of hauling logs down the front side of Aspen Mountain and through town? That would be quite a sight, hauling logs through the middle of Aspen, but I did see one a couple of years ago.
All right, I'll take that one.
Sure.
Steve, unfortunately the answer is no. Logging trucks cannot go down at the front side of Aspen Mountain, but we have redesigned in conjunction with the county and constructed some improvements on the front side of Aspen Mountain Road in the last 2 years to be able to drive logging trucks up the front side of Aspen Mountain. So the impact on the backsiders will be half as impactful because they will just be seeing trucks going down the hill as they come. So unfortunately, once you put the logs onto the truck, you can imagine the length of the truck, because there's basically a trailer section that is attached to the back of a 16-foot long truck, and that makes it a 24-foot long truck with another set of wheels. That's how it drives without logs on it, and then they split it in half, set the logs in place at however long the logs are, and then that's a new length of truck. So the truck ends up being 40, 45 feet long once it's got logs on it, which is too long by about 13, 15 feet to go down the front side. So that's the reasoning.
Okay, thank you. I understand all that. Two more questions. One is in your packet you said that you would be able to manage Pandora with no increase in the number of employees. and yet if you're increasing the skiable terrain by 27% and adding another lift, you're going to need more lift operators, presumably more ski patrolmen. Could you explain that claim that you wouldn't need more employees?
Steve, Dave Corbin responding to your question. If you remember in the consideration of the Aspen Mountain Master Plan update and in 2019, we went through and described how many FTEs exist on Aspen Mountain today. And one of the requirements of the updated master plan, and I want to say it was within 2 years of either the completion of Pandora's Terrain and operation or the Sundex remodel and operation, we had to come back to the county and do an audit on our number of employees and full-time equivalents. That's the way all of, if you will, employee mitigation is handled on mountain master plans and our improvements, is a full accounting using real numbers of the number of people that are our baseline, and then at a given point in time, it's remeasured, their hours are counted, and you then determine how many FTEs might have been added over that period of time. At that point, we're called upon to mitigate, typically through a cash in lieu or a fee in the county. So the mechanism is baked into the Mountain Master Plan review, which still holds true as or would hold true if Pandora is added. One of the reasons we thought that materially we would not really see an increase in employees is the addition is small enough that we didn't really feel we would be adding significantly to number of patrol. The lift personnel may indeed be offset because it's our maybe aspiration or hope or certain a possibility that we would remove the couch, and therefore those employees might be, if you will, repurposed onto the new lift from the couch. So the thought was we'll manage our FTEs and the labor associated with this terrain flat, but in either case or any case, the county will see a full audit and be able to determine if there's any FTE growth in time.
Okay, thank you. And I do remember that discussion from a couple of years ago now that you describe it again.
Okay, thank you.
And then my last question has to do with, there's talk of, and maybe it's more public comments, but I think maybe it was a claim of the ski company too, about your desire to spread the skiers out more on Aspen Mountain to alleviate the congestion around the gondola and lift 3, where more people tend to go there than any other parts. So in order to spread the skiing out on the existing mountain, you would have to do, redevelop lift 1A and do something for the couch lift, presumably to put in a high-speed lift there, and that would get people skiing out on the edges of the mountain because they have really good lifts that they would want to ski there. So could you describe your thought process on what you're planning there? Why haven't you, why aren't you pursuing lift 1A, or maybe you are pursuing it right now? I'm not sure where you are there. Thank you.
Excuse me. Well, we certainly are continuing to pursue what we would call now Lift 1 for the ultimate replacement of 1A. So that's still very much on the table. The bottom terminal, if you will, and proceeding with that lift is really dependent upon the lodging redevelopment that's at the bottom, on the South Aspen Street side. those lodging developers are proceeding with their applications in the city, and in time, we fully expect them to go forward and that lift to be replaced. So that part of our skier circulation and our lift capacity there will indeed still change and has been described as an improved condition in the updated and restated master plan in the county. I'd say with respect to other circulation, as I was noting before, we really believe that with Pandora's terrain and its lift, skiing and repeat skiing can happen on the upper portion of the mountain and the upper eastern flanks by a return to this new lift instead of to the couch. So that would change and kind of broaden the area and the acreage for those intermediate skiers, for example, that are coming down Copper or whatever now. We're expanding the terrain that they will have to ski. We also are giving them the opportunity to repeat ski on that upper area without coming down all the way to the bottom of Copper and the intersection of Copper and Spar Gulch. So you take some pressure off of that merging condition of skiers at those two trail intersections, and you have the ability to then reduce the number of people that are skiing, again, through Kleenex Corner and beyond and all the way to the bottom. The other thing is I would remind you, in the updated master plan approved in 2019, we included the prospect of what's described as a back of bell chair. And that sort of would run from, say, Copper Trail essentially up to the top of Bell. And if we pursue that, and that was approved in the county's review of the plan in 2019, if we indeed pursue that lift, it then gives skiers the opportunity to cross the mountain, higher on the mountain, from Pandora's on its eastern flank to the central spine of Bell Mountain and on to really the quad that kind of runs right up to Sundeck. So that prospect of Pandora's combined with that future lift allows for quite a bit more cross-mountain circulation on its upper half, which is advantageous to us now and would be more advantageous if we continue to suffer, if you will, the threat of climate change that pushes skiing up.
Okay, so you would probably contemplate then removing the lift 7 if the Pandora lift is built, and you would then have adequate intermediate terrain for people to get down to the bottom of the Pandora lift?
Yes, there's just, if you will, if you think of Walsh's Run right now, that in the future will be an access that would be groomed and maintained and accessible for intermediates and advanced skiers. If you enter that, if you will, sort of that top throat of Walsh's now, you kind of go through a little flat spot, and before it really tips over and gets steep, that trail can go then cross mountain, and it's described and depicted in the plan as a blue trail. That can be winch catted and groomed, and we could come across and then drop intermediate skiers down all the way to the bottom of Pandora's terrain. So that's, if you will, maybe the most attractive or main route down into the center of this terrain. I'd remind you, really, the lower third to lower half of the terrain is more gentle, intermediate, if you will, slope gradient, and again, gladed, new experience for the intermediates. So that whole lower portion is really well served for intermediate and advanced skiers. The other way in is, if Mac and I both referenced it, the reverse back in, not unlike what you see in Temerity at Highlands, but there's a way back in from really the bottom of North Star, or if you ski down Copper, or even come down Lazy Boy, there's a reverse back in. So intermediate skiers coming down the spine of the mountain on those trails can reverse back in, come down into Pandora's on an intermediate level trail, and access this lift, and then go back up to top and repeat or spread however they may wish.
You're muted, Steve.
That's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I have one question for, Scott, and then I'm gonna check in with the board, cause I would recommend we turn to public comment, if we're gonna keep our timelines today, so we'll touch base on that. But, so my question for Scott, thank you for hanging in there with our kind of smorgasbord there. I'm wondering, is there an assumption for the public to be able to access Forest Service lands for free in the wintertime? And does the rezoning affect that at all?
I want to make sure I understand your question. So if you rezone this area to, it doesn't affect the way we look at it. Now, the ski areas, if they want to manage uphill access the way they have, that's something they can do. But for us, we still consider it public land, and they'll be able to access it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's helpful. Because I just have concerns that now that it's in a managed area, what might have been free prior to
Right, I get it.
rezoning now may not be free anymore for people. And Kiko can also answer that question,
Right.
and then we can move on.
I don't know, we haven't talked much about how uphill would be managed in Pandora. I haven't thought about it. It'd be kind of challenging.
Yeah, it's a long way to get there.
I was going to say,
Just to
someone's committed.
It's, good on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, because snowmobilers, right? They'll ride their snowmobiles up, park in the designated spots you've allowed, and ski in. I don't know if you're contemplating not allowing that anymore.
Well, certainly, as Mac pointed out on that winter access, we've maintained the marina, so access by the public up the county roads would continue. So somebody could drive a snow machine up Midnight Mine, Little Annie, come to our operating boundary, find that parking, if you will, the marina, can park their sled there. Then, again, if they've got a pass, want to go onto our operating boundary, yes, they can then cross into our operating boundary, drop into Pandora's and ski, but not take their snow machine inside that operating boundary.
Where we allow the ski areas to restrict people's accesses for safety reasons, and that's just what Dave is pointing out. I mean, snowmobiles and groomers and stuff don't get along.
So that is a change from the public's
Yeah,
perspective,
somewhat.
and interest of access
Mhm.
to that land. Okay. Thank you so much.
You're
Are
welcome.
there other questions for Scott before, of course you're welcome to stay, but I know if you have to go. We appreciate your time here. Greg, you had your hand up? No? Okay.
Well, not for Scott,
Okay.
but I do have questions. But
Okay.
if Scott's still trying to get out of here, I'll just wait until he clears. How's that?
Okay.
You guys good?
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, you bet.
Thank
you all.
you.
Nice to meet
Pleasure
you.
meeting you.
Thank you, Scott.
So I do want to check in with the board because we're getting about to 5:15, and we have over 20 people online who I'm not sure if all of those folks want to make public comment. We do have we had another 10 to 12, I think, signed up in the overflow room who are here in person for public comment, and so that really puts us at getting close to 7 o'clock if everyone uses their 3 minutes. I have a ton of questions, so I'm not, there's a ton more ahead of us, I think, but I want to sort of figure out how we want to use our next 2 hours. And I guess my recommendation would be let's go to public comment. If that goes faster, then we can resume our questions for SkiCo and see where we're at that point.
I support that. I want to hear from the public.
Yeah, okay. Is that okay, Greg and Steve?
Well, yeah, like you, I have a lot of questions. I'd love to stay on track with them, but certainly if you want to go to public comment now, that's fine. Our questions can wait, and I think some of the questions, like what you just asked, can certainly be part of our considerations when we pick this up again.
Sure.
And I'm guessing we're probably going to go past 7, so we should be prepared for that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll switch to comment now. That's fine.
Okay. Okay, so with that, as I indicated at the beginning of the meeting, we had invited the Planning and Zoning Commission to join us, and so I'm going to ask Suzanne, can you pop outside and ask Charlotte, let Charlotte know that we're gonna start metering in-person folks, and if there's any planning and zoning members here in person, that now would be a great time. So, let me see here. Okay. I am not seeing any planning and zoning members who have joined us remotely. Unless one of our members has the phone number ending in 0199 who has called in. All right, hi there.
Hello.
Welcome. All right.
They've been waiting a long time.
My first? We're gonna let Kelly decide.
Yeah, and I have to say, I'm not sure I know everyone by face, but I don't see any planning and zoning members who've joined us online. Is that Cliff? Is that right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Do you want to come up? Are you, if you wish to, you are not required to, of course.
Been here before.
Okay. Thank you. And again, we've extended the invitation for our P&Z members to participate in public comment first. And please let us know, your name if you're representing yourself or summarizing the conversation you felt was had at P&Z. That would be very helpful. And we will ask everyone to stick to the 3 minutes if that's okay.
Okay, my name's Cliff Weiss. I live in Aspen. I am a Pitkin County Planning and Zoning Commissioner. I did recuse myself from all of the proceedings. I'm also a ski instructor with Ski Company for the last 16 years. And I also have 30 years of experience promoting resorts in North and South America. So those 3 perspectives of these really 2 issues in my mind, excuse me, the economy and the environment. SkiCo must remain competitive with other ski areas in the country. Ajax is our flagship, and our flagship's getting tired. And I think it needs to be upgraded, some new guns. And that's how I see Pandora's. The remainder of this community has survived and grown based on the skiing industry. Many people came for the winters and stayed for the summers. And I think it's an important thing that we keep up our major product as a destination ski resort. On the environment, I see this as just a tiny little thing compared to all the other really, excuse me, large issues that P&Z and BOCC are dealing with. And I am here to support the expansion into Pandora's. On the environment, I feel as though the SkiCo does a lot more good than they do harm, and Pandora's is going to do a lot more good than they do harm when it comes to the environment. I think our focus in the future, our 2 boards, really should be on 15,000 square foot homes, on GMQS competitions, and TDR reform and rural and remote reform. I think if you want to protect our environment, those things are what we need to focus on. Pandora's is not going to hurt those situations. I don't see it as a precedent and a problem. We already have problems in the Pandora's, just outside Pandora's. There was a lot split up there. I had to vote on that. I considered that personally a blow to what I stand for. The whole situation with rural and remote and cabins and the increase in that really needs to be addressed by this board. That's it, quick.
Thank you so much. Were there, let me just check in. You were recused, but I want to make sure, were there any questions for Cliff by board members or P&Z? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Other P&Z, I don't see. And I continue to not see any online. All right. So we'll go ahead and I will ask the next person. I'm not sure who came in next. You guys can decide for yourself in person here. So we'll alternate 3 folks here in person 3 more folks, and then we'll go to 4 folks online. And I will ask folks online, if you wish to provide public comment, please use the raise hand function, and the Zoom will order you in the order that you raise your hand. And please go ahead, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name
Tell us
is
your
Scott Farrell, and I've been an Aspen ski pass holder for over 45 years, and I ski every single day. And I have never, ever skied Pandoras. And I think that myself and all other responsible pass holders should be able to ski back there in a safe, controlled, lift-operated area. I mean, Aspen Mountain has not extended its ski area, has put a ski lift outside its original footprint in 75 years. And personally, I don't think that that whole area should just be for a lot of people, you know, a lot of basically daredevils and risk takers to ski back there, and people without ski passes. I think everybody should have an opportunity to ski back there. I mean, Aspen Mountain is getting crowded, and it would be such a nice choice to get off the gondola and take a left or a right. And if you're waiting for somebody on top, you know, just you can take a quick run down to Pandora's and back up. You know, I don't think you have to ski all the way to the bottom. And it would just be a nice added attraction to Aspen Mountain for everybody to enjoy. And as far as environment goes, I don't think anybody in this room has ever seen an elk up there in the wintertime. And in the summertime, actually all those new runs would make pasture for the elk if they do go there. And it just, I think it's time for Aspen to actually extend its lift service outside its original boundary. And it's not that big of an area. It would just be a very, very nice choice to spread people around the mountain and be able to hang on top of the mountain instead of skiing all the way down. Because the lift lines have been getting real long down at the bottom. And it would just be fun to stay on top and ski all the time and not have to go to chair 3, just have a little option. And it would just, I mean, it's already been skied out a lot, and I think everybody should enjoy it, not just a few. Or not even a few, there's a lot of people back there, but personally, I won't go back there because it's closed area, and it's dangerous. And it would be a real asset to the community and to the ski industry to have that open. I mean, every single other ski area in the West has put new ski lifts outside the original boundaries, except for Aspen Mountain. And that's just my opinion. And I just hope that we could move forward and do that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate your time. Okay, next person come on up, please. Tell us your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kevin Baru. I've lived in Aspen about 7 years now. I live across from the preserve. I was a 1978 environmental fellow at the White House, and I then became a molecular biologist and a neuroscientist. Most importantly, I've served on a number of what are called consensus boards that try to deal with the shifting criteria in science. In my opinion, at present, there isn't any environmental impact study because the current criteria in the last 18 months have not been met, couldn't be met. But there's never been a bigger change in any science field than has happened in environmental science in the last 18 months. By not including the shifting criteria, what you've got is an out of context, out of date report that doesn't allow an informed decision. I can't tell you what the new study would show, because scientists are not crystal ball readers, but in all likelihood, given the heating of the planet, what's happened in the American West, the drought, the drying of the Colorado River, you're going to see a very, very different conclusion from that environmental report than the one you have at present. So I urge you to slow down, do a good report, make an informed decision, and then everybody will be better served. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Okay, would you like to come up?
Kelly, I'm just having trouble
yes.
hearing last names.
Oh, trouble hearing last names. Okay, lean in and speak loudly, please, because we have a Zoom mics over here and then broadcast mics in front of you. Thanks. Hi.
Hello, my name is Lorenzo Semple. I am here to voice my support for Pandora's. I've written extensively on this, and I feel like I've interviewed a really good cross-section of the town, including tourists, second homeowners who are generally in support of this project. I realize that the easiest thing to do for staff and council is to just say no to this. That's the easiest thing to do. But this isn't going to go away. This will come back to the table. Saying no now will arguably create more work later. So what I urge the council and the board to do is to approve this and then do the really hard work that it's going to take to make sure that the zoning, the rezoning, meets and addresses all the needs of the locals, particularly those who are against this. And I think that's really going to be the hard work here. But I would strongly encourage the board to vote in favor of this, and then just be prepared to do that hard work. And thank you very much. I'd really like to thank you guys for all your hard work on this. That's all I have.
Thanks, Lou. Nice
Thank
to see
you.
you. Okay, we're going to go to folks online, and then I'm going to also ask staff to queue up the next 4 persons who are here in the room, here in the building, to testify in person. And so I have John Buxbaum as first to give us your virtual, virtual testimony, and you will have 3 minutes, sir. Please let us know if we can hear you.
All right. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, as Kelly just said, my name is John Buxbaum, and our family has been in Aspen for over 70 years, and I've had the good fortune of skiing up on Aspen Mountain for over 55 years. And I have to say, you know, many of the improvements that I have seen happen in Aspen, whether they're at Snowmass, Buttermilk, Highlands, or on Aspen Mountain in a limited degree, have always been for the better, maybe with the exception of Gentleman's Ridge Lip, but that can be fixed. What I really appreciate, though, is Mike Kaplan's comments about, you know, this is about skiing. It's not about real estate. And I think I'm a real estate developer, but I am certainly opposed to seeing any real estate development being done in conjunction with Pandora's. And while the ski company is continually given their assurance that this wouldn't be the case, which I think is very, very commendable, and I think you as a board have the opportunity to hold them to that standard. And that to me is a key issue. If there wasn't the willingness to exclude real estate from this development for the expansion, I would not be sitting here speaking in support of it. But looking at all of the change that does occur over time, I think we learn a lot from history. We can take a lot of those experiences, apply them here. And as many have said today, I mean, we are a ski industry town. It supports the majority of the winter and spring business. It's critically important. We can't allow ourselves to go backwards, or other resorts put in a lot of good improvements and they become more and more popular. And I think Aspen has always been regarded as being the best. I think it's a badge of honor. We should want to stay the best. It's a wonderful mountain. If you look over my shoulder, I don't know if you can see me, I have an old Chair 3 hanging behind me, and when they put in Ajax Express, I don't think that was the end of the mountain, and it probably has helped overall. So change can be good, and As Lo just said, I appreciate all of the work that all of you have done. This isn't easy, but I must say I hope that you support it. I think it's the right thing for the community. I think it's the right thing for skiing, and I think in generations to come, we'll all be happy that this has been done. So appreciate this opportunity, and I hope you will support. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Excuse me. Okay, Eva Chilson, you are up next. Please go ahead and unmute yourself and let us know we can hear you.
All right. So, hi, my name is Eva Larson-Chilson. I have commented on this issue several times before, so I will make my comment as short as possible. But I do think it's important to mention that any educated person would understand how detrimental this would be in terms of climate change, not to mention carelessly logging healthy trees for creating ski runs on a mountain that doesn't need more terrain, not to mention the existing 4 mountains with abundant terrain across all of them, and not to mention a company that certainly doesn't need to generate more income. What makes Aspen Mountain truly special is Richmond Ridge, an incredible, irreplaceable space enjoyed by many in the winter or otherwise. This project would take away its unique nature. It is not a small development. To assume or claim that perhaps the threat of wildfires would be eliminated because of logging is simply uninformed. Realistically, we need all of the extra oxygen we can get. And unfortunately, this project has actually resulted in childlike rivalries through which the opposition tries to pit avid skiers against those who are supposedly not. My opinion comes from my experience living in Aspen my entire life. I'm only 21 years old, and in looking toward the future of a community already facing the detrimental aspects of climate change. There is a distinct line between taking care of the environment or looking out for the environment and using it for financial gain or intensely developed leisure activities. The latter two in this case are very, very clear. Not to mention that if you do understand rural and remote, residential development is not an issue. All I can ask, as I have done in the past, is that you please take time with this decision and to get it right. The future of the new generation, my generation, and the sustainability of our environment in Aspen may be irreversibly affected by this decision, which is certainly to the, quote, detriment of public goals. We do all like to have fun, but do we have to do it at the expense of the environment? The original plans for the ski area did occur at a time where a climate crisis was not looming. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Eva. Okay, I will go to Mike Maple, please. If you could unmute yourself and let us know we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, one question. What's happening with video for the public?
I'm not sure. I think you're joined as an attendee, and so I don't believe attendees have all the same permissions as panelists. But we can hear you just fine.
Yeah, well, anyways, just in terms of public processes, doing these things in person or visually is far better than doing them over the phone and blindly. The same applies to maps, unfortunately, but for these sorts of formats, it would be greatly appreciated by this member of the public if we were doing it both visually and verbally. In any event, my name is Mike Maple. I live in Aspen, Colorado, and my interest in Pandora's expansion is personal. I have no economic interest in skiing other than the fact that I own a home and live in Aspen. I'm an enthusiastic skier, and I've had the good fortune to ski all over the world, and I think Aspen Mountain is literally the best ski area in the world, but it can be even better. High altitude, north-facing slopes such as Walsh's and Pandora's area are simply the best skiing due to greater snow accumulations, drier snow, and narrower temperature swings. Expanding into these areas in a time of climate change will improve our skiing, reduce congestion, while at the same time reducing pressure to expand resource-intensive snowmaking. One of my big concerns about the current use of Pandora's area is safety. My wife thoroughly enjoys skiing Walsh's, but absolutely hates the transition to Lead's Lane. She's hit that transition and come out of her bindings and tumbled off Lead's Lane more than once. Having grown up in Aspen as the son of a ski pro, I was told in no uncertain terms that any out-of-bounds skiing was strictly forbidden. I remember many nights when my father was out late into the night participating in avalanche victim searches in Pandora's and other areas adjacent to Aspen Mountain. I heeded my father's admonition, and I have very rarely ventured out of bounds from that day to this. Fast forward 40 years, and I had a son that, let's just say, enjoys pushing the envelope on skis. When I learned he regularly skied Pandora's, powder days became days of stress, knowing he would inevitably be in out of bounds and uncontrolled areas. My concern for the safety of skiing these areas was magnified by the avalanche death of former patrolman Corey Brittman in 2008. Including Pandora's within the ski area will reduce my powder day stress and improve public safety. Some people have a concern about the environmental impact of the proposed expansion. As I consider environmental impacts, I look to the designated experts on the topic, the U.S. Forest Service, rather than armchair prognosticators. The U.S. Forest Service has recommended a May to June closure of this area, but has otherwise determined there is minimal use of this area by elk and Canadian lynx, and there will be limited impact on wildlife. The U.S. Forest Service has also opined that the proposed tree removal is healthy for the forest. The proposed rezoning and use limitations are a downzoning. Some people claim that it's an upzoning. It is clearly a downzoning. Review on the record on permitted uses in the rural and remote zone makes it clear that the original rural and remote zone did not preclude skiing. Certainly, if this had been the case, Pandora's would not have been permitted to be added to the Aspen Mountain Master Plan in 1997. It appears the 2006 code update inexplicably eliminated special use review of commercial ski area uses. As there is no record of thoughtful consideration of this significant change, this appears to be an oversight or a scrivener's error.
Mike, I'd like to ask you to wrap up your comments, please. We're right past 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is my understanding that the current zoning of this area permits 62 allowable uses, either without review, with special review, or with a master plan. The allowable uses in ski rec include multifamily dwelling units, transit facilities, dormitories, restaurants and bars, retail sales, and special events. The ski company is proposing to strike all but 4 of these 62 uses.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Rezoning with these eliminated uses is a downzoning. I greatly appreciate that a Pandora's expansion will allow increased access to 60 acres of public land as well as 90 acres of private land. This is a gift to the public. Expanding ski area operations into Pandora.
Mike, I really have
is
to
in the best
ask
interest
you to
of-
wrap up, please. We're way
I
past your
urge the
time.
BOCC to approve the Pandora's expansion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Appreciate you. And let's see, Chris Davenport, you are next. And we're not controlling video, right? Don't they control video? Okay. So if you wish to turn your video on when you address us, I think you're able to from home. Chris Davenport, did you drop off? Okay, I'm going to go to our in-person folks, and then we'll go back to those who've joined virtually. So Scott Ryder, come on up.
Where do you want me here?
Yes, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Scott Ryder. I live in East Aspen. I'm celebrating my 50th year in Aspen. We moved here when I was 12, so I'm a graduate of the Red Brick Building and have been skiing Aspen Mountain since the ski club was right there between 1A and what was the Little Nell lift. So I've got a rich history there, and Aspen Mountain was always my mountain. I didn't average 100 days a year because I had kids and jobs, but out of the 3,500 days that I think I've skied in those 50 years, I would guess probably 3,400 of them were on Aspen Mountain. It's where I play, it's where I live, it's where I drop the kids off to play. The Richmond Ridge thing, I will just say, has gotten a lot busier. And I heard the presentation on the statistics. From a personal perspective, I used to go back there 1 or 2 times a year in the old days when we were feeling really spunky because it seemed more dangerous back then. The last couple of years, the use has grown intensively. And not just by others, by me too. I probably go back there 30 times a year now, on snowmobile on one side and walking on the other side. So it's gotten a lot of use. And right now, the way I see it, it's largely just reserved for the rich and the risk takers. And for me, I'm here to tell you that I could be one of those guys who could just be back there skiing powder all the time just by myself and with my cronies. But it's too good. It's too good, and it's going to help the skiing so dramatically. The way the mountain works right now is you've got a lot of really fast expert skiers bombing through intermediate areas to get over to Bell Mountain or to get down to Six Lift. And so there's a lot of conflict between skiers. This, I think, will spread that conflict out and push a lot of the bombers over to one side. It gives us it's a lot better for skiing, in my opinion. I also did Heinz TDRs back when Highlands was originally approved. Heinz hired me to get their 25 TDRs. So I was sort of one of the first guys in that game. Back in those days, I can tell you that ski area was always contemplated as part of it. I think it was in the code at the time. But when we were playing that game with the TDRs, that was always a reality of the situation, that skiing was part of rural and remote. And I truly appreciate the obvious downzoning that the ski company is willing to take. I also served, I was appointed by the previous Board of County Commissioners for the Aspen Airport study. I was on the Vision Committee. And I know how important growth is, or stopping growth, or limiting growth is to this community, and I agree. I don't see this adding any growth. There's not a single bed associated with it. There's no development for housing associated with it. And in my opinion, Pitkin County and the city of Aspen and the city of Snow, you guys control the growth by how many beds you approve. So I just have so much appreciation and respect for what these guys are trying to do, which is make my mountain better for me and everyone else who I share it with.
Thank you.
One last thing. I'm an optimist, and when I look at this community, I always say we've gotten better in so many more ways than we've gotten worse from when I was a kid. We have bike paths, we have rec centers, we have the arts, we have buses, we have all these things we never had 50 years ago. And so there are two ways to look at things. Is this something that's going to be good for the community and make it better, or is this something that's going to make it worse? And in my opinion, this is a really easy one. It makes it better for the community. Thank you.
Appreciate it, yeah. Okay, I'm not sure who came in next there, folks. If the next person wants to come up.
I'll go.
All right.
Hi, my name's Tim Mooney.
Hi.
And I've lived in the same house for 50 years. I taught skiing for the Aspen Skiing Company on Aspen Mountain for 25 years. I started skiing on Little Annie's and the difficult side of Richmond Ridge as a guide for Dave Farney when he was trying to develop a ski area there. So I'm a long-time backcountry guy. And with Steve Crockett and his private snowcat, we laid out a number of those roads over the snow roads so that we could access our own recreational skiing. And I too was on the airport vision committee, and it was obvious then, and it's even obvious with this, that this is about growth. And this is incremental expansionism by an industrial tourism company. And it's very unique to me that they can interchange community and resort whenever it facilitates their need. When they say they're talking about the community, but they're developing the resort, it's just all muddied up. They're corporate capitalists who want bottom line profits. And this is a real estate deal. If you just look back at this map that has been on the board a number of times, you can see that in these areas, there's only a handful of owners. Valley View, Ajax, they've already applied for real estate development. Pitkin County, U.S. Forest Service, we know that. Then the Aspen Skiing Company owns land. Then Aspen Management Company. I don't really know who that is, but I think I can guess. And then Aspen Summit 105 LLC, we can ask the ski company to comment on who's part of that LLC. I think they know them all intimately. And then CFU-JR Trust. And one of the dominoes that fell for me was when one of these LLCs bought hundreds of acres for millions of dollars from CCI. And that's the summit piece where the Powder Tour lunch cabin is. And if you look at the road that goes back along Richmond Ridge, basically the ski company owns both sides of that road now. So when they say they're not going to limit backcountry skiing, they have requested police to monitor the roads so that they can give tickets for trespassing to snowmobilers. So they're all about control. They're all about incrementally expanding into this rural and remote area for their own control and for their own capital improvements to their powder tours, to glamping cabins, whatever they decide. And I think it is really interesting that one of the things that was said is the way that we understand the past is to understand the present. Well, the way we understand the future is to understand the past too. And where we're at right now with developing 2 Little Nell hotels at the base of Aspen Street, expanding the airport, the constant pressure of the resort on the community, this is just another
Tim, I need you to
level
conclude.
of growth.
Thank you.
So I hope you vote to deny it until you can do a master plan and take the advice of your paid, long-time employees. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay, Brad, I think you were here, and then
I wanted to
Bill?
say one more thing really quick. So because it was brought up and there was a picture of a cabin from the backside of Aspen Mountain, I'm a realtor. I got on the website and I looked up the owner of that cabin is John Miller. And it was listed for $8.8 million. It's now listed for $7.5 million, $7,950,000.
Thank you.
So that's some of the growth that needs to be managed with a master plan.
Thank you, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for having me. I'm a new resident to Aspen, so I'm going to try to keep this brief, but I want to give a little history because I have some pretty relevant history actually in this town and the state. First, I hope we all agree that it's much better to be discussing recreation and tourism than putting in a new mine or perhaps logging as an industry. So anyhow, a little bit more on me. This winter, I skied all 4 mountains. 70 plus days. I raced all the town series, the NASTARs, and I was so grateful. These mountains are truly remarkable, as well as all the skiers here. In 1973, my mother actually taught me how to ski on Fanny Hill. I was 3 years old. I was bombing down Fanny Hill. My grandparents were sitting in butterfly chairs at the bottom, and it just happens that day, John Denver was actually playing as well, and my parents were big fans. Obviously, the base area there has changed quite a bit over the years, and in North America, it's probably the best modern day ski area, I would say. My mother is also a native of Colorado and grew up in a ski family, which is now 7 generations deep. The first was the governor. Relatives of hers helped establish Aspen, and one of those was D.R.C. Brown Jr., who was the founding father of Aspen Ski Corp, or one of them, and ran the ski corp for 2 decades and more. My grandfather, John Evans Jr., founded Winter Park, similar kind of story. Anyhow, I have skiing and the outdoors in my blood. I also have an undergraduate degree from a college of forestry and natural resources, and I have 2 master degrees, one which includes a master's in urban planning. So when I step back, thanks for the history there, I'll try to wrap this up pretty quick. When I step back to look at the Pandora expansion and kind of the broader context of the ski industry, I think we should all feel that, it's really fortunate that the ski company has
maintain such individual character of all these mountains here. The ski company management and ownership is really focused, I believe, coming from a lot of front range skiing that I've done over the years, on community values, the local history, the environmental stewardship. And so, I'm not sure if any of you have skied Vail or any of their resorts. It's let's talk about profit and local character and charm just being stripped. Another point I just wanted to make before a few more here was that the lift one is going in, and this is really, I think, going to balance things out. I got 3 quick more points, and so I think hopefully that would bring the World Cup back, and that's a legacy here in Aspen. So there's plenty of local powder skiing here for all the locals. The balance with the Lift 1A. I think third, the Forest Service recommendations, and we don't do a lot of, it doesn't appear, wildfire mitigation here. The ski company does our wildfire mitigation, which is really good. And one final point, if you don't mind, I think the ski company has a history of being very conscious of planning and land use here. And I think Mr. Corbin made a point earlier that, asking an applicant, they applied to the land use plan and they made a really good application, they've progressed it, they've researched it, and to say, well, now we need to go out and do another master plan is, from an urban planner perspective, I consider that a really strange process. Anyhow, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Okay.
Kelly,
Yes.
can you have him tell us name?
Oh, sorry, Brad Hahn.
And thank you, Brett. I know we got your writing, your comments in writing as well.
Design,
Hi, come on.
okay.
Yep, please. And then we're going to go back to folks online. So, hi, sir. Go ahead.
My name is Bill Sterling, and I've been thinking about this a couple of years and had a lot of questions and concerns initially. And a lot of how I understand and make decisions about the resort is we live in a ski resort town, and we're constantly in the process of balancing both the resort and the town. And in my view, the balance is clearly in favor of approval of the Pandora's expansion. I'm a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee that was formed at the beginning of the summer. And it's the first expansion that's happened on Aspen Mountain in almost 36 years. And I think the ski company should agree to no additional amenities in perpetuity if this gets approved. And I think that's an idea that was proffered by the Aspen Times in their editorial this week. And also, there's no possible future expansion for permitted areas above or below it. This is it, and I think awaiting an updated east area plan is a bit of a red herring, because there's not a home on the east side of Aspen that can even see the lift towers or anything, because they'll be blocked by ridge lines. It'd be as if the East Aspen area plan was going to make comments about the expansion at Buttermilk or something like that. And it doesn't compromise rural and remote, which is one of the most wonderful things that community development and the commissioners approved. It's protected the boundary between the natural environment and the developed environment in an amazing way. So, but those opposed to this because of R&R also own land on the backside of Aspen Mountain, and they're very anxious. And the only change is going to be that there'll be a lift terminal and patrol shack. R&R was never intended to prohibit skiing, as you all have discussed this afternoon. The key to all of this is high elevation and northeast exposure. And that's about climate change, as someone just earlier mentioned it, who was on the other side of his view of this. And Pandora deals with and adapts to climate change, which is a way of life for all of us and the world now, especially ski areas. There are, by the way, some ski areas in the Alps where you can't even get to the bottom anymore because of melting. And this is going to give us the chance to keep the ski area open for longer periods of time. The Forest Service, we've got to really trust that in their opinion that there's a need to both thin and clean out all the flotsam and jetsam that's in the bottom of this forest in Pandora. So it's a hopeful check against any possible fires in the future. And they've actually approved Pandora in their environmental review, which I think should be sufficient. So it'll improve circulation like the Highlands Bowl did with Temerity Lift. It was amazing how that changed that area. So you won't have people that are going all the way to the bottom from Walsh's and then going, 40 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour, and then going back up. I won't miss seeing those people anymore. So please improve and expand skiing, provide for fire suppression, and let's all be able to ski it, not just those who see it as their special stash. And I would like to present to Chairman Kelly McNichols today a Friends of Pandora's petition, if I could. It's got 1,146 signatures on it, and more have even signed up today, and I would like to submit this to the board, however that's done.
Yep, you can give it to Suzanne. She'll make sure it's in the public record.
Thank you very much for your patience and your time and
you,
consideration.
Good to see
It requires thoughtfulness and consideration. It really does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to folks. I'm going to start with Suzanne Caskey, who's one of our P&Z members online, and then we'll go to Marcella Larson, Courtney, and Tracy, and I'll ask staff to queue up whoever the next 4 people, if there are more people in the overflow room here in person. So Suzanne, are you with us?
Yes.
Hi,
yes, I am with you.
Hi, nice to see you. Let us know if you're speaking on your own behalf or trying to represent the conversation at P&Z, please.
All right. I'm actually talking to you. I am a P&Z member, but I have been a P&Z member in this round for a very short time. And in fact, when Pandora came before the P&Z most recently, that was my first meeting on P&Z, and I recused myself because I had skipped a lot of history. However, years ago, I served for 14 and a half years on Planning and Zoning Commission and was on it when we established the rural and remote zone. We worked like dogs on that for 2 years at least. It is well documented why it should be zoned as it is now. And I don't think even a single acre of it should be changed. One of your major stated goals for the coming year is to take a fresh new look at Pitkin County long-term growth policies through the lens of climate change. That was the prime reason that I reapplied for P&Z and accepted and was seated. When a proposed development calls for more traffic moving through lands that we have chosen as rural and remote, after enormous amounts of study and documentation, when it calls for an increase in traffic in documented sensitive areas, when it calls for cutting of trees across those lands, not a one of those degradations can lead us to doing our part toward alleviating the stressors that lead directly to climate change. I beg you to keep your eyes on your stated goal. Climate degradation does not come making loud noises, growling, and clawing like a monster that it is. It comes 131 acres at a time. It is time for you to pause. It is time for us as a community to pause. Think back on this past summer and what we saw with traffic. It is time to stop excusing change that harms all of us, and it's time now. And if you're not going to do it now, I would hope that at the end of the month you would name the date that you are actually going to start heading yourself toward that goal in a very positive and active way. Anywhere we poke our heads into the growth cycle, whether it's school services, hospital services, residential development, ski area development, we start the whole cycle moving again, including the addition of employees and the need for employee housing. Now, I don't know, I know that a little while ago the ski company was talking to you about full-time employees. I don't know if that means that part-time employees don't count. I don't know what they mean by mitigating those impacts. But if mitigating means cash in lieu of housing, that won't cut it anymore. We just can't do it. At some point, we have to grow up and say no.
Great,
Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Suzanne. Were there any questions for Suzanne as a member of our P&Z? Okay, I'm seeing none, so we'll go ahead, we'll go to, oh, Greg, sorry. There we go.
You know, I don't think I have a question for Suzanne. I just wanted to clarify what an FTE means in this context, because I'm not sure the way she just used it. And if that's just something that popped up, I'd love to have a clarification for anybody who might be confused about what they're saying when they talk about a full-time equivalent employee.
Okay, are you able to clarify Greg's question, David?
Certainly. For us, a full-time equivalent is basically the hours that would be incurred by anybody on a basically 8-hour day, 40-hour week. So part-time employees factor into the equation and the audit by counting those hours. So they basically would count part-time employees, put those hours together, and then divide them by a regular work week to get the equivalent. So part-time employees are certainly considered when looking at employee growth or the employees that would work in and serve in this particular terrain.
Does that help, Greg?
However, may I say something?
Sure, Suzanne, go ahead.
Kelly?
Yes, go ahead.
There seems to me, and I may totally misunderstand this, some magic that goes into that, because if one employee works part-time and another one works part-time, and that makes up one full-time equivalent, we still have two people who need to sleep in a bed somewhere in town.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't see any other questions for Suzanne. I'll go ahead to Marcella Larson. Hi, Marcella, go ahead and unmute yourself and make sure we can hear you.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi there, great, we can hear you, go ahead.
Okay, great. So I'm Marcella Larson. I'm the co-manager of Larson Family LP, which has owned property along Richmond Ridge for a very long time. I was on P&Z for over 10 years. We've submitted written comments and will unfortunately have to address some of SKICO's presentation in writing for your next meeting. Sorry about that. I will say this today. The rezoning criteria has not been met, and the P&Z's highly unusual spot amendment to the East of Aspen Master Plan with no comprehensive analysis as required and is best practices for planning in general does not cure the code compliance issues. Please follow the very sensible advice of your planning staff who have concluded, and I'll quote from staff recommendation number 3, that, quote, without planning analysis and adoption of appropriate code and zoning amendments to implement that analysis, development can be expected to creep down the ridge into more sensitive areas, end quote. Let me give you an example. Because of the SKICO request, the East of Aspen Master Plan now allows for the possibility of adjacent lands being rezoned ASK, which is significant on that area of the ridge and has no boundaries that would limit future expansion. So expect that zone to creep across the ridge and lands that are zoned rural and remote right now to be rezoned. There is no fix. Carving out an ASK zone just for SKICO and then trying to limit it just to Pandora and then trying to actually cure what is a spot zoning by fast tracking a master plan amendment will result in disorderly development and loss of rural and remote area. Finally, and I think this is important for you all to consider, A conditional rezoning does not freeze the future development of Pandora. Another rezoning could occur. There are no covenants proposed, which would be permanent, but the way this is structured, it is not. Remember, most of this development is on private land. I thank you for your consideration today, and please vote no on the rural and remote rezoning and allow the East of Aspen Master Plan to continue in its guided process by your professional planning staff.
Okay, thank you, Marcella. Courtney, go ahead and unmute yourself and let's make sure we can hear you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Courtney Coonsey. My family came to Aspen in 1884. My uncle actually worked for Wheeler and ran the veteran tunnel on the front of Aspen Mountain. And I am here just to make sure that there is also a historic review of the area. I know there's an elk review, wildfire, and forest health, but there are historic line trees back there. And if the staff could direct the new commissioner to the portion of the record that contains the photos of the line trees, which are historic boundary markers that I previously submitted, that would be great. And there is a Colorado statute. Any person who knowingly removes, alters, or defaces any public land survey monument or land boundary monument or accessory commits a Class 2 misdemeanor pursuant to Section 18.4.508 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. So that's just wanted to put that in there, as well as under the Land and Resource Management Plan of the White River National Forest, Chapter 2, page 36. The guidelines were to protect heritage resources from damage by project activities or vandalism through project design. Specified protection measures, monitoring, and coordination. So logging 106 acres, 4,240 tons of trees. I think things need to be protected there and have a better look at what's back there. Thank you so much for your time. It's good to see you all.
Okay, thank you, Courtney. Okay, we have one more person here online, and then we'll go back to folks in the room. Tracy, if you could unmute yourself, make sure we hear you, and tell us your full name. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, my name is Tracy Murta, and I'd just like to speak to a couple points, one of which has been touched on quite a bit, but I'd like to offer a slightly different perspective on it, and another one which we haven't heard anything about. You know, if anybody who's hiked back in that area, back in the proposed Pandora's area, will tell you, or also, as Matt Keeling noted with both his comments in the Aspen Times and also with the pictures we saw today, the trees that are back there in a lot of places are so dense and so tightly packed that, I mean, it's literally dark and almost impenetrable back there. There's also a lot of down trees, as has been noted. If someone is coming down the pass or hiking or looking on from a similar elevation, if you look back up in that area, you can actually see that that's the one part of the mountain where there is some evidence of beetle kill, something we haven't talked about at all. And with those tightly packed trees, I worry that with the, you know, if we ever did get any kind of a beetle outbreak, I would hate to see that area end up looking something like the trees over in Summit County, which were also very tightly packed and now look a lot like a denuded scalp with a bunch of hair plug clumps of trees that only remain. And as the Forest Service has noted, thinning the trees back in there and grading them in areas will actually help make it healthier for us, not just protect the forest, but actually improve forest health in that area. The second comment that I would like to make or address talks to a little bit about to the safety back there. By permitting skiing and snowboarding back in that area, as was stated, you are controlling that are permitting that area to also be controlled for avalanches and have safety hazards mitigated. In addition to restricting some of the snowmobile use in that area, it's also going to lessen the strain on the both Mountain Rescue and Aspen Mountain Ski Patrol resources that invariably almost annually get called back there because somebody who skied below the closure on Ludd's Lane, they look below Walsh's and go, boy, doesn't that look wonderful skiing, ends up down there in terrain over their heads and has to be rescued. Finally, as an avid Aspen Highland skier, I would love to hope that maybe in finally offering new terrain on Aspen Mountain for the first time in 16 years, we might somewhat lessen the impact of the deep temerity lift, which occurs every time there is a powder day, because 40-minute lift lines doesn't constitute a world-class experience for anybody who's skiing. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Tracy. Okay, I'm not sure who came in what order in the room here, so if you folks wish to address us, we'll. Okay, come please sit up. You have to speak into a microphone so everyone can.
Do you want me to leave my mask on or off?
If you would leave it up, please, okay, and just lean in and tell us your full name.
So
Thanks for
I'm
having
here
coming.
first and foremost on behalf of the East of Aspen Caucus. I'm a resident there.
And
I've
your
been,
name again, please?
My name is Terry Kane. So I'm here representing my neighbors to read a letter that they wrote, but I'd also like to then speak on my own behalf, if that's okay.
Okay, I would just suggest if you want to give us the letter for the record.
I was asked to read it. I'll be fast. Dear Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners, as East of Aspen homeowners, we are writing today to show our support for Pandora's addition on Aspen Mountain. Of the 36 residents in the East of Aspen caucus, we had an overwhelmingly positive response from those of us who live in Aspen year-round and have shown the most interest in the Aspen Skiing Company's application for Pandora's. After an informative meeting with Aspen Skiing Company sponsored by Friends of Pandora's, we learned that the project will create zero impact on our homes and our lifestyle. We will not be able to see new runs on the chairlift, nor will we hear or see snowcats due to the two ridges that are between our homes and the proposed terrain, which is 2 miles above us. In addition, we are comfortable with the U.S. Forest Service's detailed assessment of the forest and the project's impact on wildlife. We love living around and near the North Star Nature Preserve, so we were concerned about the impact there on elk until we learned that the elk only winter on the preserve, not in the area known as Pandora's. We were also relieved to learn that the Forest Service thoroughly studied the wildlife issues and concluded that there is no critical wildlife habitat that will be affected by the project. As a result of the above, plus our desire to support the ski industry and the benefit it bestows on the entire winter economy, we wholeheartedly support the Pandora's addition and the rezoning to the ski recreation, which will have less possible build-out than the previous zoning of rural and remote. That is due to the ski company's commitment to sterilize the land for all future uses allowed in the ski rec zone, except for purely ski-related needs for Pandora's, a lift, terminals, and a small ski patrol shack at the top. This is truly a rezoning for a purpose that makes sense. In conclusion, we are 100% supportive of the Aspen Skiing Company's Pandora proposal. Sincerely, the East of Aspen neighbors, Bob Worthington, Terry and Tony Kane, Megan D. Sabatino, Rodney Jacobs, Scott Ryder, and Mark Gansey. And if I may just for a moment share my own personal perspective on this. I didn't write this letter. I live directly below McFarland's Gulch. So when people miss the Ludd's turnoff to go back to the lift, they come down through McFarland's and they cross our 4.5 acres to get to the highway. And so I just feel like if anyone's going to be impacted by this, it would be us, and we are supportive. A recent piece in the newspaper claimed that environmental concerns were a reason to deny it, but I didn't feel that the opinion piece identified any environmental concerns. I feel that this proposal is good for the environment. The high northeast facing slope will maintain snow much longer and then therefore reduce the need for snowmaking, so that's positive. Many of the trees that need to be removed are a fire hazard to my house personally, as well as to my neighbors, with all the dead trees and the dead fallen trees. So I think it's a safety positive for our neighborhood. And we already discussed the elk habitat, and I also think that the backside of Aspen Mountain near Little Annie's Road, which has all those little 1,000 square foot cabins, is not that great. And I feel that it's positive to do this instead of having the littering of not thousands, but many 1,000-foot cabins. So anyway, I'm in favor, my neighbors are in favor, and I hope you'll approve it.
Thank you.
Thank you
Would
for
you
your
mind
time.
passing the letter over here for
Yes, thank
staff
you very
out to the
much.
record? Thank you,
Thank
Carrie.
you.
Okay, gentlemen, who's up?
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on Pandora's application. My name is Steve Seifert, and I live in Aspen. I love to ski. My family, my wife, my friends all think I'm a little crazy when I point out those first trees that are starting to change from green to yellow in July. I say it with a little bit of giddiness, and it excites me because, of course, I know that fall's not far away, and we'll be skiing soon. I have lived here almost 4 full decades. I clearly remember when there was a divisive, adversarial, and often controversial relationship between the community and the ski company. Times have changed a lot since those days. Former CEO Pat O'Donnell and Mike Kaplan set out to change that dynamic for the good of the company and the good of the community. I'm not an employee of the ski company, but it's clear to me that their efforts have had a significant and beneficial impact. That leadership embraces their employees' visions and values because their employees were and are still today an accurate and fair reflection of this community's values. Passion for the environment and quality of life. I recall the mid-1990s when rural and remote zoning was proposed, debated, and adopted by the county commissioners. It was certainly controversial. You heard how the original code provided for skiing and related activities. I also recall being concerned when the code was amended 15 years ago or so. Skiing was removed, and I recall thinking that it's not that's not good for my vision of expanding skiing into Pandora's. I wish we had acted on that concern at that time. Rural and remote zoning has accomplished its objective, eliminating lots of large homes from being built in a rural and environmentally sensitive areas throughout Pitkin County. Clearly, this is a value that many of our citizens appreciate and support. It's clear to me that with the modifications proposed by the SkiCo made to the original application, by extinguishing specific ski rec uses, they are committed to doing the right thing, and we should promote, support, and encourage their efforts. I also agree with the hundreds, if not thousands, and we heard there's over 1,000 supporters who support the Pandora's application. I disagree with those who propose the Pandora's suggestion, stating that they haven't proved a need. In recent years, I have observed countless days of congestion on Chair 3 and the Ajax Express, as well as the gondola. I am also concerned about global warming and its impact on snow conditions at the bottom of Aspen Mountain. Last season, one of my favorite runs, Slalom Hill, had thin conditions all season.
Conclude your comments, please.
Yep.
Thank you.
I fear the day when there are days in the middle of the season that Slalom Hill and the lower part of the mountain will not be skiable due to less snow than even last year. In closing, I want to say that I have great respect for businesses that value stakeholders. Stakeholders are owners as well as employees, patrons, and the community. The Aspen Skiing Company truly values its stakeholders, their visions and values. I encourage you to support their application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, come on up.
Howdy, my name is Tim Anderson. I'm 40-year local, 40-year Aspen Mountain skier. I've always supported the ski company. I can't count the number of hours I've volunteered for ski racing and everything associated with it. It's a fun thing. I think skiing is great in Pandora's. I've spent a lot of time back there. I do believe that it could be a great place to ski. I'm extremely skeptical of any zoning changes that occur because of the incrementalism that occurs with zoning changes. I watched 2 years ago, and I watched a conservation easement turn into a hotel parking lot for 10 million, and a lot of money changed hands. And I don't know, I still don't know how that happened. How conservation, I was told it was a placeholder for development. I would hate to see that happen again. I support skiing there. I think there's a way to do it without a lift and a zoning change. I think there's a way to patrol it, control it, funnel it back to a new lift, chairlift 7. I'm just very skeptical of any kind of promises that no future development will occur back there. And that's really the bottom line. I'm support of skiing there, I'm support of the company and all that, but I've just seen it happen too many times. What happened, the new chair 1, right away there was a proposal for guest cabins at Ruthie's. There's a line that was drawn in the sand about developing the front of Aspen Mountain. That's a ton of private property up there. You allow the ski company to do it, everybody and their brother that owns up there is gonna want a house there too. And this is how it starts, and where does it end? And that's my only concern, is really that's the kind of thing that just starts out little and turns into a landslide. That's all I want you to consider. And if there is, I don't know if there's a way to really truly change the zoning and not have a future change in it at the same time. Thanks for your support, and have at it. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, I will go back to folks who've joined on Zoom, and if there's other folks in the overflow room, if staff could get them queued up as well. So we'll go to Bill Tomsich, then Chris Davenport, Adam Olson, and Mike Kaczynski. So Bill, go ahead, unmute, and make sure we can hear you.
Super. Can you hear my audio okay?
Yes, we can, sir.
Perfect. My name is Bill Tomsich. Good evening. I've been a resident of Orange Brook Valley since 1995. I'm an avid skier who loves to travel and to other mountain resorts, and I've been doing so since long before I started to call this place my home. I'm here to speak in favor of the rezoning proposal, and I want to focus my comments on the aspect of safety. Those who were involved in the ASC vision process will clearly recall that safety is one area where there was literally no controversy or debate. I want to share a powerful and relevant personal story about my first visit to Aspen and my first day of skiing on Aspen Mountain. It was 35 years ago in March of 1986 while I was on spring break from college, and I remember it vividly. Living in Virginia at the time, it was my first time skiing in Colorado, and it was an unforgettable experience. My host that weekend was an incredibly talented young ski racer I met the previous summer at a ski racing camp in Montana. He was an amazing skier who lived here in Aspen, and he seemed to know everyone in town, even though he was just 12 years old. He even got us into the VIP hospitality tent at what was then known as the Aspen International World Cup races. On a snowy afternoon following the cancellation of one of those races, he offered to show me around the mountain that he was so proud to call it his home field. He was incredibly knowledgeable about the future expansion plans. He showed me where the Silver Queen gondola was going to be installed that summer. And while skiing down Walsh's, I remember him pointing to the adjacent terrain now known as Pandora's, as an area even back then that was being eyed for future expansion. Again, that was more than 35 years ago. The individual I'm referring to is Wilder's wife. I'm sure many of you have heard the very sad story about how Wilder tragically skied into an open mine shaft in an area called Peanut Butter Ridge on a glorious powder day in December of that year. It's my understanding that he was skiing in an area that was not under the ski area's control. One of the reasons I share this story is to help put into perspective how not much has changed on the ski terrain in Aspen Mountain since all those years have passed. Other than the fact that those old mine shafts have been sealed, the Silver Queen gondola was installed, clearly every lift, with the exceptions of Bill Mountain Chair and Lift 1A, has since been replaced. Of course, the Sundeck restaurant was rebuilt, and most recently, snowmaking was installed to the top of the mountain. But as you heard earlier, inbound skiing terrain of Aspen Mountain remains mostly unchanged. But the other reason I wanted to share this story is because I feel it provides important historical background and context to one of the key issues that's powerfully presented by David Corwin earlier. That being how activity outside the ski area boundaries continues to grow. It's been clearly demonstrated how much more activity exists now than there were in the late 1990s, as more and more folks are drawn beyond the ski area boundaries, just like Wilder was in 1986. So for safety's sake alone, in addition to the many other favorable comments I've already heard this evening that I fully support, but I don't want to reiterate, I strongly urge you to vote in favor of this rezoning proposal. Thank you for allowing me to share these thoughts.
Great, thank you, Bill. Okay, we'll go to Chris Davenport. You could go ahead and unmute yourself, make sure we can hear you.
Yeah, hi everybody, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks so much for your time, BOCC, and all the hard work of P&Z and SkiCo and your presentation. I've been on the line for the better part of 5 hours, and it's been quite an education. And one of the things I love about this community is the dialogue and the process that we all go through from both sides. I'll keep my remarks very short because everybody has hit on pretty much every topic. But I think one of the jobs of the BOCC is to not only think in the near term right now, but also to think way down the road. And I've been a longtime professional skier and climate activist, as well as a booster of all things Aspen. And I think that if we want to set ourselves up for success as a community, both commercially and with jobs, we need to make sure that our skiing product continues to be the world-class skiing product that it has been. And the Pandora's expansion plays right into that. The high elevation, northeast facing leeward slopes are just perfect for skiing and holding on to snow, when, as many people have commented, the lower elevations will be challenged in the future. So I just want to challenge all of you to consider where we are 10, 20, and 50 years down the road as our climate changes. I really see this approval of the Pandora's ski expansion as a check in the box of supporting long-term economic viability in front of a changing planet. And I just want to thank all of you guys for your time. I know it's been a long day, but we're on the right track. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you, Chris. Okay, we'll go ahead to Adam Olson. Go ahead, unmute. Let us know we can hear you. You have 3 minutes. You are on mute, Adam, so we can't hear you yet. Go ahead. Adam, you keep going from muted to unmuted. We can't hear you in the room.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulty there.
We've had our share. No worries.
I only have 3 minutes, so I'll make it quick here, but I wanted to make a couple clarifications. I've been watching the presentation all day. And number one, the powder tours do use the Pandora's area. They do ski outside their boundary, so it's a little bit of a misconception that they stick to their area. I've crossed paths with them outside their ski area boundary, so know that. Aspen was expanded when they let snowboarders on the mountain. This is a huge expansion that changed the dynamics of the mountain. I consider that an expansion. And then these areas are currently inside the SkiCo permit boundary. They can submit a plan to improve forest health now. There's nothing stopping them from taking care of what their permit has. And they could also do more in showing good faith toward not developing by voluntarily giving up their development rights on Richmond Ridge. I was, like Francie, put back in my seat with the threat of development, and I took that as a threat. So you know, I've heard the same talk. This same talk happens on the Burke Mountain expansion, which is full bump run now. If you think you're going to get some powder skiing in the back of Pandora's with the lines at the bottom, I'm just not sure what you're thinking. Deep temerity is a bump run. We've already heard that from existing users. So this doesn't necessarily improve the skiing in that area. I'm a 7th generation Colorado native. This is my 33rd ski season coming up. My grandfather drove the Melmobile over Independence Pass in the 60s and the 70s, driving tourists into town. So I'm supportive of the town itself. I would encourage the Board of Commissioners to deny this code change. I would encourage the BOCC to follow the recommendation of staff. Staff is hired to give opinion, and I would follow it and deny this code change. Do not give the ski company a blank check on development. In approving this code change, you put the cart in front of the horse in respect to approving a development without a master plan for this new area specifically. In approving this code change, you will be reducing the acreage of public land in Pitkin County. The last time a public holding was reduced in Pitkin County was when the BOCC approved the Drowsty property land exchange. We lost over 1,200 acres of Pitkin County space in that change. I felt that was completely inappropriate and actually shameful. And so how much land are you going to give away? This is my question, and I'd like to know, if that's your intention, because that's the way it looks to me. And lastly, you are gifting public land to private control. Personally, I find that shameful. I will lose rights to the Forest Service. And so understand what the ramifications are for approving this. You're expunging constituents' rights to national forests. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Okay, thank you, Adam. All right, we will go to Mike Kaczynski. Mike, can you unmute and let us know we can hear you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Great. Thanks for your time. I've been on most of the call today as well. It's been an informative session. I appreciate some of the efforts that the ski company has tried to do to make this occur, but obviously I'm not really in agreement with the process as it is currently stated. Born and raised here, I ski at least typically 100 days a year, depending on conditions, and it's no secret that I do utilize the terrain back there quite extensively. I'm not against expanding it. It is a very special place. The snow back there is beyond belief and probably better than anything else on the mountain. But as a result of it being such a special place, I really believe that it deserves some special treatment, just like the bowl or the cirque or the long shot. They all require some effort to utilize. And I really see that as an advantage to keeping this special. I've seen some numbers in terms of it being skied at around 100 or more times a day. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, what I saw was that it could be skied by 600 skiers a day without being overutilized. I'm afraid a lift, you could probably ski 600 runs in there in an hour, based on the speed of what they're talking about. So it's definitely going to change the situation back there. And I've proposed previously, there is a way, I think, to change the egress out of the lower part of the area. There'd be some regrading. I also had a thought the other day of, why couldn't you put just a very simple surface lift down next to the pond going out along the road that wouldn't require any attendance, that people could just grab onto and go as they exited the area? So I just don't really feel that this project is giving a flake. And I respect your time. I feel that enough of you have enough understanding of the situation to make the right decision here, and I won't waste any of your time, and I hope you have a good night.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Thanks.
And I just want to confirm there's no other folks waiting in person? Okay, then we have Dana Loughran, I think is our next person and any other folks who wish to provide public comment who've joined on Zoom or by the phone, please raise your hand or press *9 to raise your hand, because we'll make sure we get to everyone before we close public comment. And so with that, Dana, you are up next. Please unmute yourself. Let us know. Hi, great, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, great. I'll keep it brief. I'm on the Citizens Advisory, the Friends of Pandora, in support of this, and I just want to say I appreciate how mindful everyone has been in this process. And again, my name is Dana Lochran. I moved to Aspen in '81. I'm a longtime resident. I live in town in employee housing. I'm a very typical citizen, so I don't have a lot of anything else to add to all the amazing things that people have said, but I do want to say that I have worked in town at Pitkin County Dry Goods for over 30 years, so I really sort of feel like I'm at ground zero with firsthand seeing visitors, demographics, changes. I really support the continuation of us being a ski town first and foremost, and I believe that this expansion will continue our priority to skiing and strengthening the future of our economy. I've also raised 3 boys here who are all avid skiers. They've spent their whole life skiing on Aspen Mountain, as have I. It's a priority for us as a family to continue skiing in the future, and I believe that this upper skiing supports the changes that the climate is doing to our sport. And of course, we all know that Pandora's upper eastern aspects allow for the best snow that we're going to find. And from my understanding, it's not going to need snowmaking. Anyway, I've had the opportunity to ski back there, and the prospect of it opening in lift service is just so exciting. I can remember when Highlands Bowl opened and the excitement of that, and the way that I think it would ease the congestion that I'm seeing happening on the main mountain would just mean, I think, a lot of people are falling in love all over again with Aspen Mountain. And that's all I'm going to say, that I am strongly in support of this project. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dana. Okay, there are still folks who are hanging on the line with us on Zoom. I want to make sure anyone has the opportunity to address the board tonight. You can press *9 or use the raise your hand function. And I will just give it a little bit of time for you all to decide. Bill, you don't get to go twice. All right, going once, going twice. I'm going to close the public hearing for tonight. And I will bring it back to the board. I do need to run to the restroom. I don't know if other board members need a break. Otherwise, Greg, I can pass it over to you to keep us moving.
I think we could all use a 5-minute break or a 10-minute break if that's okay.
All right, how about
For
we
me,
say...
I could use the same break.
Okay, let's take 5 minutes, and we will reconvene just after 6:40. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, folks, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, August 25th. Thanks for hanging in there with us, everybody, on this review of the Aspen Ski Co. application for Pandora's rezoning. So we have closed the public comments at this point, and I'm going to bring it back to the board with first looking for some input on how we want to proceed. I didn't assume that we were going to get all the way through this today, and I continue to think that we're not going to get through all of this today, unless one of my colleagues surprises me. But I would suggest perhaps maybe we get our questions on the table that we think we need more information for either staff or the applicant to bring back to us, and then perhaps continue the first reading and the resolution to a future date where we will resume our deliberation and discussion of our questions and any additional information, and open up the public hearing again at a future date. So that's what I propose, but I'm open for suggestions from colleagues.
Okay.
Does it work for you?
I'm a colleague.
For my fellow commissioners. Yes.
I have a few questions, but I could. Oh, sorry.
Let's just get on the same page about how the next part of the night is going to go.
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about.
Okay. Yeah. Greg, did you have a response?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I would love to. I'm not sure my system's working here, but if you can hear me,
yeah.
I would love to certainly get some questions out and get some questions answered. But I would also certainly love to see us, move as far as we can. So I think I'd start with questions, and then I'm going to have some final comments. And it probably won't happen in 15 minutes. I understand that. As Francie and you have said, you could go over a little bit longer, and I could certainly do that. But I'd love to see how Steve is feeling before we commit to any of it. But yes, if now's the time to just blurt out the various questions we have, let's do that.
Okay. So I'll be clear. I'll be a little clearer. My proposal is let's get our questions on the table, We won't wait for answers, and we won't have any discussion until the next meeting, was my proposal. So I don't know if that's okay. Otherwise, I think we're here till 10 o'clock. Steve?
So I'm just about the end of my line for today. And I agree, we need to get the questions out there that can be being researched, or that people can think on the answers and then come back in a future meeting with the answers, would be the best strategy to do right now. I know, Kelly, you had some questions. You didn't get to ask questions about the ski company, about their proposal. And I don't know if you want to ask those still today, so while they're fresh on your mind, you find out what clarification questions that you had.
Yeah, and I think Greg had some that he didn't have the chance to ask as well. Francie, did you have more thoughts on the proposed process?
I have a couple of questions, but I would rather push through tonight if it's at all possible. That's my feeling.
Okay. You want to push through to an action on first reading? I'm not sure Steve is.
Yeah,
has
and
the
you know, I thought
endurance
that's
for
what
that.
Greg said too, that he would be willing to hang in there for making some comments and maybe getting that far, but I wasn't sure that was what he said. But of course, you know, however it works out, it's just fine.
Steve?
So I am not prepared to make a decision tonight. There's a lot of material that we've been presented with, a lot of thoughts on public comments, a ton of letters. I don't think I've even read all the letters that have come in at this point. So I need to sleep on this and, you know, take a fresh look at it on another meeting when I'm not really, really tired.
Greg?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I agree with Steve. It's been a long day. There's been a lot to absorb. Certainly sleeping on it couldn't hurt. And I was thinking about it at 3 a.m. like somebody else, maybe it was Francie. I've been thinking about this a lot, so I'm kind of over it. But I'd love to just start with our questions, and if it's okay, I'll go, unless you want to jump in first, Kelly.
No, go for it. All good.
Is that a good? Okay. Yep. These are the questions I have highlighted. I'm sure I'll have more. I'm going to start with the easier ones. Regarding the snowmobile marina at the top, I think the first question was, it's on ski company property, is that correct? I think that's true. I think that's what I heard. The first question then is, will it be visible? Like, who's going to see this? Is this going to be something that sticks out from the sun deck, for instance, or from the gondola, or from the Pandora lift, or from the hiking, the ACES nature trail? I'm just wondering, is this marina going to be visible? Second question is, how many ski company snow machines are parked there, if any? And have they ever considered limiting that? I do not want to promote or encourage or even approve more snowmobile use up there. I have a personal disdain for snowmobiles, and I'm happy to share that with all of you right now. So the fewer snowmobiles, the better. And so that's my question. Are there ways that you considered limiting that? That was a question. Second one, could you give me a comparison of the lift length and elevation gain to any other ski company lift on the mountain, just for comparison with the Pandora lift? The next question is going to be, what about just speeding up the couch? You know, if the couch was a little bit quicker, I might use it more often, and so many other people would too. Just wondering if that's even technically possible, or you really need to tear that out. It just seems like a real waste of carbon emissions to have to replace the whole thing. But I don't know. It's your business. I just want to know about that. Other questions that have come up. I do see a lot of congestion on the mountain, certainly on powder days. And have you anticipated how Pandora's will function with the rest of the mountain, specifically on those powder days? Last winter on the mountain, I saw 45-minute lift lines at lift 1. I hadn't seen lines like that since the 1970s, and then easily long lift lines at the gondola. And I just would love to hear some discourse on pressure relief of congestion. I know you touched on it. I just wanted to ask about
powder days in particular. And then I'm almost done here, Kelly. Just going through, I'm sure more will come up, but I do have a couple more here. These are the ones I consider to be the tough ones. There has been talk of ski company really being a community partner here. It's great. It was gratifying to hear the full range of comments we had, and we had the full polarity of comments. So what I'm going to be looking for, if we look for a way forward that's going to satisfy our skiing community, which is fairly substantial, but I also want to satisfy the people who have serious misgivings. What insurance can they give us beyond what they've discussed? Are there any ways that we can apply covenants or conservation easements or partnership agreements that we can require as part of this approval? That's one. And then finally, it's I'd like to make sure that it is accessible to locals. I don't want it to be an exclusive ski resort or any more exclusive than we are already. As part of the covenants, can we actually require that locals passes be recognized all season long? No blackouts, and specifically, Mike, no blackouts for Aspen school kids over the holidays when they can ski with their families. That's a personal issue, as you know, and I think that's been corrected, but I'm just wondering if we can make some specifications for this approval that are set in stone. And I would encourage our staff and my fellow commissioners to start thinking of the conditions which we would like to place upon an approval, and to see if maybe we can all work together and reach a conclusion that everyone likes. Thank you. So those are my questions and brief comments. I'll have more.
All right, we know how Greg feels about snowmobiles and blackout days. Okay. All right, I have some questions probably best answered by SkiCo and some probably best answered by staff. I'll do my best to parse those out. And, you know, my apologies, because I bet some of this is already in the former record, but maybe we need to revisit I need to revisit some of it for a little bit of a refresher. And so just like some real clear presentation of any differences between this proposal and the former proposal would be very helpful. And I know you've done that in kind of the master plan language, but a similar application presentation would be helpful for me. And then if there is a, I don't know if you have a GIS layover that would be possible for us to look at, where we could actually ourselves use as a tool, because I'm just sort of curious looking at where I want to understand where the road how the road alignments shift and affect any parcel boundaries, and then how you know, the ski area boundary rezoning request, you know, like where that lines up to adjacent parcels for me would be helpful. And I know we've covered some of that, but it would be easier, I think, in a non-static way. If that's something that you already have that you're using, it would be helpful for us to use that, I think, as well. And then I believe in the former presentation from 2019, you guys provided some renderings of what the expansion would look like from the east of Aspen. And so re-pulling those out again would be helpful for me. And then I'm unclear about how what the prohibitions related to summertime use are. I know there was some question about dates, that the Forest Service had recommended some dates and the applicant, you guys have recommended different dates. And then I don't know if there's other prohibitions outside of those dates for use in the summer would be helpful. What else? This might have been a question for Scott, so maybe either staff or SkiCo, but it dawned on me, I'm not sure what the difference is between a new ski area, like new ski area criteria, and like expanded ski area criteria. I'm just curious if there's a difference there, and how the definitions apply to this project. And then I'm also curious, based on Francie's comment, why you're not proposing to extend the ski area boundary to your entire Powder Tour area. I don't know if that has to do with the fee permit area for the Forest Service or something else, but that question sparked for me. And then I think for staff, we've heard terms conditional zoning, spot zoning, some clarity around those terms as they relate to this project or not, I think would be really helpful, because we've heard that from the public, we've heard it from the applicant, so that will be helpful for me, because I get it mixed up. I feel like one's allowed and one's not. So I want to be clear on that. And then I also wondered, so we heard in the presentation related to the amount of square footage they would be able to develop. And we hear that a lot in applications, and then a lot of times ComDev comes back and says, well, it probably would be closer to this many. And so I sort of, my hair stood up a little bit when I heard Mike Kaplan's comment. It didn't resonate well with me, but I also know there's not always, that sometimes it's less than we think. So I'd like to understand that. And I think that's it for me for right now. Oh, and then I wanted to see, so in 2019, I think we were offered a site visit as part of this application review. George Newman knows the area well, and I don't think Greg needed to visit it. I was 9 months pregnant and not super interested in doing it at the time, but I would be interested maybe in doing that this time around, and I don't know if other board members would share that desire.
I'd go.
Okay. I think that could be helpful for me, and also just due diligence. I feel like it would be really helpful to get on the ground. Steve?
I would totally agree with doing a site visit. 2 years ago or whenever, I guess that was 2019, I walked around. I stood at the top of Walsh's looking like straight down. I couldn't imagine skiing down there. But then I ended up walking down on Ludd's Lane and, looking up at various places. It really gave me a whole different perspective, seeing it in 3D instead of on a flat map. Mm-hmm. It's a whole different thing that, you gain from that. I do have several things. I don't know if you were done, Kelly, with your list.
I am done, and I think we saw nods universally about a site visit, so we'll figure out scheduling that. So go ahead, Steve. Thank you.
So, as the ski company knows, I was partially in favor of the Pandora 2 years ago. I didn't have any problem with rezoning the bottom part where the bottom of the lift went, but I did not favor rezoning any of the rural and the remote. I still kind of have that same viewpoint, and I would love to see the Pandora area treated differently and specially. I would like to have an uphill component of it, just like for people who walk into Hanging Valley, or the people who walk up to Longshot, or the people who walk up to Highlands Bowl. That they have to work for getting into some really awesome skiing, doing that walk uphill at the beginning. And I would more favor aligning the lift, not in any of the rural and remote land now, but put it where the top of lift 7 is. That would be the terminus of my ideal lift. The bottom would be down below Walsh's, right where it's proposed, just a different alignment that would drop people off at the sun deck. Then I was going to suggest maybe a new zone district that in my mind I call rural and remote ski rec. Would be a whole new zone district, which would be lands that formerly were rural and remote, but have been incorporated into the ski area, and they would be treated differently than the ski rec. There still could be, limited logging and making of the glades, and there could be a road put in for a traverse from the sun deck across kind of the middle of Pandora's. So a road, that would be development, which I don't think any of that would be approved in rural and remote, but in rural and remote ski rec, it could be. That would be allowed, that kind of thing, because for the ski patrol to get in for doing rescues or doing avalanche control and that sort of thing, and for skiers to traverse, to ski the lower part of, or like from halfway down, they wouldn't have to walk uphill. So that would be a question, I guess, for ComDev and maybe for John Ely, with the possibilities of creating a different zone district, which would recognize that Pandora's is part of the ski area. It could be managed almost like ski rec land, but with some more protective differences. And so I guess those are kind of big thoughts to consider. There's changes in what the ski company is proposing, but that would protect the side country skiers who are used to walking out of the bottom of Walsh's. Now they could walk uphill at the beginning and get into some powder stashes that wouldn't get skied out right away. So I'll leave it at that, just concepts more than questions, but I'd like to everybody think about those. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Are there other questions, information that anyone needs? Francie?
I just have one, it might be to Cindy or Suzanne, I'm not sure. Mike had mentioned, I think it was Mike had mentioned that they would be, by developing Pandora, they would be, by making it into the ski area, they would be retiring some TDRs. I was wondering how many. Thank you.
And that actually brings up a question for me that I guess I'm wondering, it's late. Yeah, so when I guess when I'm thinking about the criteria for changed conditions, I don't know, like, should we be looking at a different, a bigger universe of things? Are we like, I don't know. I guess I'd be curious, like, how many cabins have been redeveloped in rural and remote around Richmond Ridge, or how many TDRs have been severed, or just I don't know if those are inbound questions, but these are questions that come up for me when I'm thinking about how to review this criteria. So, all right. So I think what our next course of action here is, if we're done getting our questions on the table, is to look for a motion to continue the first reading of the ordinance as well as and the resolution to a date certain. Is that correct? That's what we should be doing? Okay. Do we have a date certain?
I do not.
September 8th? I don't know.
So I guess right. I didn't know if you were still having a meeting to September 8th, so it sounds like you are. And I don't know if you wanted to try and have the site visit before you have your next meeting, so that all kind of gets into your schedules.
Sure.
Can I ask a
yes,
question about
David,
the
go
site
ahead.
visit? In terms of a site visit, and it sounded like everyone wanted to go, so doesn't that have to be noticed if all of you are present?
Right, but it's
And
not
what
the
would
same like
notice
30-day
requirement
noticing.
be?
It will require noticing, but posting of the agenda, essentially.
sufficient,
It's not the
okay.
long
It's a
time frame.
24-hour.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's a 24,
All
yeah.
right, thank you.
Yep.
Well, would this be a SKICO facilitated visit, or we just go up ourselves, or?
I had envisioned a applicant facilitated visit. And so it would be noticed, members of the public could join, members of the press could join. It will be recorded, any of our questions will be on the record.
Any of the public could join?
Yeah.
Oh, my lord. That's a whole nother can of worms.
Cause it's a meeting,
Nothing
it just
against the
happens
public.
to be on, you know.
Well, we could go in twos
So,
and avoid all that.
I don't know if we can do that. Greg, sorry, John Ely.
I was just going to say, I wanted to make that motion to a date certain. We don't know the date yet. We don't know the date of the tour yet. I'm happy to let Suzanne figure that out. But I'd like to make that motion, that we take the tour and that we continue this to a date certain in September to continue this both A and B, as you articulated.
Okay.
I will second the motion.
Okay, thank you, Greg, thank you, Steve. Usually we figure out what date.
So, I mean, your dates in
That'd be-
September, the 8th and the 22nd.
Let's get an answer from John about whether we can go in twos.
Yeah, John, did you want to weigh in on Francie's question about whether we can go in twos? And I'll look up our agendas for those dates. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You cannot.
We cannot, okay.
Well then.
I think that's the most concise I've ever heard John either.
Yeah, I didn't like it though.
Does the board have a preference of whether we do the site visit between this meeting and the next meeting? Again, this would, be a two-read.
I guess just also the consideration for the 8th is that we'd have about 2 days to pull together responses to put out your packet by basically next Monday.
Can I speak to that? Is that okay if I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's kind of incumbent on us to have it soon, given how many people from the public came, and to them it's important and they've put in their time. If we could pull it off by the 8th, I would push for that.
I would know it's already on our schedule for the 8th.
That's what I thought you had landed on yesterday at your agenda meeting.
Okay. I don't know, how does that set for you guys for having replies in
pull
2 days
information
for the
together?
packet or whatever? How does that
We
set
can get
for
it
you?
done.
Always a challenge.
We'll do our best.
Okay. Board members, do you wish to do the site? I think I'd prefer to do the site visit between now and the 8th if possible. Do you think we can find a time?
Agreed.
Okay.
We could make a whole
If we had to
David on the
post
15th.
Okay.
Special meeting, we could do it.
Okay. It would be between now and the 8th.
Oh, yeah, duh.
Yeah. Skiko, do you have someone you can?
See my
They're
calendar.
looking to Mac.
We are looking back.
Do you have family vacation coming up or anything? Okay. All right.
in town, so
Okay.
I'll make myself available.
Okay.
Did you guys want to see more while you're up there in terms of the area?
Like
Or
what?
did you want to just hone in on the Pandora?
Did you guys hear Cindy's question? Would we like a general area tour in addition to the specifics of Pandora? I'd be fine with that. We'll have to try and limit this to a reasonable length of time, but
It's just that some of your questions had to do with
sure.
Other
numbers.
cabins and stuff.
Is that okay?
Well, we don't have a meeting next week.
Yes.
All right.
I'm not
I
talking
will-
about an
I'll-
extensive
We can
tour.
work. I can work with you guys and and Charlotte or whatever to figure out the date for that. Does that work? For the tour. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to continue first reading and the resolution to September 8th. Is there further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, thank you all. We'll figure out the date for the site visit and that will get noticed properly for the public. And with that, thank you very much. We still have open discussion and I'm gonna see if we have anyone from the county manager's office to lead us through open discussion. If there's any pressing items, let me text Phyllis.
When you're looking at dates.
Email.
Afternoon, okay. When the sun's out.
Okay, I've texted Phyllis. I'm not gonna wait a ton of time. It's been a long day, but if they have anything pressing for us.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone from our county manager's office. Does any of this board have any open discussion you wish to bring up?
Yeah, when we do stuff.
No, I don't have any. No.
Thank you for tolerating.
Okay. Francie, any open discussion?
I have no open
Okay.
discussion.
I will look for, I'll say briefly, so, Wild and Scenic campaign, I'll give a more detailed update. It's moving forward. We have some subcommittees. One that is working on sort of grassroots efforts at like tabling and messaging and then another one to set up our broader stakeholder committee. And since we don't have a meeting next week, I wanted to let you know that the town of Marble has invited me to go up and talk with them about our multiple issues that we've been engaged with in Marble. So the possible mitigation for the Yule Creek mine, the wild and scenic stakeholder process, and I think I'm missing something. But so that I think is an exciting collaborative opportunity that will happen next Thursday.
That's cool.
And I'll report out at our following meeting after that.
I do have a quick thing, actually.
Okay, Francie, go ahead.
I am stepping down from being on the board of SEVEPA because they're concerned about having a commissioner on the board. When I joined it, I wasn't a commissioner. So they want to, Sean Armstrong said something like, a mob of commissioners. Like, he didn't want to be dealing with a mob of commissioners. So, I'm sad to say, stepping down from the board.
Well, you are a force to reckon with, Francie. Greg.
Kelly, yeah, if you're going up to Marble, one of the issues that might interest them might be the coal basin activities, and I think by the time you put that together, we could probably arrange a presentation on what we have in mind, what the Crystal Valley Coal Basin Working Group has in mind for methane mitigation there, and I think the Crystal Valley population needs to be informed like everyone else on that, so it might be an opportunity to present if they're interested in hearing it.
Hey, Greg, will you
I don't know how
send
much
me
time I have, but yeah, I'm happy to at least introduce the topic and I can suss that out more and touch base with you.
Greg, will you send me a really short synopsis of where we stand, because I have to write my article for the Crystal Echo by tomorrow afternoon, and I'd love to include a little piece in that. Just a, like
The
a,
best thing would be to look at Olivia Emmer's piece that she wrote for the Sopra Sun, which was very good, and that really brought us, you know, if you're in a hurry, that would be the quickest thing to look
Okay.
at, and I'll look for that and send it to you.
thank you so much.
Okay, any other open discussion items? All right, I'll look for a motion to adjourn, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Francie.
So moved. Seconded. Second.
All right, thanks, Francie. Thanks, Greg. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, good work today, folks.
Good
Thanks,
job,
everybody,
Kelly.
for
Well
hanging in
done.
there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you to everyone who hung in there. Thank you to Andrew on Zoom helping us, and thank you to Grassroots. To members of the public,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you,
most of
Andrew.
all, and we'll see you on September,
Well, whenever
7th.
we go
Yeah.
up in the,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thanks.